It's, it's a complete honor to have these amazing people on the stage as we move on to begin this conclave. Beautifully cited in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Shishyasteyam Sadhi Mam Tvam Praparnam. As we see, Sri Krishna guides Arjun towards enlightenment from the darkness of ignorance. May we all be enlightened as we embark on this journey. I request the august panel to kindly come forward for the ceremony of the lighting and take the blessings of the Almighty as we begin this conclave today. Request all the people on the dais to kindly come forward for the lighting.
कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम् नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुणम् कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरज सुंदरम् पटपीत मानहु तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुतावरम् सिर मुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उदार अंग विभूषणम् आजानुभुज शर चापधर संग्राम जित खर दूषणम् वसुदीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निकंदनम् रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम्।
Let's give a round of applause as we begin and launch this event with the blessings of the Almighty. Thank you so much, honorable dignitaries. May I now take the honor and privilege to request a dynamic third-generation entrepreneur who handles the resources and operations of SRK. This gentleman has been having interest in the areas of machine technologies, automation, and data analysis. Let us all join our hands together to welcome Shri Akshay Dholakia for a welcome address, please. May I request Shri Akshay Dholakia to kindly come forward.
Namaste, Jai Ram Ji. Welcome. I am thrilled that we are all here today, and I want to thank each and every member and each and every team member who helped organize this very beautiful conclave. And I also want to thank all of you for being here, for being so generous with your time, and for committing to this incredible, important session we have here today. I am a third generation entrepreneur at SRK, and I am proud of it. And honestly, I am just so glad that we SRK and that all of you are putting sustainability at top of India's agenda. Because without that foundation, we have little hope of securing those same and even better opportunities that we have all had. When you are raised in a family business, the way I am, I think the truth is that very early on, when you get those opportunities, and you also get some goals, you have an idea about what you can contribute going forward. The pursuit of greatness is instilled in you, and that's to be expected. I'm sure that ambition is in all of us. But if I may be so bold, that I am most proud of is that when you are raised in a family business like mine, you are also taught to seek goodness, which is something we are going to hear more about it today. Today is about that higher calling, because it's not only calling SRK. Today is about looking at a country, at a planet that we all love and live, and figuring out how collectively lead the national discussion and ultimately delivering a sustainable India. During the pandemic, we all were in a survival mode, as a business, as a neighbors, as a parents, as a human being. And sometimes it can be difficult to shift to an abundance mindset, to the idea that we can do more than just survive from day to day. And for me, and I hope for all of you here, that's what this conclave will be all about. So let's get it started, shall we? Thank you, and welcome again.
Thank you so much for setting this beautiful welcome address and setting the stage for the event. May I now take the honor to felicitate the august presence out here as they share this amazing dais. I request Shri Govind Bhai Dolakia to kindly felicitate His Excellency Shri Laksharat Singh Ji Mewar Ji. I request Shri Rahul Bhai Dolakia to kindly come forward to felicitate Ms. Kamila Krishnan Sen Rai Ji. It's an honor to have you, ma'am. May I take the honor to request Shri Shreyans Bhai Dolakia Ji to kindly welcome Mr. Kartikay Sarabhai Ji. A hearty warm welcome, sir. I take the honor to request Shri Neerav Bhai Narula to kindly felicitate Mr. Rajat Munaji. Welcome, sir. May I request Shri Arjun Dholakia Ji to kindly felicitate Mr. Himanshu Bogawala Ji. A hearty warm welcome to the President of SGCCI. Thank you so much. May I now request Shri Rahul Dholakia Ji to also felicitate Mr. Mahesh Ramanujan Ji. A hearty warm welcome to all the dignitaries out here. I now take the privilege to kindly request Shri Himanshu Bhai Bogawala, the President of SGCCI, to kindly come forward for his few words.
Good morning, friends. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Govind Kaka Dolakia Ji, Honorable Kartikay Sarabhai Ji, Mrs. Kamila Krishnan Rai, His Excellency Laksharaj Singh Ji, Rajat Muna Ji, Mahesh Ramanujan, all the dignitaries present here, ladies and gentlemen, a warm good morning to all of you, sir. Friends, As per the agreement of India, submitted its nationally determined contribution, that is NDC, to UNFCCC in 2015, outlining 8 targets for the period of 2021 to 2030, including reducing the emission intensity of its GDP by 33 to 35% by 2030 from the level of 2005. To achieve about 40% cumulative electric power install capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resource by 2030 with the help of the transfer of technology and low-cost international finance, including from the Green Climate Fund, that is GCF. To create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through additional forest and tree cover by 2030. The other target pertains to sustainable lifestyle, climate-friendly growth paths, climate change adoption, climate finance, and technological and capacity building. We have recently seen in news about European Union planning to impose green tax on imports of goods and services from India. Many top US companies have made ESG compliance compulsory for products or services to be included in their supply chain. We have also heard that most of the lab-grown diamonds are needed green certificate that the lab diamond is produced using green technology energy. Friends, climate change challenge is real. We all have to take it very seriously before it's too late. Collective efforts across the globe, all countries have agreed to keep the average rise in temperature of the globe at 1.5 degrees centigrade at the end of this century. India has made a commitment of net zero emission by the year 2070. Therefore, understanding sustainability and consistently acting to safeguard the interest of Mother Earth has now become a new norm in business, without which no business can remain afloat in this new age business environment. I extend my best wishes to SRK Foundation for organizing such an important conclave in Surat. Friends, I am sure that this conclave will increase our understanding of our roles and responsibility to keep our Mother Earth cool and sustainable. And I wish a best wishes and a grand success to this conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your continued support and efforts via SGCCI, Shri Himanshu Bodawala. We really appreciate that. It is now my genuine pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Nirav Mandar. As a Chief Human Capital Officer, Dr. Nirav shoulders many of the strategic responsibilities for SRKs, including global human resources, investor relationships, administration, health safety, the environment, corporate social responsibility, and the company's many compliances. Recognized by the World HRD Congress in 2018 as one of the most influential HR leaders in India and the Indian Society for Training and Development in 2021 for excellence in teaching and training, he is largely responsible for SRK's staggering sub 1% staff attrition rate. And if that was not enough of an executive portfolio, as the lead executive for SRK's ESG and sustainability initiatives, Dr. Nirav is also the project administrator for SRK's state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities, that's SRK Empire and SRK House. That's rated among world's top 6 lead platinum buildings by the US Green Building Council. He's also in charge of SRK's global ESG strategy, led the brand's efforts to certify both its crafting facilities in achieving LEED Platinum, and is now driving the strategy to pursue net zero at these 2 facilities, ensuring corporate dedication to a zero-emission planet. Dr. Nirav's intersectional mindset has also led to a people-centric company culture, a progressive, planet-minded strategy, and a purpose-driven organization. He plays a critical role in how SRK continues to transform the global economy. At the heart of his business strategy is a dedication to giving back without giving up. the public trust, and the profitability of a venerable international brand. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Nirav Mandir.
Good morning to all of you, eminent dignitaries on the dais and the esteemed delegates of the dais. Namaste, and thank you very much for being here. It is my great honor and privilege to share my inaugural remarks with regards to this SRK Sustainability Conclave, which is happening for the first time in the splendid city of Surat. For all those who are living in Surat might be knowing that SRK is a company that is there in the making since last 60 years. So you might be having a question in your mind that why today is the right time to have this sustainability conclave in the city of Surat. I won't throw the question to you, so I'll definitely come up to the answer in a while. SRK is much more than a company. Yes, we are one of the largest diamond manufacturers in the world, but more importantly, we are a community, a life force, as our founder, Sri Govind Kaka, very profoundly says and outlines, the family who believed wholeheartedly in living this place better than we found it. And that means ensuring that as the world rapidly evolves, our values, commitments must be bolstered and strengthened to meet the movement. At the heart of SRK's mission is pure light. Pure because we have always promised and delivered authentic quality in the product, and the kind of reflects the trust in the countless trade relationship we have developed and fostered over the last 60 years. And light because when it comes to the organization and it all who represent it, we are committed to holding the right direction towards society and to reflecting that dilemma in every contribution we make to the world. Pure light is also a long-lasting mantra that underscores the quality of our work that we observe at SRK. The pride in our product, the cohesiveness of SRK family, and especially you might be listening the term quite often is a greenwashing is like, especially in this space, it's happening around the world. To manifest more upon the ESG carbon neutrality and the sustainability part, the pursuit of a net zero India and beyond. In my decade and a half journey at SRK, I have thoroughly witnessed SRK's benchmarking leadership in the space of environment, social and governance. We are not only proud and certified member, and my good friend Mr. Kinjal Sai is representing RJC over here. So we are not only a proud member of RJC, but SRK is also the first diamond crafting facility to be part of their sustainability task force led by the mission of the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. And furthermore, you all would be more appreciating that US SDGs 17, they have established the 17 goals. So out of the 17, we have already attained and doing our best for the 14 goals out of 17. And 3 goals, we are working upon it. It's a long way. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a continuous journey. But if we are one of the things which cannot be done in the vacuum, you know what else can be done in the vacuum. And that is the net zero target. All of you are here today to know that if we can put our heads and hearts together, and if we can collaborate with the very people in this room, then we can realize that net zero emissions goal far or sooner than we ever dreamed possible. And by doing that, we can serve as an international example of compassion, of urgency, and the excellence in the unprecedented crisis. Throughout our inaugural summit, we do have the esteemed speakers, leaders, experts, and my colleagues would be talking about the nuts and bolts of the ESG and net zero journey. What we hope to achieve today is to bring awareness to the pioneering work being done in the ESG compliance and reporting, decentralization data, storytelling, and its role amplifying sustainability efforts, alignment with the 2030 targets, and most pressingly, decarbonizing existing assets right at the beginning. Our first esteemed guest of honor, Mahesh Ramanujamji, often says, what gets measured gets done. What gets done get improved. What gets improved get replicated, and what gets replicated change and transform the market and the business. Our beloved and respected Govind Kaka long espoused that you cannot adopt and accelerate a vision without a fundamental awareness of its importance, of its role in existential crisis, and of its relevance to the human health and well-being. So how can we accelerate something when we don't fully understand the scope of what's at stake? In the mindset of the pandemic, I gave some thought to what's there at stake in all these efforts. I was asked about to correlate between my role at SRK and my passion at astrophysics. I said that what I loved about astrophysics is that is the profound exploration of the potential of the celestial bodies, of the stars, of the universe, of all of it. But more importantly, I loved the poetic correlation and what I found, the own work of HR, which I long believed in. It's about increasing the productivity of the organizations and the business by enhancing the potential of the human resources. So, when I look around the room, it's clear that beyond bringing awareness to the leadership about the decarbonization efforts and beyond even the pursuit of net zero, what we must do here today is create a paradigm shift when it comes what we are physically doing with all the potential. Because the truth is the greatest possible leaves of human potential, or as we could call it at SRK, stands by its pure potential that can only be reached by accelerating the decarbonization process. In the past, we worked with Maheshji when he was leading the US Green Building Council to achieve our LEED Platinum ranking for both SRK Empire and SRK House Crafting facilities, but also sustain the rank of, so when I'm talking about this facility, it's not only a LEED Platinum certified green buildings, but you would be glad to appreciate that, and it's a proud moment, Himanshu for Surat and Gujarat and Karthikeyan sir, that both facility, since 2 years, they maintained the top 6 rank within the global buildings of the world. So they are among the top 5 buildings of the world. It's a proud moment for India. We have again partnered with Maheshji and his team at Global Network for Zero to accelerate our decarbonization effort even further. And the reason we are doing this because the standards behind some of the most human-centric decarbonization efforts to date. The brilliant team now at the helm at GNFZ is the very same group of leaders who implored us to attain this impossible goal. It's why after nearly of 60 years later of business and environment stewardship, we are setting the bar higher, calling more transparency and collaboration and leading by example when it comes to bridging the gap between a public and a private sector accountability gap right there in India. And it is why we are ensuring that the tremendous potential we have been fortunate enough to gather here today is transformed not only into just pursuit of a net zero journey, but as our friend at Global Network for Zero often cites as a North Star, the maintenance, the sustainability of the world in perpetuity. So I thank you once again for being here. This conclave is a dialogue on ESG, sustainability, and it matters now. And more than anything else, it's a chance for all of us to at last listen to each other, deliberate with each other, and the entire community to these lessons in given space, back out in the world, and deliver on Govind Kaka and SRK's leadership vision of building, sustaining an India far better than we were born into. And I'll conclude my remarks by saying that sustainability, if we talk about, it is no longer about doing less harm, but it is about doing more good. Thank you very much.
Namaste, everyone. Today I have the pleasure of introducing Sri Mahesh Ramanujan ji. We all heard Akshay Dholakia ji mention that he is a third generation entrepreneur. And as a fourth generation entrepreneur, I thank you for leading, for ensuring that these lessons in saving and more importantly, sustaining a healthier homeland are not shouldered only by us. As someone born after the turn of the century, I'd be lying if I said when we talk about 2030, 2050, and 2070, I didn't feel the weight of it all. It's abstract for me or my family, as this will be the bulk of, of my lifespan. We need context. We need someone to show us why a zero emissions India is needed. It's not just a matter of life and death, but just as importantly, it's a matter of quality. Quality of life and quality of how we spend our time here. And this is why I'm honored to be bringing to the stage a man who is going to be able to walk us through not just the state of decarbonization globally and here in India, but who is going to share with us the state of mind necessary for tackling this challenge head on. If you spend 15 minutes with him, he will definitely change your mind regarding sustainability, and I have experienced it. So after the conclave, if you spare some time to experience it firsthand, it would be great. Thank you.
on moving people towards seamless democratizing. Green Building Council, Green Business Certification Inc., and the global technology platform ARC. Responsible for leading a community of 13 million strong, Green Business Certification Inc. Co-founder, president and CEO of the Global Network for Zero. Mahesh is not only laser focused on moving people towards seamless ESG compliance and an economy free of harmful emissions, but he is specifically committed to digitally transforming climate action with GNFZ's first of its kind platform for decentralizing, democratizing and driving net zero results. Prior to GNFZ's founding, Mahesh served as president and CEO of the US Green Building Council, Green Business Certification Inc., and the global technology platform ARC. Responsible for leading a community of 13 million strong and for spearheading unparalleled growth for the globally recognized LEED standard and its certification and credentialing process. Please welcome Mahesh Ramanujan, President and CEO of Global Network for Zero.
Thank you, Tejbhai, for this kind introduction. It's an extraordinary moment this morning. So namaste to everyone. I want to thank Sri Govind Kaka for his continued generous support and the SRK family for organizing this fabulous event. Before we get into today's discussion on decarbonization, I want to talk about something that we can all relate to, we can all empathize with. Last week, I was in London for travel, where it was 20 degrees Celsius. When I returned, Chennai had reached almost 43 degrees Celsius. I thought about how I am one of the lucky ones to have access to air conditioning. And I can get it when I need it. But what about everyone else? Every single person I saw on my way back to my home, be it a construction worker, be it an auto rickshaw driver, be it a vegetable vendor, they are all in the sun for 12 to 14 hours a day, at direct sunlight. So I thought about today's event. and how they are on the receiving end of what we are going to do today and tomorrow to address today's challenges. Nearly 19 years ago, Thomas Friedman wrote a book called The World is Flat. In it, he travels to Bangalore and writes about India's growing job force in technology as a crucial to global supply chain. He argued that as a result of this flattening, as he called it, from the combination of workflow software, the personal computer, and the fiber type micro cable, the changing 21st century global economy in 2005 had, for all intents and purposes, has become a level playing field. At the time this book was published, India's emissions were at least 28% higher than they were in 2021. But that did not factor into Friedman's argument. And even more ironically, Friedman described Bangalore as one hot town. And guess what? He didn't mean the temperature. He was talking about the jobs, about the booming opportunity that had come from outsourced jobs. But the issue I took with this argument, the flaw in Friedman's theory, was that because the world was more connected, it would somehow become more equitable. Is that it failed to account for the fact that India's Silicon Valley was and is certainly no exception when it comes to rising temperatures. It failed to fully take into account the looming sleeping giant known as climate change. And most importantly, its early 21st century ideology did not account for the reality that every country, city, community, and individual will never experience the life-threatening challenges of climate change in precisely the same way. Why? Because no matter how much technology brings us together, we have different backgrounds, circumstances, and resources. We have systemic inequalities that have laid bare and not leveled the issues of the playing field. Some of us will longer than others because our job does not require us to be in the direct sunlight as the auto rickshaw driver or the construction worker or the vegetable vendor. We must be honest with ourselves and say we have the ability to do more than we are doing now. During my tenure at the US Green Building Council, we turned LEED into the globe's leading green building standard and made India the third largest market in the world so we can continue to help decarbonize the built environment and lower the emissions. Take MGM Healthcare in Chennai. This was the first project in Southeast Asia and only a second in the world to achieve LEED Platinum for healthcare. An achievement reflected in the thoughtful design. From the city's tallest vertical garden to daylight integration to improve the patient experience, MGM Healthcare has set the bar for ensuring that the places built to care for our most vulnerable enhance their well-being in the process. Or Infosys, who as of summer 2019 had one of the largest LEED portfolios in the world, in the country. Their Bengaluru portfolio includes 32 LEED certifications, which accounts for only a portion of their total certifications nationwide. Similarly, they have 11 LEED version 4.1 platinum certifications alone in Pune, Maharashtra. These are extraordinary, necessary commitments to decarbonization. But we must look at these examples and excellence and say, what's next? Decarbonization is great. But decarbonization that delivers net zero and sooner than 2070, that's what is required in India. What we see a lot of now are overtures of decarbonization here in India. We have well-intentioned public and private sector entities who want to demonstrate that they believe in the power of compliance and transparency and corporate social responsibility, but who don't know where to begin. These people, these companies, they want to do good. They want to decarbonize, but they need to have intermittent targets with incremental access points. They need accountability partners. They need people who will settle for nothing less than reaching zero. and they need help in doing all of these things. Let's first look for who is already helping us put us on the path to zero. We need to look for who is getting it right around the world, who is on track to getting it right here at home, and what are the most pressing battles we must face in the interim. When I left USGBC and founded the Global Network for Zero, it was because even with all the progress, the finish line, if there is one, at minimum, is carbon neutral. The finish line is net zero, and then ultimately a zero emissions world. Unsurprisingly, the place where this new idea, this new collective vision came to fruition was right here in India. I reflected on the fact that 29 of my friends and family died during COVID. And I thought about the quality of life they had, not just in their final days, but leading up to when they were infected. And I thought about how, if COVID had this drastic impact on our lives, then think about what climate change could do to us. And with this second leash of life that we all have, what more can we do? In November 2022, the United Nations announced the presentation of a master plan to accelerate the decarbonization of 5 major sectors: power, road, transport, steel, hydrogen, and agriculture. In it, the plan includes governments from more than half of the global GDP, a 1-year action plan with 25 collaborative actions to be delivered by COP28 to help make clean technologies cheaper and more accessible everywhere. What I found even more promising is the plan's list of priority actions, including agreements to develop common definitions for low emission and net zero emission steel, hydrogen, and sustainable batteries, as well as ramping up clean infrastructure projects. Settling a common target to phase out polluting vehicles and stimulate global demand for green industrial goods. And last year, McKinsey article stated that while it was not easy for the United States to reach net zero emissions by 2050, a pathway exists. McKinsey reports that major changes for that pathway would include a zero emissions power sector by 2035, electric vehicles making up 75% of all new car sales by 2030, an 80% reduction of oil and gas methane by 2030, among other changes. While we know that commitments are easier said than kept, what is promising from the US is the growing leadership from businesses in the transition to net zero. In fact, the Science Based Target Initiative pointed out in April 2022 that 400 large US-based companies have also committed to net zero targets of their own, and many of these are for 2030 or earlier. And in March this year, the European Commission issued its proposal for a Net Zero Industry Act aimed at addressing core drivers of net zero technology manufacturing investments, strengthening the EU's net zero ecosystem, and bolstering its worth even further than the $100 billion valuation reported in 2021. Fascinatingly, the Commission revealed that its incentives are further highlighted by the acceleration of other countries, most notably that the United States Inflation Reduction Act will mobilize over USD $360 billion by 2032, and Japan's greenhouse transformation plans aim to raise up to Japanese yen $20 trillion through green transition bonds. These are huge numbers. The proposal also cites the UK, Canada, and others' landmark investments in net zero technologies, and that is where I want to bring it back to us. Because importantly, in all markets, one common denominator can be found: the need for scaling accelerated decarbonization across sectors. In the European proposal, they pointed to India's production-linked incentive scheme to enhance competitiveness in sectors like solar photovoltaics and batteries as an example of the reach necessary for net zero access and success. So when we talk about today's global state of decarbonization, we now know that the helpers, the examples, the places, the business leaders we can turn to are the ones who understand wholeheartedly the importance of taking climate action and who are implementing solutions. We should look into who is striving for net zero by 2050 and not just 2070. Who is accelerating these existing targets even earlier than they announced? Who understands that the lasting solution will come from public-private partnerships? Who is sharing their knowledge and efforts? And importantly, these are the helpers we need, and they can be found all over the world, and especially here in India. The cross-sector leadership here is what gives me the most hope, because that means we get it. Reliance Industries has set a goal, net zero goal for 2035. UN Secretary General points to Dalmia Cement and Mahindra as beacons for innovation and pleading with leaders to join them. Phenomenally, Dalmia is ranked number 1 globally on business readiness for a low carbon economy in the cement sector, and the company already stands out with its commitment to bringing carbon negative by 2040, a full 3 decades before India's commitment. After Blackstone's Nucleus Office Park's LEED Platinum celebration and a reduction of more than 87,000 tons of CO2 emissions from 2021 to 2022, Nucleus Office Parks is now pursuing actions to be net zero by 2023 for one of the portfolio assets and has committed to using carbon emission tracking tools. Indian technology and consulting company Wipro has committed to net zero by 2040 and has a near-term target of a 55% reduction in emissions by 2030 and a target of 100% renewable energy by 2030. In 2015, Cisco's Bangalore campus was using 25% renewable energy, and by 2021, they have already improved it to 66%. So commitment after commitment. To do what? To accelerate to zero. Simple as that. But while India may share the decarbonization goals and practices of our global counterparts, we would be wise to recognize the challenges unique to us. We are the 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases on the planet. And in 2022, India missed a target for installing 175 gigawatt in renewable energy. In an effort to cut its emission by 45% from 2005 levels, India now plans to issue tenders for the installation of 250 gigawatts of green energy capacity by March 2028 to get back on track. And an Oxford Economics and SAP study recently pointed out to a trend we need to keep an eye on. While 62% of Indian businesses said it is not difficult to be sustainable and profitable, at the same time, only 17% of them have calculated their total carbon footprint. There is a gap between commitment and action on the ground. My concern is that our current state of decarbonization is good, but not good enough. Decarbonization to zero and making that happen as humanly as possible, that's where business leaders must and can really and truly make a difference. And that's what, thankfully, SRK is stepping up to do. As Dr. Nirav Mandir alluded earlier, our friends at SRK have partnered with us at the Global Network for Zero to demonstrate to India and the world how to set effective decarbonization targets and follow through. As they have made a commitment to achieve net zero at SRK House and SRK Empire and are on track to achieve this by 2024, that is 6 years earlier than the original commitment of 2030, 2 decades earlier 2050, and 4 decades earlier 2070. We need more people and companies, especially ones with the largest supply chains in the highest emitting sectors, to follow SRK's lead and to fundamentally understand and act on the fact that we need to accelerate to zero. If we don't, we won't be able to help change the way our neighbors live, the life of that construction worker, the auto driver, and the vegetable vendor. And I know none of us in this room believe that's an acceptable quality of life for our fellow Indians, in fact, for our fellow humanity. I only need to look at the extraordinary humanitarian work that Sri Govind Kaka has dedicated his life to. His dedication to uplifting people from all walks of life across India to have immense hope for the future. I truly believe everyone here is equipped to change our reality and to finally acknowledge that when it comes to climate change, while there is no level playing field, those of us who have more can and should be doing more to eliminate the disparities. And that means being laser focused on getting to zero. We have the resources, human capital, business sense, and innovation here to do so. And we have the pieces to not just get us to zero, but to realize that what the world could be look like and where we maintain that for good. So let's charge ahead towards an emissions-free world to create a positive impact on people, planet, and profit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maheshri. That was indeed very, very thought-provoking. Of course, it did leave all of us with a lot of questions, a little bit of fear, but of course, a lot of hope that businessmen can really make this change happen. And we are so glad that you are here to initiate this amazing drive. May I now take this opportunity to now introduce to you, with a lot of honor, with a lot of privilege, a man who's a pride of the country, a man who's the pride of my city, a man who possesses the power to ignite change, a man who exemplifies diligence and possesses a wealth of insights on a diverse range of subjects. He's an individual of boundless energy. He possesses an innate ability to ignite the minds of his listeners. With his matchless work for the city, for the country, his dedication and remarkable perspective, he has been a source of inspiration for people of all ages and audiences on various occasions. His ability to inspire, to motivate, and instill a sense of purpose is truly, truly unparalleled. I've had multiple opportunities to witness his deep insights on diverse subjects, right from vision towards nation building, to education, to business, to jewelry, to productivity, Hindi as a proud national language, safety, crime-free nation, to business growth and scaling up. I can't wait enough to hear him at this event, which is going to be on sustainability and climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, please get ready for a treat to your ears as we all welcome the Commissioner of Police of the Surat City, Shri Ajay Kumar Tomarji. A hearty warm welcome, sir. It's such an honor to have you. May I request Shri Arpit Narola to kindly come forward and felicitate Ajayji. Sir, it's such an honor to have you here. We look forward to hear from you a few words.
When Shreyan spoke to me about this workshop, Conclave, it was an undiluted, wonderful surprise for me. Because Surat is known more for industries, for entrepreneurship, for extreme hard work, for earning money, making wealth. Nature has been very, very kind to Surat. And my second surprise is when I see all of you in such a large number present here, I really bow to Govind Bhai for his vision, because he is a concerned citizen. He is a successful businessman, no doubt. He is a conscientious person. He is socially responsible. But at the same time, he is in steps with the modern world. When we talk in terms of sustainability, I believe the experts have their role to play. But each of us, when I say so, I include the children also, I include the ladies, the farmers, the laborers, the workers, Ratna Kalakar, and everybody, including the police. Each of us can take small steps every day to make this planet more livable, more inhabitable, and also more sustainable. आज जब हम प्रॉब्लम्स देखते हैं सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, तो प्रॉब्लम्स हमें चारों ओर दिखाई देती हैं. अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैंने पढ़ा कि लगभग 50 साल में इस धरती पे से तेल खत्म हो जाएगा, जिस तेल पे पूरी दुनिया चल रही है. 1880 के आसपास से तेल के कारण एक ऑयल रिवॉल्यूशन इस धरती पे आया, और इस पूरी दुनिया में जो जीडीपी है उसका मेजॉरिटी, वो पूरी डेवलपमेंट, पूरी ग्रोथ पिछले लगभग 140 साल में हुई. लेकिन 1950 से 60 के दशक में वो ग्राफ एकदम ऊपर गया. ऑयल एक्सप्लोरेशन का, ऑयल का यूसेज का, ऑयल का एक्सप्लॉयटेशन का. 60 to 70s again it went up. 73 was a first blip. Up to 80s it kept on increasing. We are so used to oil, we can't imagine living without oil. और अब जबकि एक्सपर्ट्स ये बता रहे हैं कि 50 साल में इस धरती पे से तेल खत्म हो जाएगा, ये मैसेज हमें लाउडली और क्लियरली हमारी पूरी पॉपुलेशन की तरफ बढ़ाने की जरूरत है. वी हैव अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. आप में से, हम में से ज्यादातर आदमियों का बचपन गांव में बीता है, छोटे शहरों में बीता है, क्योंकि सूरत में आपका बचपन यदि सूरत में भी बीता तो सूरत भी 1-1.5-2 लाख की पॉपुलेशन का छोटा शहर था आपके बचपन में. इन सभी जगहों पे हमने देखा है ये शहर कैसा था, इसकी सराउंडिंग्स कैसी थी, तापी कैसी थी, फॉरेस्ट कैसे थे, ट्रीज कितने थे. हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए उससे बेहतर कंडीशन में इस प्लेनेट को छोड़ के जाएं. हम इस लाइन पे काम नहीं कर रहे हैं. हमने पिछले 50 साल में इस धरती के पूरे रिसोर्सेज का जिस तरह एक्सप्लॉयटेशन किया है, वी हैव एक्टेड एक्सट्रीमली इररेस्पॉन्सिबली. और अब जैसा कि मेरे प्रेडिसेसर अभी बोल रहे थे कि अमेरिका, चाइना और इंडिया वर्ल्ड के 3 सबसे ज़्यादा रिसोर्सेज का यूज़ करने वाले कंट्रीज़ हैं, यानी पोल्यूशन के लिए भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इन 3 कंट्रीज़ की सबसे ज़्यादा है. अमेरिका पॉपुलेशन के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से करीब 35 करोड़ का देश है, और वो बहुत लंबे समय से पूरी दुनिया का करीब 25 to 30% एनर्जी और रिसोर्सेज यूज करता रहा है. और आज अमेरिका और यूरोप यदि ये कहते हैं कि चाइना और इंडिया को, खासतौर पे इंडिया को, हमारी डेवलपमेंट पूरी बाकी है, कि आप लोग भी इन रिसोर्सेज का यूज करना बंद कर दो, तो ये बड़ा फाउल किस्म का एक्सपेक्टेशन है. जिस वक्त ब्रिटिशर्स हम पे रूल कर रहे थे 1860 से 1870 तक, यानी 150 से 160 साल पहले की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, लंदन ने लंदन मेट्रो बना ली थी, और वो रिसोर्सेज कोई भी वहां के यूज नहीं हुए थे. वो पूरे रिसोर्सेज इंडिया और अफ्रीका के गए हुए रिसोर्सेज थे. आई एम नॉट सेइंग सो विद एनी डिग्री ऑफ एनिमिटी. I love many things about the Britishers. I love many things about Europe and America. But you have to be equitable. आप आज इंडिया की तरफ उंगली उठाते हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो डेवलपमेंट बाकी है. हमें 142-143 करोड़ लोगों का पेट भी भरना है, उनको स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग भी देना है, उनको डेवलपमेंट का एक परिचय भी कराना है. हमारा तो सब कुछ बाकी है. 1870 से 1885 तक पेरिस में मेट्रो बन गया था. कोई लेबर की कमी नहीं थी, कोई रिसोर्सेज की कमी नहीं थी. पूरा एशिया और अफ्रीका उनके डिस्पोजल पे था. वहां से निकाल के वो लोग पूरे रिसोर्सेज यूज करते रहे. और आज जब हमें ये बताया जाता है कि इंडिया की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, यस इंडिया की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, लेकिन वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जेनेरियो या स्टॉकहोम के एक्सपर्ट हमें नहीं बताएंगे. हमारे देश में तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, सभी प्राणियों के एक साथ शांति के साथ रहने की एक परंपरा, एक संस्कृति पहले से रही है. ये हमारे धर्म के साथ इंटीग्रली इन्वॉल्व है, अटैच्ड है, संबंधित है, नाभिनालबद्ध है. मेरे गांव में, छोटा गांव है मेरा हरियाणा में, हम जब बचपन में छोटे थे तो मंदिर गांव के बाहर था। हर दिन माताएं, बहनें और सब लोग एक एक पानी का डब्बा लेके मंदिर में पूजा करने के लिए जाते थे। और गांव से मंदिर तक का रास्ता था, उस पे दोनों तरफ ट्रीज लगाए गए थे। हर परिवार का एक पेड़ था। हर परिवार की माता बहन जब जाती थी तो उसमें पानी डाल के उसके चारों तरफ थोड़ा प्रोटेक्शन के लिए भी बनाया जाता था, और वो फॉरेस्ट तैयार हो जाता था। कुछ साल के बाद वो पेड़ यदि कटते भी थे तो नए लगा दिए जाते थे। ये हमारी संस्कृति के साथ जुड़ी हुई चीजें हैं। मैं इससे भी थोड़ा गहरा जाऊं। वी आर ए वेरी रिलीजियस कंट्री। रिलीजन यदि है तो परमात्मा के सभी स्वरूप, जिसमें मानव भी है, जिसमें बाकी प्राणी भी हैं, जिसमें प्रकृति भी है, उसके प्रति प्रेम भाव तो होना हमारे लिए लाजमी है। यदि हम धार्मिक हैं सही अर्थ में तो हम अपने सराउंडिंग्स को खराब नहीं कर सकते। वी हैव टू लव ईच एंड एवरी लिविंग स्पीशीज। लिविंग स्पीशीज इस दुनिया में एस्टिमेट जो साइंटिस्ट हैं, एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, उनके अकॉर्डिंग आज इस धरती पे 10 करोड़ स्पीशीज हैं, 10 करोड़ किस्म के प्राणी हैं, पेड़ पौधों को मिला के, सबको मिला के। और ये हमारा कमाल है, हमारी जनरेशन का कमाल है कि हर साल लगभग 60 से 70 हजार स्पीशीज हमेशा के लिए खत्म हो जाती हैं। एवरी ईयर कीड़े मकोड़े, पक्षी, जानवर, ये वो। पांडा खतरे में है, पांडा कुछ साल बाद देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। कई तरह के टाइगर खत्म हो जाएंगे। इस दुनिया के ज्यादातर इलाकों से एलिफेंट भी लुप्त हो जाएंगे। ये पाप है, हमें इस पाप से बचना है, हमें इसको अंडू करना है, हमें वापस जाना है उस तरफ जहां भारत में शंकराचार्य ने उद्घोषणा की थी, एको ब्रह्म द्वितीयो नास्ति। चाहे ये कारपेट है, चाहे ये छत है, चाहे कुछ भी है, हर तरफ सिर्फ ब्रह्म है, ब्रह्म के अतिरिक्त और कुछ भी नहीं है। अहम ब्रह्मास्मि तत्त्वमसि, मैं भी वही ब्रह्म का स्वरूप हूं, आप भी उसी ब्रह्म के स्वरूप हैं। सत्यम ब्रह्म जगत मिथ्या, ब्रह्म एकमात्र सत्य है, बाकी सब चीजें माया के कारण मिथ्या रूप में दिखाई देती हैं। सर्वम फलोइदम ब्रह्म, ब्रह्म सर्वव्यापक है। और सच्चिदानंदम ब्रह्म, सच्चित और आनंद का नाम ब्रह्म है। वो सच्चिदानंद का अनुभव हमें तभी होगा जब हम सब प्राणियों से, सब तरह के पेड़ पौधों से, फूलों से प्रेम करेंगे, उनके प्रति उत्तरदायित्व पूर्वक निर्वहन करेंगे, जवाबदारी से हम वर्तन करेंगे। इस धरती पर हम सब मानव रहते हैं। मानव अधिकार की बात दिन रात होती है, ह्यूमन डिग्निटी की भी बात होती है। आदमी के इतने अधिकार हैं, विकास का भी उसका अधिकार है, सबका अधिकार है। क्या इस धरती माता का कोई अधिकार नहीं है? अर्थ का अधिकार है कि वो विदाउट पोल्यूशन रहे। इस पूरी दुनिया में जैसे ही आप ऊपर उड़ते हैं, आप स्पेस में जाते हैं, आपको धबकता हुआ एक ग्रीन कलर का एक खूबसूरत पर्ल जैसा, मोती जैसा एक ग्रह दिखाई देता है जो पृथ्वी है। इसको भी अधिकार है कि ये पोल्यूशन से मुक्त रहे। और इसको पोल्यूशन कौन दे रहा है? कोई एलियंस आके नहीं देते हैं, बाहर के प्लेनेट से आके कोई नहीं देता है। हम लोग जो इस पृथ्वी के ऐसे पुत्र हैं जो सबसे ज्यादा बुद्धिशाली हैं, जो सबसे ज्यादा सक्षम हैं, हम अपने एक जनरेशन के स्वार्थ के लिए इस पृथ्वी को हमेशा के लिए कितनी सारी प्रॉब्लम में भर रहे हैं। अभी अभी गिनवा रहे थे, मैं नोट कर रहा था, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है, क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रही है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी खत्म हो रही है, ओजोन लेयर डिप्लीट हो रही है, सांस लेने में दिल्ली में, बीजिंग में तकलीफ होती है। मैं दिल्ली जाता हूं तो डर के भाग के आता हूं वहां विंटर सीजन में, कि यहाँ तो सांस लेना भी मुश्किल है। इसी तरह की परिस्थिति पांडेसरा, सचिन एरिया में हमें भी, यहाँ सूरत में भी महसूस होती है। इनके अलावा केमिकल टॉक्सिन्स, हैवी मेटल्स चारों ओर दरिया में डाल दिए जाते हैं। हम ये सोचते हैं कि जो हमारा कचरा है, लेट अस थ्रो इट अवे। अवे जैसा तो कुछ है ही नहीं। सभी कुछ इस पृथ्वी पे ही जाता है। जहां भी जाएगा वो हमारे पोल्यूशन को, हमारे एनवायरनमेंट को पोल्यूट करेगा, खराब करेगा। रिसाइकलिंग इज द ओनली वे। आई बिलीव सम एक्सपर्ट विल टॉक अबाउट रिसाइकलिंग टू। रिसाइकलिंग करने के अलावा कोई रास्ता नहीं है। हमें कहीं फेंक के आंख बंद कर ली जाए, उससे क्या होता है? वो तो रहता है इस पृथ्वी पे ही है। अल्टीमेटली हर चीज का कार्बन फुटप्रिंट आता है। श्रेयांश ने मुझे कहा था कि घड़ी भी देख रहा है श्रेयांश, मैं आखिरी एक बात कर रहा हूं। हम चाहे कुछ भी करते हैं, यहाँ बैठे हैं, ये बिजलियाँ जल रही हैं, ये स्क्रीन ऑन है, ये लाइट्स ऑन है, एसी ऑन है, इन सब का कार्बन फुटप्रिंट है। आज की तारीख में बहुत बड़ी बातें चल रही हैं कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल आ जाएंगे, पोल्यूशन कम हो जाएगा। पोल्यूशन यहाँ कम हो जाएगा जहाँ वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पैदा हो रही है, वहाँ तो पोल्यूशन होगा ही, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट तो आएगा। कार्बन फुटप्रिंट से बचने का एक तरीका, जो सबसे आसान तरीका है, जिसको हम स्वीकार नहीं कर रहे हैं, पैदल चलें जितना हो सकता है। कम से कम पान खाने के लिए जा रहे हैं, कम से कम पास की दुकान से, ग्रोसरी शॉप से कुछ लेने के लिए जा रहे हैं, चल के जाएं। आप यदि जिम में जा रहे हैं, आप जिम में जाते हैं, 2 किलोमीटर जाते हैं और वो ट्रेडमिल पे 3 किलोमीटर दौड़ के कहते हैं कि आज मैंने बड़ी कमाल की एक्सरसाइज कर ली। आपकी ट्रेडमिल फुटप्रिंट दे रही है, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट दे रही है, आपकी गाड़ी ने फुटप्रिंट दिया, और उतनी देर में आपने अपना टाइम वेस्ट किया। जितना हो सके उतना चलें, जितना ज़्यादा चलेंगे उतना कार्बन फुटप्रिंट खत्म होगा। एसी की ज़रूरत नहीं भी होती है तो भी एसी चला दिया जाता है। क्यों? क्योंकि हैबिट पड़ गई है। बाहर यदि थोड़ी देर धूप में पेड़ के नीचे बैठ लें तो अभी भी गर्मी नहीं लगती। मैं तो बहुत बार बैठता हूँ और मुझे याद आता है कि जब मैं गांव में बैठता था तो कभी गर्मी नहीं लगती थी। पूरी कड़कती धूप में क्रिकेट खेलते थे, एक एक टीम में 3-3 ही प्लेयर होते थे, एक विकेट कीपर, एक बॉलर, एक बैट्समैन, और फील्डिंग करने का ऑफ साइड का काम एक प्लेयर का था, ऑन साइड का दूसरे का था। गर्मी नहीं लगेगी यदि एसी को थोड़ा थोड़ा कम करने की कोशिश कर दें, और इस तरीके से हम इस धरती के लिए सस्टेनेबिलिटी और डेवलपमेंट की सही मायने में बात कर पाएंगे। विद्वान मेरे प्रेडिसेसर बोल रहे थे, कमिटमेंट कमिटमेंट कमिटमेंट। हो कुछ भी नहीं रहा है। हो इसलिए नहीं रहा है कि भूख है, लोभ है, और ज़्यादा कमा लो, और ज़्यादा दोहन कर लो, और ज़्यादा एक्सप्लॉयटेशन कर लो। लगातार पता सब है, एक्सपर्ट्स यहाँ हैं, एक्सपर्ट को बहुत पता है, लेकिन इतना पता तो हमें और आपको भी है। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमें अपने आप को कंट्रोल करना नहीं आता। वरना ज्ञान दूर कुछ क्रिया भिन्न, तो इच्छा क्यों पूरी हो मन की। कितने भी सेमिनार हो जाएं, कितने भी वर्ल्ड लेवल के फोरम हो जाएं, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ने वाला है, क्योंकि हमारी इच्छाएं ये हैं जो अनलिमिटेड हैं। हमें कंटिन्यूअसली बड़ी से बड़ी गाड़ियों में घूमना है, हर जगह फ्लाई करना है, थोड़ी से डिस्टेंस के लिए भी हमें एनर्जी की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। पूरी रात को हमें पूरे शहर को धमधमता रखना है। कुदरत ने एक व्यवस्था रखी थी कि शाम हुई, अब आराम से सो जाओ, लाइट वाइट का कम से कम उपयोग करो। मैं बचपन में तो मैं लालटेन में मैं भी पढ़ा हुआ हूँ, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। मैं तो कर गया, सिविल सर्विस का एग्जाम भी कर लिया, लालटेन वालटेन में पढ़ के हो तो सब कुछ जाता है। लेकिन बच्चों को इतनी फैसिलिटीज देने के चक्कर में कार्बन फुटप्रिंट आ रहे हैं। मैं लास्ट में वो पूरी चीज करूं जो मैं शुरू कर चुका हूं। ज्ञान दूर कुछ क्रिया भिन्न, तो इच्छा क्यों पूरी हो मन की। ये तो ऐसा हो गया कि एक बैलगाड़ी है, उसमें एक बैल आगे की तरफ खींच रहा है और एक बैल इस डायरेक्शन में खींच रहा है, वो गाड़ी तो वहीं खड़ी रहेगी। कमिटमेंट्स होंगी, मूवमेंट नहीं होगा। मूवमेंट करने के लिए हमें, आपको, हर आदमी को, हर बच्चे को, हर एक को एक डिसीजन करना पड़ेगा कि हमारी इच्छा, क्रिया और ज्ञान एक ही दिशा में चलें। जो हमें पता है उसको फॉलो करें। ज्ञान दूर कुछ क्रिया भिन्न, तो इच्छा क्यों पूरी हो मन की। एक दूसरे से न मिल सकें, यह विडंबना है जीवन की। जीवन की त्रासदी, ट्रेजेडी ये है कि पता तो सब कुछ है लेकिन करना नहीं है। आई होप SRK ने जो सेमिनार कराया है, इससे हमें थोड़ा सा आर लगेगी, थोड़ा चुभेगा, थोड़ा असर पड़ेगा, और बात यहाँ से निकलेगी तो दूर तक लग जाएगी। आई वंस अगेन congratulate गोविंद भाई, द होल SRK Youth Brigade team, and everybody, all experts who have come from all parts of India. I hope and I believe the message will go far and away, and we will leave for our coming generation a more beautiful, more habitable, more thriving a planet. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
भाई इतनी तालियां तो कम है for this amazing ignition that we all are now charged up with. Thank you so much, sir. It was truly inspirational, and of course, very thought-provoking for all of us as we now become more responsible, introspect in our daily habits, in our daily lives, so that we minimize the carbon footprints as much as possible. May I now take this opportunity further so that all the speakers would be able to listen to the other speakers well. We would request you to kindly come forward and take your places this side so that you could comfortably listen to the other speakers as well. We once again thank you so much for coming up here and sharing these amazing thoughts with our audiences. We'll continue with our discussion forward. You're all requested to kindly take your places on the floor. May I also request Sri Raj Narola to kindly come forward to take this session further.
Namaste, Jairam ji ki. I welcome all of you here with my full heart to attend this SRK Sustainability Conclave 2023. अब जो अजय जी ने बात बोला है उसमें आई लाइक टू ऐड समथिंग. आई जस्ट रेड यस्टरडे कि हमारे घर पे जो मिल्क के सैचेस आते हैं, जो मिल्क का पैकेट आता है, वी यूजुअली कट द कॉर्नर एंड थ्रो इट अवे. So only in Bengaluru, if we don't cut the edges and just like cut it, और वो कोना हम काट के नहीं फेंके, only in Bengaluru we can save 50 lakh small pieces of plastic. और small pieces of plastic को recycle करना is very tough. So these are the baby steps that Ajay sir was talking about that we can implement in our life for a more greener world tomorrow. Moving ahead, when it comes to sustainability, I take it very serious, like very seriously, and especially when it comes to wastage. And that's the reason that I take the food wastage very seriously, and that has had a very charming side effect that you can see the few extra pounds and inches has made their home on my waistline. Jokes aside, I wholeheartedly welcome each one of you present here for this remarkable event. Now, let's see the interesting and very fascinating process of how can we get started or how can we start for setting the net zero targets. How can we have an effective plan? How can we move towards implementation and achievement? And who better to guide us than Ms. Camilla Christian Rai, a renowned expert in urbanization and a counselor at the delegation of the European Union to India. To get a deeper understanding of Ms. Camilla, I'd like to play a short introduction video of her.
Co-founder, president and CEO of the Global Network for Zero.
Mrs. Camilla Christensen Ray has spearheaded groundbreaking bilateral cooperation on energy between India and Denmark, driving sustainable development and innovation. A distinguished member of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in India, she is recognized for her expertise in energy efficiency, notably for her contributions to bilateral cooperation on energy efficiency in buildings with China. She has championed climate projects in the Czech Republic and Bulgaria, forging successful partnerships with private stakeholders to combat climate change and promote sustainable practices. Please welcome Mrs. Camilla Rai, Councillor at the delegation of the European Union to India.
It is my honor to invite Ms. Camilla Christian Rai to take the stage and share her valuable insights and experiences with her. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this kind introduction video. Thank you, of course, for the invitation. Thank you to Sir of SKR, His Highness of Udaipur, and all esteemed speakers, and of course, participants. So I will speak to you about the EU. I will speak to you about urbanization, and I've also been asked to speak about targets, implementation, how to get started, and how to reach the achievements. So basically, I've been asked to speak about 4 parts here. How to get started, put in place an effective plan, move into implementation, and reach achievements. But first, I would like to share with you about the EU, the European Union. The European Union aims to be climate neutral by 2050. So, to have an economy with net zero greenhouse gas emissions. This objective is a central part of the EU Green Deal. The EU Green Deal is the policy, strategy for the European Union. And it's also a response to the commitment of the Paris Agreement. The EU has an immediate target that by 2030 to reach at least a 55% reduction in greenhouse gases. This also brings me to cities. Urbanization is what I work with, sustainable urbanization, since 2017 here in India. And cities plays an important role. 7 out of 10 people are expected to live in cities. And today, cities are responsible for 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So, sustainable urbanization, cities plays a very important role when we talk about climate change, sustainability, greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Secondly, about the EU and Government of India has a strategic partnership. It is a long-term and strong partnership at the highest level, Prime Minister level, between the Government of India and the EU. And within this strategic partnership, we work on different sectors. One of them is the partnership on smart and sustainable urbanization. This is with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. The partnership on smart and sustainable urbanization was agreed at the EU-India Summit in 2017. And the EU and India have a shared vision on a smart and sustainable urbanization for the benefits of all citizens and for the world. So what do we do on smart and sustainable urbanization? We work on the planning part, on the urban resilience, on investments in smart and sustainable urbanization, in city climate action, which I will come back to today, business solutions in sustainable urbanization. I work on water, urban water sector, housing, sustainable urban mobility. All these sectors are important when we talk about net zero, when we talk about climate action, because they have a contribution through the greenhouse gases. And also I'd like to mention the promotion of the implementation. It is through what we call the EU Global Gateway. The EU Global Gateway is the template for the EU to build resilient connections with people and with the world. And now, of course, as we are in Surat today, I'd like to share with you our work, because Surat Municipal Corporation and the city of Rotterdam in the Netherlands have a long-term city-to-city cooperation, and this is one of the ways we are working, bringing together cities in India and in Europe to learn from each other, to work in a partnership. So now I will speak about the four points. So basically, how to get started. First of all, I'd like to say that when we talk about climate action, and in this respect, city climate action, it is multidisciplinary. It is a holistic approach. It was also mentioned today by an earlier speaker. It means to work together, to work across departments, across agencies. So it is holistic. We have to take a holistic approach to it. It also reflects togetherness. We need to work together in order to work on the net zero, in order to work on the climate action. So working together means in the preparation, in the monitoring, and in the implementation. And it also requires a vision which will show us in the right direction. So it has different ingredients when we say how to get started. And another point I'd like to say about how to get started is to build on and remember all the good work which is already taking place. Like, for example, yesterday I visited the factory of SRK, and I could see the certification of LEED in the platinum. So build on what is all the good work which is already taking place. I think that is one ingredient also to how to get started. Recently we had our EU-India Urban Forum in New Delhi. We organized together with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And here we focused on excellent solutions. And we saw the excellent solutions which cities are working on across India, and also at the national level, of course, and from cities in the EU. So to work on, to build on what is already going on. And one of the examples here is like solid waste management, because solid waste management is one of the components when we have to look at climate action. Because you have a greenhouse gas emission, potential greenhouse gas emission from the landfill of the methane. But solid waste is a topic we have worked on in many, many years. So build on what is already been going on. But also look at it in a new context. Look at it in a new context, and this is where we come back to the holistic approach. Look at it as, we need to look at this as a cross-cutting and not so much in, you can say, verticals. And another 2 points about how to get started is the definitions. Like we talk about sustainability, and sometimes once we start discussing words like this, there may be different understandings of sustainability. And I just want to give an example, because when we talk about smart cities mission, smart cities program, the understanding of what is a smart city can be very different. So I think to get started is somehow, one thing is to synchronize definitions. So what do we mean by sustainability? There can be different understandings of it. And if we want to reach a goal, it's good to have a kind of a somehow similar starting point. And the last point I want to mention here is that under the G20, there's the Urban 20 group. And here I'm also involved in the work of the National Institute of Urban Affairs. and the work is on environmental responsible behavior. So again, an element into it is the behavior. So this was a few points about, you can say, how to get started. So next point, so to put in place an effective plan. And a couple of points I would like to mention here. Put in place an effective plan. One of the items here is that from my view here, it needs to be an impact-based plan. And we're also trying to work on impact-based urbanization. I'll come back to this. Second point is about the data. There will be needed some kind of data. There will be needed data from energy, from transport, from buildings, from solid waste. All this needs to be there in order to to make up the plan, to monitor the plan, to report on the plan, and so on. So about the impact-based approach, so it basically means a little bit comparison to being more activity-based, but because the activity-based will lock us in, we will kind of think that we have to do all these activities, and we may forget the overall impact we want to reach. So that's why I'm talking about put the plan in place which is impact-based. Impact-based, it will have a little longer term kind of a goal, what we want to achieve, and then it is relatively dynamic how we are going to get there. This will, because on the other hand, if you work on the activity-based starting point, you will just say, I have to do 10 this and that, 10 workshops, 10 so and so, and then probably I reach my goal. But it may not be that, because it's not really that easy to plan in a head, and everything is dynamic. So that is one point. About the data, I mean, this is a work which I think has two dimensions. One dimension is that for one actual plan, let's say a plan to move to net zero for a company, for a city. That's one job, to get the data, to understand whether the data has of high quality, and so on. But from my work in urbanization, water sector, I also work on air pollution. I mean, actually, there's some similarities here on the data, because it's not really always easy to find or get. So on the broader scope, I think a really important contribution could be on a more generic kind of a tool or guideline on data. It will be very much helpful for this work and also in the broader context. And another side of the data is the indicators. So how are we going to, we have the plan, we want to put it in place, but we need some kind of indicators. So we could use some from the Sustainable Development Goals, because they are already in place. There's already indicators in place. So, and this is a kind of a common language. So it's understood by many different parties, global level, national level. So that could be one way to look at the indicators. Another way to look at the indicators for the plan here is from Government of India. You have the Climate Smart City Assessment Framework. So even that is, you can say it is working towards cities. I'm sure it can be used in other contexts as well, if you wish to make the plan for company or otherwise. So it is some places to go for the inspiration of the data set and the indicators. Yeah, and I talked about the quality of the data. And why is this data important? It's also important to get, in order to take, you can say, informed decisions. So we want to do this and that solution to go to net zero, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We want to put in a solution, let's say electrical vehicles or something. But we need to understand what impact does it have? how can we actually measure the impact? So that's also why and of course there's a cost to the solutions. So again, the data set is really important, and I really think that in the broader context, from a conclave like this, that could be a very, very beneficial contribution in a generic term to work on the data for this kind of plans. And as I said, working on the excellent solutions which is already taking place. Yeah. And when I say excellent solutions and how to put the plan in place, is that there may be excellent solutions on urban mobility, on transport, otherwise in a city, in one context, but it needs, if you find this useful, it needs to be translated into the next context. So we cannot just pick up something from one city and put it in another city. We have to understand the interface. We have to transform it. That is whether it is within India, within Europe, from India to Europe the other way. It has to be transformed. It has to be related to the local context. Right. So now I will speak to you about the last point. So now we have the plan in place, we have got started, and now we want to move into implementation. So I want to give you one example, and that is in fact inspired because I did work with Udaipur Municipal Corporation almost 3 years together with the city from Denmark. And one of the work we did, or one of the work we looked at, was the wastewater and the wastewater treatment. Because in the context of climate change and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, the potential of producing energy from the wastewater is very interesting, and is also done some places, but basically have multiple benefits. So move into implementation. One way, or one example, look at the potential producing energy from the wastewater. It can have a benefit of actually having sufficient electricity to run the wastewater treatment plants itself and selling to the grid. Also, it will have an environmental positive benefit because instead of, you can say, taking the sewage and collecting it and basically dumping it in the nature, it has a methane emission. So it has it's a multiple benefit, and it is a resource actually. The wastewater is a resource to produce energy. Yeah. So this is one example. I want to also give one example from our city-to-city cooperation, which is International Urban and Regional Cooperation between City of Surat and City of Rotterdam, and the very good work here on what is the Surat Water Plaza. And it has multiple effects, because what it is basically a square. It is a sunken square, so it has the benefit of capturing the water if there's a lot of water. It also has a more religious way when you have the festival of the Ganesh, but it also has a social function as a square for meetings, sports, and so on. But it has been nominated, and it was shown in London for an exhibition for its excellence solutions and how to respond to the climate change. So this, of course, I want to mention, since we are, of course, here in Surat. So I talked about the local context. Generally, just in order to conclude here, I think the approach going forward and towards the achievements is to do two things, maybe a little bit at the same time. To remember what did we do a few years back. And what I mean here is that in India, you have the excellent solutions of the step wells. And you have the excellent solutions, I mean, how you actually building, constructing the housing, which does not necessarily then need the air conditioning. To kind of recall this way of working, but also going forward, instead of looking at the sectors individually, like the energy sector, solid waste, transport, building, and so on, more take the holistic approach, which I also spoke about in the beginning, because I think that is how we can find the new solutions. It is not solution just about automatically we are thinking of some solutions we know, but we actually innovate something new. And one example for this I want to mention is that my understanding is that in some of the, if you say buildings and the glass in the buildings, it also has solar panels inside the glass. So I think this kind of unique new ways of constructing the buildings, combining with the solar panels, I think this is where we somehow could move towards and find new solutions like this. So what I want to conclude here is that to start, to make the plan, to go into implementation, and to achieve that, first of all, to take the holistic approach, to focus on togetherness. We have to be together, we have to work together on this, to build on excellent solutions already in place, but also take it into the new context, translate into local context, and work on it as an impact-based approach rather than activity. And then we need to unlock, find the new solutions. Maybe forget some of the solutions we know, but find the new ones. And the last one I want to mention again here is the data. If we can somehow work on the data in a generic term, this will be a benefit for the, you can say, the business approach or the city approach, but also in a much larger approach in order to achieve the net zero. So thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamilaji, for your words of inspiration for all of us. I would like to begin by introducing myself. My name is Dhruval Dolakia. I am the young family member of SRK. My topic for the day is decarbonizing existing assets. Existing and new, there are two types of assets in all of our lives. Existing is valued because of its history and legacy that it creates with us. New is valued because it is modern, chic, and everybody likes new well. Existing, if say for example we're to be building a new building for a factory, we will definitely make plans for it to be compliant with all the sustainable resources. But the bigger challenge here is to decarbonize something that has been with you for years and years to go. SRK Empire was an existing asset with us. In order to get that to net zero and LEED Platinum, it took us a little bit of while because it was a challenge. There is a lot of learning in existing assets because we have a lot of history attached to it. I would like to introduce the Prince of Udaipur, who I now happily would call a friend of mine, to please come on stage and join us. Who better to learn about existing assets than someone who is the 77th generation in his family, and who better to join us? I would like a short video and then introduce Mr. Laksharaj Singh Mewar, the Prince of Udaipur. And HRH Group of Hotels. Thank you.
Sports patron, business leader, and 6 times Guinness World Records holder in community service and green initiatives. Maharaj Kumar Sahib Laksharat Singh Ji, Mewar of Udaipur, has since an early age dedicated himself to public service by building communities and working to improve the lives of hard-working ordinary people. His passion for raising awareness in education, health, and the environment has positively impacted thousands of lives. Please welcome Shri Laksharat Singh Ji Mewar, Prince of Udaipur.
आप सभी को सबसे पहले मेरा मेवाड़ का बहुत बहुत नमन और बहुत बहुत प्रणाम और बहुत बहुत नमस्कार। परम श्रद्धेय काका, पूरा SRK परिवार, अन्य जगहों से पधारे सभी अतिथि, देखिए मैं बहुत ही गैर औपचारिक इंसान हूँ। आप इस सभाकार का माहौल जो है थोड़ा हल्का कर लीजिए, क्योंकि इतने लोगों ने इतनी बातें बोली हैं कि उनको जो है सोचना, पचाना, समझना जो है उसके लिए थोड़ा सा जो है वो वक्त लग सकता है। मुझे उम्मीद जो है अक्सर पीछे वालों से थोड़ी ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि मुझे मेरी कक्षाएं याद आती है, क्योंकि मुझे भी सबसे बढ़िया कुर्सियां अगर कुछ लगती थी तो वो आखिरी वाली लगती थी, क्योंकि जैसे 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 आदमी जो है आगे वाली कुर्सियों पे आता जाता है वैसे वैसे वो उतना 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 गंभीर होता चला जाता है। मुझे ये बताइए कि मैं जिंदा लोगों के सामने बैठा हूं, अकड़ जो है वो मुर्दा लोगों के अंदर होती है। सोचकर मैं बहुत कुछ आया था। एक बात आप तय समझिए कि मैं कोई भी ज्ञान की बात नहीं करूंगा, और वो इस वजह से नहीं कि मैं करना नहीं चाहता, वो इस वजह से कि मुझे आती नहीं। मन में, मस्तिष्क में, दिल दिमाग में देखिए बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। हम लोग बहुत कुछ सोचते हैं, बहुत कुछ करना चाहते हैं, बहुत कुछ बदलना चाहते हैं, पर मैं ये मानता हूं कि बदलता वही है जो बदलना चाहता है। तो आज हम लोगों को इस सभाकार के अंदर जो है एक चीज को तय करना चाहिए। इतनी खुशी की बात है, इतनी अच्छी बात है कि ऐसी सोच को आज हमारे सामने जो है वो रखा जा रहा है। इस सोच के ऊपर हमारे को कहीं ना कहीं एक कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। पर देखिए, सबसे पहली बात जो हमारे को समझनी है या जाननी है या पहचाननी है वो ये है कि इस चीज की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी, ऐसा दौर और ऐसा समय क्यों आया। देखिए, आज की तारीख में इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं, इसमें कोई शक की बात नहीं कि जो है वो इंसान इंसान से जो है वो दूर होता चला जा रहा है, पर ये दुनिया छोटी होती जा रही है। तो क्या हम वाकई में एक दूसरे के करीब आ रहे हैं? हम वाकई में आज की परिस्थिति, आज के हालात को जो है हम लोग समझ रहे हैं, या हमारे को इन चीजों के ऊपर आलोचनाओं करने, जैसे कि हमने कहा, हम लोग सबसे अच्छा काम ये करते हैं कि ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये वो पड़ोसी करता रहेगा, हमारी टोपी किसी और के सर के ऊपर, किसी और के साथ में हम लोग गलती निकाल लें। ये चीज हम लोग ध्यान रखें कि आलोचना करने वालों के आज दिन तक कभी भी स्मारक नहीं बने, उनको कभी भी याद नहीं किया गया है। किसी व्यक्ति विशेष ने कोई बदलाव करे हैं, कोई आदमियों ने जो है वो कोई चीज अलग तरीके से कोई परिवर्तन करा है, उनको जरूर याद रखा गया। और ये जो समय ऐसा है, ये सोच जो हमारे सामने जो है वो ऐसी है कि इसके अंदर हम लोगों को किसी और के ऊपर इस चीज की जिम्मेदारी डालने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। अगर आज की तारीख में कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है तो वो हम सब लोगों को कार्य करने की आवश्यकता है। ये किसी एक व्यक्ति विशेष या एक शहर की आवश्यकता नहीं है। आज ये हम मानते हैं कि इंसान जो है उस दुनिया की पहली इकाई है, और वो हम सब लोग हैं, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। मेरे घर वाले मेरे लिए माने ना माने, पर मैं भी इंसानों की श्रेणी में ही आता हूं। पर मैं ये मानता हूं कि इंसान जो है इस पृथ्वी की पहली इकाई है। इंसान से घर बनता है, घर से गली बनती है, गली से मोहल्ला बनता है, मोहल्ले से शहर बनता है, शहर से प्रदेश बनता है, प्रदेश से देश बनता है, और देश से दुनिया बनती है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अगर उस चीज को करने की आवश्यकता है तो हम लोगों की इस सोच के ऊपर हर एक व्यक्ति को जो है वो करने की आवश्यकता है। ये कोई परेशानी आ रही है, पानी को लेकर हो, किसी और दूसरी अन्य चीजों को लेकर हो, हम लोग हमेशा जो है ये कोशिश करते हैं कि उस चीज को हम किसी के ऊपर डाल लें। पर आज से अगर हम लोग ये यहाँ पर बैठे प्रण कर लें, छोटी छोटी चीजों को लेकर अगर हम लोग प्रण कर लें, तो इसके अंदर इतनी सारी चीजों के ऊपर जो है तब्दीलियां आ सकती हैं। और छोटा चीजों को हम तभी समझते हैं, कल शाम को भी हम लोग इस चीज के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे थे, छोटा जो है हम चीजों को केवल दो ही कारणों की वजह से समझते हैं। और अब ये दौर ऐसा नहीं है कि किसी चीज को छोटा समझा जाए। और छोटे समझने का जो मेरे मायने में जो है, जो हम लोग चीजों को छोटा समझने लग जाते हैं, वो ये होता है दो कारणों की वजह से। और वो ये है कि या तो हम उस चीज को बहुत दूर से देख रहे हैं, या हम उसे बहुत गुरूर से देख रहे हैं। तो ये सस्टेनेबिलिटी जो अंग्रेजी के अंदर हम लोग इस शब्द के बारे में चर्चा करते रहते हैं, उसको अगर आप हकीकत के मायने में देखें तो मेरे जैसी एक मतलब कम सोचने वाले व्यक्ति की जो इसके ऊपर एक दृष्टिकोण जाता है, वो ये है कि बात सस्टेनेबिलिटी की नहीं है, बात एबिलिटी टू सस्टेन की है। कि हम लोग जो है इस चीज को लेकर कितनी काबिलियत रखते हैं इन चीजों को जो है पूरी तरीके से संभालने के लिए, और इसके प्रति कितने हम लोग जिम्मेदार हैं। आज बताया गया कि 7 गिनीज वर्ल्ड बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड से मुझे नवाजा गया। अगर मैं ये बात कहूं कि मुझे इस चीज की खुशी नहीं, तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं झूठ बोल रहा हूं। उसके अंदर जो है सारे के सारे जो है वो हमारे या तो पर्यावरण से, या सारे के सारे जो गिनीज वर्ल्ड बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स रहे वो सारे के सारे समाज सेवा के अंदर रहे। इसमें कोई शक की बात नहीं कि एक खुशी की बात है, एक अच्छा लगता है। पर इससे ज्यादा अच्छी लगने वाली बात यह है कि ये अवार्ड जब मिले, और जब मैं आज इतनी खूबसूरत भूमि के ऊपर, हकीकत में अगर आप पूछो तो मुझे ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि मैं घर पे खड़ा हूं, मुझे ऐसा ही लग रहा है कि जैसे अपने प्रांगण में अपने परिवार के बीच में हूं। और ये जो प्यार, और तब इस बात को मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी से कहता हूं, बड़े मन से कहता हूं इस बात को, कि जब वो सारे अलंकरण मिले, जब उन अलंकरणों को दिया गया, मुझे मिले, उसके सामने जब मेरे देश का नाम लिखा हुआ था ना, भारत लिखा हुआ था, कि ये जो अलंकरण दिए जा रहे हैं एक भारतीय को दिए जा रहे हैं, उस चीज की जो खुशी थी वो शायद उस अवार्ड से बढ़कर थी। और आज की तारीख में अगर इस दुनिया के अंदर किसी को ये पैगाम पहुंचाना है, तो वो हिंदुस्तान से जाना चाहिए, वो भारत से जाना चाहिए। और वो यहाँ पर खड़े हैं सूरत के अंदर इतने खूबसूरत लोगों के बीच में, और इससे बेहतर मेरे लिए सौभाग्य की बात है कि आपने मुझे लायक समझा, योग्य समझा, और आपके इस परिवार के अंदर मुझे बुलाया, मुझे चंद लम्हे और चंद वक्त दिया आप लोगों से बात करने के लिए। इससे ज़्यादा खुशी नहीं हो सकती कि जब ये दुनिया कहेगी कि पर्यावरण का और हमारे पूरे पृथ्वी को ख्याल रखने का, अपनी माँ का ख्याल रखने का जो है वो पैगाम अगर कहाँ से निकला, तो इस भारत देश से निकला, इस सभाकार से निकला, इस खूबसूरत परिवार से निकला, और सूरत से निकला। और जब जाकर जो है ये दुनिया अगर इस नक्शे कदम पे चलने लगेगी, तो हम लोगों को लगेगा कि हमने हमारे कदम जो है वो सही दिशा के अंदर उठाए थे, सही कारणों की वजह से उठाए थे। आने वाली जो भावी पीढ़ी है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो है हम लोगों को कोसेगी नहीं। आज हम लोगों को इस चीज का ध्यान रखना है कि हम लोग आज केवल इसका संरक्षण कर सकते हैं पृथ्वी का, और पृथ्वी का संरक्षण हम इन लोगों के लिए कर रहे हैं जो आने वाली हमारी भावी पीढ़ी होगी। तो ये हमारी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बनती है। पानी की टूटियों को हम लोगों को अब खुला छोड़ने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। बहुत छोटा सा उदाहरण है, पर ये हम लोग सब कर सकते हैं। हम लोगों को गाड़ियां जो है हम लोग चालू करके रखते हैं। सारे उदाहरणों के बारे में जो है ये जो है वो चर्चा की गई है। पर आज हम लोगों को ये समझना है कि इस चीज का बदलाव अगर कहीं ना कहीं से चालू होगा, तो हमारे वो मन और मस्तिष्क से चालू होगा। हमारे मन को साफ रखने की जो है वो बहुत आवश्यकता है। और ये वक्त ऐसी चीज है जिसकी हमारे को कदर करने की जरूरत है। इसमें कोई शक की बात नहीं कि वक्त आता है और वक्त जाता है, वक्त आता है और वक्त जाता है। वक्त को संभाल कर रखिए, वक्त बेवक्त काम आता है। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जो सोच आज हम लोगों के साथ में यहाँ पर बांटी गई है, हम लोग केवल इसको यहाँ तक सीमित नहीं रखेंगे। आने वाले समय के अंदर जो है इस चीज की तब्दीलियां और बदलाव जो है हम जमीन पर लाने का एक प्रयास करेंगे। हम लोग 1500 साल से जो है वो परिवार इस पृथ्वी के ऊपर चलते हुए आ रहा है, और खुशी की बात यह है कि हम लोग पिछले 550 साल से एक ही मकान में रह रहे हैं। छत जो है वो वही की वही है। तो ये हम लोग एक प्रयास करते हैं कि आज की तारीख में आने वाले समय के अंदर जिन चीज़ों की आवश्यकता ना हो, जिन चीज़ों को करने की ज़रूरत ना हो, क्योंकि केवल हम लोग उसको अहम में या गुरूर के अंदर उस चीज़ को करने का एक प्रयास करें, ऐसा हम लोग नहीं करें। और केवल, और ये देखिए हमारी माँ, हम लोग, हमारी मिट्टी और हमारी संस्कृति हमारे को बहुत कुछ सिखा कर जाती है, पर कई कई बार क्या है कि हम उन चीज़ों को नज़रअंदाज कर देते हैं, उन चीज़ों के बारे में हम लोग गहराइयों से सोचते नहीं है, चाहे वो हमारी भाषा हो, चाहे वो हमारा छत हो। आज मैं कमिश्नर साहब का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा, क्योंकि मैं पहले आधे एक घंटे जो है वो थोड़ा सा अटपटाट में बैठा हुआ था कि सब लोग अंग्रेजी के अंदर बात कर रहे हैं। मैं किसी भाषा के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, मुझे भाषाएं बहुत पसंद है, भाषाएं जो है वो जोड़ने का काम करती है, पर इस कीमत पे नहीं होनी चाहिए कि जहाँ मैं मेरी माँ को भूल जाऊं, मैं मेरी मातृभाषा को मैं भूल जाऊं। और देखिए, मैं एक बात बड़े खुशी से कहता हूं, और ये बात यहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा लागू होती है, क्योंकि इससे बेहतर जगह, इससे बेहतर मंच जो है वो मुझे मिल नहीं सकता था इस बात को कहने के लिए, कि जहाँ कहीं पे भी चले जाओ ना, हम लोग और कुछ अन्य स्टेट के भी लोग होंगे तो वो दूसरी भाषा में बात करने लग जाएंगे। पर एक स्टेट ऐसी है जिसको अमेरिका में भी मिलो ना, वो अपने भाषा और खाने को नहीं छोड़ते हैं। तो मैं बड़े खुशी के साथ में इस बात को कहता हूं कि हम लोगों को, आज पूरे देश को जो है वो गुजरात से और आप लोगों से सीखना चाहिए कि आप लोग अपने स्वाभिमान को, अपनी मातृभाषा को, अपनी मिट्टी को अपनी आत्मा में कैसे ओढ़ के पूरी दुनिया को लेकर चलते हैं। ये एक सीखने और समझने वाली बात है। और आजकल अन्य चीजों को जो है बहुत कूल बना दिया है, अंग्रेजी भाषा को बहुत कूल बना दिया है। बोलनी चाहिए, अच्छी बात है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय भाषा है, आनी चाहिए। और हम लोग अब उस संस्कृति के प्रति दौड़ने लग गए, हम लोग अब पश्चिम की तरफ इतना बुरी तरीके से दौड़ने लग गए कि उनको सीखने के लिए, समझने के लिए, देखने के लिए, जहां पर सूरज भी डूब जाता है। हम उस पृथ्वी से आते हैं जहाँ सूर्य उदय होता है। हम लोगों को जो है इस चीज को समझने की आवश्यकता है कि हमारी संस्कृति ने हमारे को इससे बेहतर चीजें सिखाई है। अब भाषा का ही उदाहरण ले लेते हैं, अगर भाषा की चर्चा कर रहे हैं, यहीं से मुझे तसव्वुर में, मेरे ख्याल में एक बात आ जाती है, मैं उसी को आप लोगों के साथ में बांट लेता हूँ। देखिए, अंग्रेजी भाषा जो है ना, वो ए फॉर एप्पल से शुरू होती है और Z फॉर जीरो पर जाकर, शून्य पर जाकर खत्म हो जाती है। इसके बाद अगर मेरी बात आप तक पहुंचाए तो मुझे एहसास कराइएगा कि मेरी बात आप तक पहुंची है। और हिंदी भाषा को देखिए, आप अपनी माँ को देखो, आप कैसे आपको जो है वो गले से लगाकर रखती है और कैसे अपना सफर जो है वो तय कराती है। अ से अनपढ़ से शुरू होती है हमारी भाषा, ज्ञ पर ज्ञानी पर जाकर खत्म होती है हमारी भाषा। तो आज आप देखिए ना कि अगर अपनी भाषा में इतनी ताकत है, केवल एक उदाहरण के अंदर इतनी ताकत है, तो क्या हम हमारे पर्यावरण का और क्या हमारी हम धरती माँ का हम लोग ध्यान नहीं रख सकते, जिसको हम मातृभाषा भी कहते हैं, मातृभूमि भी कहते हैं? क्या हम लोग आज की तारीख में इन चीज़ों का ख्याल नहीं कर सकते? आज हम इस माँ के बेटे या बेटियां नहीं हैं? आज ये क्या हम लोगों की जिम्मेदारी नहीं बनती? अगर हमारे अंदर जो है वो एक अलख जगाने की एक आवश्यकता है, उस दीप को हम लोगों को जलाने की आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि आता सबको है, पर करना कितने लोग चाहते हैं वो हम सब पे जो है वो हम सबको तय करने वाली बात है। अंत में मैं दो पंक्तियों को कहकर अपनी बात को मैं विराम देना चाहूंगा, और ये पंक्तियां जो है मैं श्री आदरणीय काका को समर्पित करता हूं, उनकी सोच को जो है वो मैं समर्पित करता हूं, और आज यहाँ पर जो पूरा परिवार यहाँ पर उपस्थित है उसको मैं समर्पित करता हूं। और पुनः आपको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं कि आज आपने मुझे यहाँ पर बुलाया। देखिए, इसके साथ में एक बात और सिद्ध होती है, एक बात और साबित होती है जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। आज आपने केवल व्यक्तिगत लक्ष्यराज सिंह मेवाड़ को बुलाकर उसका सम्मान नहीं किया, यहाँ अगर आपने कुर्सी दी है ना, तो सारे देश के युवाओं का आपने सम्मान किया है कि आज की तारीख में हम लोग युवाओं को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहते हैं। मेरे लिए ये सौभाग्य की बात है कि मैं एक उस कम उम्र की श्रेणी के देश से आता हूं जो आज की तारीख में पूरे विश्व के अंदर एक सबसे उभरता हुआ युवा देश के तौर के ऊपर है। आपने उस युवा का आज की तारीख में सम्मान किया है। अंत में ये पंक्तियां जो हैं श्री पंडित नरेंद्र मिश्र की हैं, और ये उदयपुर के हमारे मेवाड़ के बहुत ही विख्यात कवि हैं जिन्होंने इन पंक्तियों को लिखा है, और लिखा दीप पर है, और आज जो है वो एक ज्वाला के ऊपर जो है उसके ऊपर लिखा है। और आज जो आप सोच यहाँ पर लागू कर रहे हैं वो किसी ज्वाला और दीप से कम नहीं। अब हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि हम हमारी आत्मा में, मन में इस दीप को जलाकर इसको आगे बढ़ें। सूर्यवंशी न्यास का ये रश्मि रथ चलता रहेगा, पीढ़ियों के रक्त में इसका सुयश चलता रहेगा। रीति रघुकुल की जो शिव से विरासत में मिली हो, आंधियों में वह दिया जलता रहा, जलता रहेगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। सत सत नमन, नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, Lakshya ji, for your kind words and inspirational words. Good morning, namaste everyone. Myself, Utkarsh Narola, from the young leadership of SRK family, and proud to say that fourth generation of the diamond business started by my grandfather in 1964. Today, disruptive technologies and innovations are critical in today's era. We have seen a lot of innovations in the field of solar, hydro, and we have started seeing a lot of electric vehicles on road as well. These innovations are key and essential for improving our life and for the coming generation. All the major brands, our clients in Europe and America, are looking for sustainable partners and suppliers. Today, we at SRK are totally committed towards net zero by 2024. Both our buildings are Platinum LEED certified. We have solarized more than 2,000 rooftops. And importantly, we have started educating our employees on sustainability as well. To speak on this further, let me introduce to you, and it's my pleasure to introduce our renowned speaker from IIT Gandhinagar, Professor Rajat Poona. We have a short video about him. Please welcome Professor Rajat Poona.
Known for his contributions to high-performance computing and language technologies and for leading national-level initiatives. His acumen and professional accomplishments has bestowed upon him numerous awards. Please welcome Professor Rajat Poona, Director, IIT Gandhinagar.
Please, Rajat Poona sir ji.
Good morning, and let me first of all take this opportunity to thank SRK International for organizing a very, very contemporary conclave in the area of sustainability. Sustainability is a problem that we all are facing, and I want to actually take this opportunity to talk about few things, and I think I will also switch over to Hindi, हमारी खुद की मातृभाषा। तो एक बार मैं अपने किसी दोस्त के साथ बैठा हुआ था और ये बात चल रही थी कि ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है, और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग जो हो रही है उससे सी लेवल राइज हो रहा है और शायद लैंड मास कुछ कम हो जाएगा। तो मैंने उससे सबसे पहले ये क्वेश्चन किया, साइंटिफिक फिजिक्स में मैंने हमेशा सुना है कि अगर आप पानी में बर्फ डाल दो तो बर्फ तैरती है, और बर्फ जब पिघलती है तो पानी का लेवल सेम रहता है, गिलास में पानी गिलास से कभी छलकता नहीं है। तो समुद्र में जो हमारे आइस वर्क्स जो तैर रहे हैं, अगर वो पिघल भी जाएंगे तो क्या होगा, क्यों समुद्र का लेवल बढ़ेगा? एंड एक्चुअली ये मेरे दिमाग में हमेशा रहता था कि हम क्यों ऐसी बातें करते हैं कि समुद्र का लेवल, हाँ ग्लोबल वार्मिंग होगी मुझे समझ में आता है, टेम्परेचर बढ़ेंगे समझ में आता है, लेकिन समुद्र का लेवल क्यों बढ़ेगा? और उसने मुझे बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग सी, वो हमारे जो दोस्त थे वो अर्थ साइंटिस्ट थे, तो उन्होंने मुझे बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग चीजें बताई और मैं उसको आपके सामने कुछ रखना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहली चीज कि समुद्र के जो लेवल हैं वो समुद्र में तैरते हुए आइसबर्ग के पिघलने से नहीं बढ़ रहे। तो कम से कम मेरा एक जमीर था, मेरा जो क्वेश्चन था वो मेरा शांत हुआ। तो समुद्र के लेवल बढ़ क्यों रहे हैं? बोले लैंड पे इतना आइस मास है और जब वो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वजह से पिघलता है तो वो सारा का सारा पानी लैंड से समुद्र में जाता है। फिर भी मेरा मन नहीं माना, मैंने कहा समुद्र तो बहुत बड़ा है और लैंड तो छोटी सी है, कितना भी पानी पिघला देंगे आप तो बहुत ज़्यादा तो टेम्परेचर कितना भी बढ़ा देंगे बहुत ज़्यादा तो लेवल फिर भी नहीं बढ़ेगा। तो दूसरी चीज उसने ये बताई कि आप जो समुद्र का जो समुद्र पे जो आइस वर्क्स देख रहे हैं वो केवल 1/10 ऊपर दिखाई दे रहे हैं. 9 times what is visible is under that, under the sea. So it is not floating, it is actually resting on the surface. और जब वो पिघलेगा तो वो चारों तरफ फैलेगा और वो समुद्र का जो पानी का मास है वो बढ़ेगा, क्योंकि ये आइस बहुत ज्यादा है. शायद मुझे समझ में आया. लेकिन उसके बाद मुझे उसने एक बहुत और भी अच्छी चीज कही. बोले ये जो समुद्र का जो पानी में बढ़ेगा वो तो ठीक है, शायद लैंड मास कम होगा, लेकिन इसके साथ ही हमारी पूरी प्लेनेट की इवोल्यूशन की हिस्ट्री जो इसमें रिकॉर्डेड है वो खत्म हो जाएगी. और वो क्या है कि हर साल वहां पे पानी गिरता है, हर साल वहां पे बर्फ गिरती है, हर साल वहां पे बर्फ की एक लेयर बनती है, और उसके बाद हर साल उसके ऊपर यह धूल की लेयर बनती है, फिर उसके बाद बर्फ की लेयर बनती है, फिर धूल की लेयर बनती है, बर्फ की लेयर, धूल की लेयर, बर्फ की लेयर, धूल की लेयर. और अगर हम इसको खोदें और इसका कोर निकालें तो हमें यह मालूम पड़ता है कि किस साल बर्फ ज्यादा गिरी और किस साल जो है बर्फ कम गिरी. हमारा प्लैनेट का इवोल्यूशन किस तरह से हुआ वो हमें मालूम पड़ता है. और जब ये बर्फ पिघल जाएगी तो शायद हमारी ये नॉलेज कि इस प्लैनेट का इवोल्यूशन किस तरह हुआ वो भी खत्म हो जाएगा. इस बर्फ में बहुत हिस्ट्री दबी हुई है, चाहे वो मानवता की हो, चाहे वो विलुप्त हुए उन प्राणियों की हो, चाहे उन डायनासोर्स की हो, चाहे वो लावा की हो. इस बर्फ में हमारी बहुत प्लैनेट के इवोल्यूशन की हिस्ट्री छिपी हुई है जो सब खत्म हो जाएगी. और ये बात मुझे समझ में आई. अब उसके बाद मैंने कहा कि हाँ ये बात तो सही है, और इसलिए अब मुझे समझ में आता है कि जो ओजोन लेयर का जो होल की बात करते हैं उसका क्या इंपैक्ट होगा. और साइंटिफिकली अब हमें दिखता है कि ओजोन की लेयर का होल धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है. तो शायद हम कुछ सही स्टेप्स कर रहे हैं ओवर फ्यू ईयर्स, लेकिन ओवर सेवरल सेंचुरीज जो हमने गलती की हैं, कई 100 साल की जो गलतियां की हैं, उसे शायद हम 10 साल में, 5 साल में, 7 साल में कंप्लीट नहीं कर सकते. हमारा ये प्रयास कि 2024 तक हम नेट जीरो हो जाएंगे, ये उसमें एक पहल है. लेकिन हमें नेट जीरो नहीं होना है, हमें नेट पॉजिटिव होना है. हमें कार्बन को कम करना है जो हमारे कई 100 सालों से निकला हुआ है, और ये एक हमारी महत्वपूर्ण जरूरत है. तो ओजोन के लेयर के होल की और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की बात मुझे कुछ समझ में आई. अब मैंने थोड़ा उसके बारे में ज्यादा सोचा. 1950 से आज हम 2023 से 2025, 75 साल में हम जब बैठे हैं तो हमारे वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन 3 गुना हो गई है. भारत की खुद की पॉपुलेशन 4 गुना हो गई है. 4 टाइम्स इंक्रीज. और एक आदमी को जीने के लिए क्या चाहिए होता है? पानी पीने के लिए, रहने के लिए घर, घर के लिए जमीन, जमीन के लिए गांव, गांव के लिए शहर, और खाने के लिए, सब्जी बनाने के लिए, सब्जी लगाने के लिए खेतीबाड़ी, और खेतीबाड़ी के लिए जगह. क्या हुआ? हमारे पास इस प्लैनेट पे पानी लिमिटेड है, जितना है उतना मिला हुआ है, उससे आगे नहीं बढ़ सकता. उसमें भी ज्यादातर पानी हमारा पीने योग्य नहीं है. जो पीने योग्य मीठा पानी है जो बरसात के जरिए, नदियों के जरिए हमें मिलता है, वही हमारे पास एकमात्र रिसोर्स है जिससे हम जिंदा रह सकते हैं. और पॉपुलेशन की इंक्रीज ने इस पानी पे, इस जमीन पे, इस रिसोर्सेज पे प्रेशर बहुत बढ़ा दिया है. अब ये हमारा पानी हमें और नहीं मिल सकता, पानी इतना ही है, लेकिन हमें उसी पानी को यूज करके सारा सीवेज भी भगाना है. हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हम अपने सरफेस के सारे पानी के रिसोर्सेज को पॉल्यूट कर रहे हैं, और इतना ही नहीं, मुझे ये कहते हुए बड़ी शर्म आती है कि हमारी कम्युनिटी, साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी, वाटर रिचार्ज की योजना लेके आई। और क्या है वो योजना? बोले अगर आप जो है वो पानी जमीन के अंदर रिचार्ज करें। कैसे रिचार्ज करें? रिचार्जिंग का समय प्रकृति ने आपको दिया है, जो कि करीब 10 साल में जमीन के अंडरग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्जेस होते हैं। लेकिन नहीं, हमने कहा वो नहीं, आप ड्रिल कीजिए, जिस ड्रिल से पानी नहीं निकला उस ड्रिल में पानी वापस डाल दिए, थोड़ा सफाई कर दीजिए ऊपर। हमारे पास एकमात्र रिसोर्स बचा है अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, जो कि अनपॉल्यूटेड है। हम उस रिसोर्स को भी पॉल्यूट करने के लिए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अपनी जनरेशन नहीं, आने वाली जनरेशन का भी भविष्य खराब कर रहे हैं। ये चीजें हमको जो सोचनी पड़ेंगी कि हम ये किस तरह से आगे बढ़े जिससे प्रगति भी हो, प्रगति भी हो, और आने वाली जनता, आने वाली पीढ़ियां आगे बढ़े। कुछ स्टडीज हैं पॉपुलेशन डायनामिक्स की, जो कहती हैं कि शायद अराउंड दिस टाइम वी आर रीचिंग टू द पीक ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन, and population will start coming down in next 20 years. It will be fueled heavily by India and China because they are the most populous nations of the world. और जब इनकी पॉपुलेशन कम होगी तो पूरे वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन भी कम होगी, और जब इनकी पॉपुलेशन बढ़ी, जैसे कि हमारी 4 गुना बढ़ी, तो शायद वर्ल्ड की 3 गुना बढ़ी। तो फ्यूलिंग भी हम पॉपुलेशन की इंडिया और चाइना से होती है, और रिडक्शन भी इंडिया और चाइना की ही पॉपुलेशन से होगा, जैसा कि माना जाता है। और अराउंड 2025, दैट्स रफली वेयर वी आर राइट नाउ, वी आर लाइकली टू रीच द पीक ऑफ पॉपुलेशन, एंड उसके नेक्स्ट 20-25 साल में पॉपुलेशन का शायद कम होना शुरू होगा। इस प्लेनेट पे ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री में आज की तारीख में सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलेशन है। Approximately 15% of the total human beings ever born in this planet are living today. This is a very, very big number. और हमने रिसोर्सेज की कभी परवाह नहीं की। हम सेंचुरीज आफ्टर सेंचुरीज रिसोर्सेज को यूज करते रहे, एग्रीकल्चर के लिए, फैक्ट्रीज के लिए, और ये मानव की जरूरत थी। शायद आज हम इस बारे में सोच रहे हैं कि हम इसको कैसे ग्रीन करें। Then the next question that immediately comes is how green is green? हम बात करते हैं कि हम EVs लगाएंगे, वो ग्रीनर सॉल्यूशंस हैं। हम बात करते हैं पेट्रोल और डीजल खराब हैं। हम बात करते हैं कि हमारे अंडरग्राउंड जितने नेचुरल सोर्सेज ऑफ एनर्जी हैं, हम उसको डिप्लीट कर रहे हैं। पर शायद ये स्टडी बहुत कम लोग करते हैं, जिसमें ये देखते हैं कि इज ईवी अ ग्रीन एनर्जी? सो रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ एनर्जी इज नेवर अ सॉल्यूशन. Solution was given by Ajay ji when he said recycle, but I will actually go few more steps back, and the first step is to reduce. Reduce is the most important thing, and I'm very happy in this particular hall हमारे यहाँ पानी की बोतल प्लास्टिक की नहीं है। लेकिन शायद इससे भी ज्यादा अच्छा होता कि हम अपनी ग्लास की बोतल की भी रिक्वायरमेंट कम करते, क्योंकि रिड्यूस इज द मंत्र ऑफ फ्यूचर जनरेशन। रिड्यूस, रिड्यूस, रिड्यूस। अगर अजय जी ने बोला था कि आप पान खाने जाते हैं, स्कूटर से ना जाएं, कार से ना जाएं, हाँ, रिड्यूस, राइट। हमें अपने वार्डरोब में 50 कपड़े रखने की जरूरत नहीं है अगर हमारा काम 5 कपड़ों चल जाता है। हाँ, रिड्यूस, क्योंकि हर एक शर्ट जो मैं पहनता हूं उसमें या तो कॉटन है, विच एक्चुअली कॉजेज क्वाइट अ लॉट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस, और या फिर सिंथेटिक है, विच इज एक्चुअली प्रोड्यूस इन द फैक्ट्रीज, विच अगेन कॉजेज अ कार्बन फुटप्रिंट। तो अगर हम 10 शर्ट की जगह 2 शर्ट रखें, 50 शर्ट की जगह 5 शर्ट रखें, रिड्यूस, एंड दैट रिडक्शन विल रिजल्ट इन रिड्यूस कार्बन फुटप्रिंट। हमें जरूरत नहीं है, अगर हमारी आज की रिक्वायरमेंट है मल्टी स्टोरी बनाने की, कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल्स लगाने की, हम शायद नए कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल्स लगाएं, इस तरह से लगाएं कि शायद हम उसको रीयूज कर सके पुराने कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल को। तो रीयूज इज द नेक्स्ट मंत्रा। हमारी तो सभ्यता में ही था, हम शुरू से ही देखते थे कि हमारे जो पिताजी थे उनकी पैंट पहनते थे जब वो, और जब उनकी पैंट पुरानी हो जाती तो उसकी पैंट काट के हमारी माताजी उसका थैला बना देती थी और उसमें वो सब्जी लेने जाते थे। और जब वो सब्जी उसके बाद आती थी और वो थैला उसके बाद भी फट जाता था तो उसके बाद घर का पोंछा लगाया जाता था, और जब घर का पोंछा लगाते लगाते खत्म हो जाता था तो उसमें आग लगा के रोशनी की जाती थी लालटेन में। तो ये तो हमारी सभ्यता में ही था, रीयूज रीयूज रीयूज। और जब हम रिड्यूस के बाद अगर हम रिड्यूस नहीं कर सकते तो हमारा नेक्स्ट पर्पस होना चाहिए रीयूज, एंड ओनली आफ्टर रीयूज इज नॉट पॉसिबल we must look for recycle. Recycle comes in my stage of thinking much later. And I think this is basically what we need to do for doing carbon footprint. Now, one more thing that I want to say, our population is 140 crore, not a small population. It is our weakness, many times people say, but I count it as a strength of ours. क्योंकि अगर 140 करोड़ लोग 6 महीने में एक पेड़ लगाएं और इंश्योर करें कि वो पेड़ जिंदा रहे, तो हम एक साल में 280 करोड़ पेड़ लगा सकते हैं। एक आदमी को 6 महीने में केवल एक पेड़ लगाना है और इंश्योर करना है कि वो जिंदा रहे। छोटी सी चीज है, बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं है। आप उस पेड़ को लगाएं, इंश्योर करें कि उसको कीड़े वीड़े नहीं खा रहे, इंश्योर करें कि उसमें पानी पर्याप्त मात्रा में लग रहा है और वो पेड़ जिंदा रह रहा है। केवल 2 साल आपको ये मेहनत करनी है, 2 साल के बाद वो पेड़ अपने आप जिंदा रहेगा और आपको जिंदगी देगा, ये मेरा वादा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर दिस वंडरफुल अपॉर्चुनिटी। थैंक यू।
Truly inspirational, sir, and thank you so much for bringing it to real life as to हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं अपनी रोज़ाना ज़िंदगी में ताकि हम कार्बन फुटप्रिंट को फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल रिड्यूस कर सके, रिड्यूस ना कर सके तो रीयूज करें, एंड recycle is the last option that we all have. Thank you so much for bringing this to all of us. May I now take the honor to invite Shri Govind Bhai Patel on the stage to felicitate, to introduce Shri Govind Bhai Dholakia, our Govind Kaka. Let us give a round of applause to Shri Govind Bhai Patel.
Good afternoon, and it is a true pleasure to have with you. I am Govind Patel, and I had the honor to work with SRK on their vision for LEED certification for both the facilities, that is SRK Empire and SRK House. This, as you know, as discussed, these are the 2 iconic LEED Platinum projects that have set the tone of corporate social responsibility and the true environmental stewardship, both here in India as well as in the world. It is truly my honor to introduce a visionary global business leader, humanitarian, philanthropist, first generation entrepreneur, and the champion for the sustainability and health and wellness of humankind on the planet. Sri Govind Kaka, to those who know him, he is the founder and chairman of SRK, a global leader of natural diamond crafting and exports, and is philanthropic partner of the SRK Knowledge Foundation, which he founded to create a better future for humanity through programmatic initiatives related to education, healthcare, agriculture, and other related social programs. Under Govind Kaka's People First leadership, SRK has thrived and grown to become the one of the world's largest diamond crafting company, valued over 1.8 billion US dollars and employing over 6,000 people who are treated as the family. For over 6 decades, Govind Kaka and people who make up SRK and SRK Knowledge Foundation have set to transform not only the diamond crafting business, but the way that business can improve the communities where they operate. By leading with the values that are instilled in Govind Kaka when he founded the company, SRK is a global leader model for the best practices for workplace culture, ethics, corporate leadership, legacy, and now sustainability achievements also. SRK climate and sustainability achievements under his leadership has been nothing short of transformational and a reminder of the power of individual and collective leadership as our corporate social responsibility and fortune rise. As important as all of these virtues, achievements, and business success are, the most important thing that everyone needs to know about Govind Kaka is that he believes our younger generations of leaders have the power, knowledge, and passion that are necessary to truly change our world for the better. He believes at his core that we need to listen to them and maximize our investment in their short futures so that those who follow them will inherit a planet that only sustains them, but also gives back to them. That is what leadership about. So please welcome Govind Kaka to this stage.
In the meantime, may I also announce, with reference to a great opportunity for all of us, that Govind Kaka's autobiography, Diamonds Are Forever, So Are Morals, published by the Penguin publication and written jointly by Sri Arun Tiwari and Sri Kamlesh Bhai Nayak, is also available outside. The price of this book is kept ₹500, and this entire proceeds of the entire sale will go to an NGO working for sustainability. And equal amount of sale will be put up by SRK. Looking forward to your support. It is a great opportunity for all of us to contribute towards this endeavor and make this world a better place. The book is available outside. Do take an opportunity to take it forward. Thank you so much, sir. The space is yours.
सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मतस्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेद्यैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृतवेदविदेव चाहं कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की। आज का दिन मेरे लिए अनोखा है, क्योंकि आज तक कभी सोचा नहीं था, समझा नहीं था कि ऐसा भी प्रोग्राम हो सकता है। क्योंकि पहले तो सेंसेटिबिलिटी नाम ढूंढने के लिए 3 दिन गया कि ये क्या है। तो ये सेंसेटिबिलिटी के प्रोग्राम में आप सब लोग हमारे वहां पधारे हुए माननीय श्री लक्षराज सिंह जी, श्री कामेला जी, कार्तिक भाई, रजत भाई, महेश भाई, प्रशांत भाई, अनिंद्या भाई, प्रीति भाई, अरुण भाई, प्रीति बेन, सॉरी, हरिता बेन ने अमित भाई, और सूरत का शान और मान बढ़ाने के लिए सूरत का सब जो ज्वेल ऑफ सूरत बोलते हैं ऐसे लोग यहाँ पधारे हुए, सबका मैं सम्मान और आवकार करता हूँ। अच्छा किया लक्षराज सिंह ने भी हिंदी का इतना मान सम्मान बढ़ा दिया, नकर मेरे कोई लोग बोलता थोड़ा इंग्लिश में भी बोलने का, तो ये थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है। और वो बोले ऐसे अगर मातृभाषा में गुजराती में बोलना है ना तो बहुत मजा आता है। भाई आ सेंसिटिबिलिटी અને આ બધું જે ESG ને net zero ને આ તો બધું અત્યારે આવ્યું, આમાં તમારો જન્મ થયો છે। ને અમારા ગામમાં અમે જન્મ્યા ત્યારે આ પૃથ્વીને બગાડે ને એવું કઈ હતું જ નહીં। ગામમાં માટી સિવાય કાંઈ નહોતું, કોઈ સિમેન્ટ કોન્ક્રીટ કોઈ વસ્તુની, ઓનલી નેચર, પૃથ્વી અને અમે ખેતરમાં રહેતા હતા, નદીઓમાં પાણી જાતા હતા, કદી નદી સુકાતી નહોતી, નદીઓની અંદર કેટલા જીવ જંતુ બધા આનંદ કરતા હતા, અમે બધા એમાં નાતા હતા। નાવામાં સમજણ પડે ને, હવે એને સ્વિમિંગ કહેવાય, પણ અત્યારે બધા સ્વિમિંગ કરવા જાય ને એ બધા કૃત્રિમ છે, અસલ નથી, નેચર નથી, નેચરલી નથી। અમે લોકો ગામમાં જતા હતા ને નદીએ નાવા, ત્યારે કોઈ છોકરાને કપડા ન હોય, લો હવે એની મજા લ્યો તમે। ઈ નાવાની, ઈ નેચર, આ નેટ ઝીરો એનું નામ છે। तो आज हम थोड़ा जो सब्जेक्ट है तो मेरे को थोड़ा बोलना तो पड़ेगा। तो अभी ऐसा है कि हम जो यहाँ हम किसान पुत्र होने के नाते हमारा एनवायरनमेंट पर बहुत फोकस रहता है नेचुरली। तो मैं कोई भी काम देखते हम लोग करते हैं तो पहला यही थिंक करते हैं, दूसरे का तो कोई प्रॉब्लम उसमें नहीं आएगा ने, सामने वाले को तो कोई मुश्किल नहीं आएगा ने। हम सामने वाले में सब लोग आता, खाली मानव नहीं आता, उसमें जीव प्राणी मात्र आते हैं और एनवायरनमेंट में झाड़ है, पहाड़ है, पानी सब आते हैं। क्योंकि हम जब गांव में थे तो एवरी डे 23 पशु, इसमें बलद होता, गाय होता, घोड़ा होता है, हर दिन में 3 बार हम पानी पाते थे उनको। तो ये नेचर जो होता है वो तो सब हृदय में है। तो हम यहाँ आए तभी से नेचुरली जो भी काम होते हैं ये भगवान की कृपा से, ये जो बोलते हैं अपने कि नेट जीरो में क्या है मालूम नहीं, मगर एनवायरनमेंट का काम जो चलते हैं, यही मैं बोलता हूँ कि अगर हमने बिल्डिंग बनाया तो हमने सोचा कि बिल्डिंग कैसा बने तो हम ज़्यादा नुकसान नहीं करें। पहले ऐसा सोच नहीं था कि हमको ये लीड अवार्ड मिलेगा, वो भी यूएस ग्रीन बिल्डिंग का लीड प्लेटिनियम अवार्ड वो हमारी बिल्डिंग को मिला, एसआरके को। वो भी एक बिल्डिंग नहीं, 2 बिल्डिंग बनी, दोनों को मिला। और आपको जान के आनंद होगा कि पूरा जो विश्व है, इंडिया में वो जो फैक्ट्री बोले तो फैक्ट्री में सबसे पहला पूरा इंडिया में है कि लीड प्लेटिनियम अगर मिला है तो कोई भी उद्योग कारखाने बोलते हैं, फैक्ट्री बोलो, उसमें पहला है। सबको मिलता है मगर क्या है भाई, 5 स्टार होटल है तो मिल जाता है, मगर फैक्ट्री में मिला ऐसा पहला है। और ये मैं तो ज़्यादा नहीं जानता, मगर ये मेरा सब बच्चे लोग बात करते हैं कि अंकल दादाजी ऐसे करके बोलते हैं कि हमारा 1.5 साल से जो ऑनलाइन उनका एनवायरनमेंट के लिए जो उनका 2 लाख से ज़्यादा बिल्डिंग ऑनलाइन उसमें दिखते हैं, ऐसे वो लोग बोलते हैं। उसमें से हमारी जो दोनों बिल्डिंग है वो दोनों टॉप 6 में रहती है पूरा विश्व में। ये नेचुरली स्वभाव से हो गया है। देखो कि ये अपना सोलार निकला तो सबसे पहले हमने हमारा पूरा गांव सोलार विलेज बना दिया। तो जब सोलार विलेज बना तो इलेक्ट्रिक बची, तो ऑटोमेटिकली एनवायरनमेंट को फायदा हो गया। 750 अपना जो सैनिक है जो शहीद हुए हैं, शहीद को 750 सोलार उनके घर पर लगाने का ये सब ने तय किया। हमारा जो वर्कर है लास्ट बोनस में, तो हमने लास्ट दिवाली में 1000 जो हमारा स्टाफ मेंबर है उनको सोलार दिया। तो उसका क्या मीनिंग हो गया कि सोलार से अभी अपना एनवायरनमेंट को फायदा, जो हम आगे बढ़ रहे पृथ्वी को बचाने के लिए, उसमें हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और कुछ कर सकते हैं। देखो हम दूसरे के लिए करें वही मैंने आपको समझाया कि भाई क्या होता है सेंसेटिबिलिटी। तो उसमें यही है कि दूसरे के लिए कुछ करें तो हमारा जीवन में हम हमारा, क्योंकि डोंगरे जी महाराज ऐसे बोलते थे कि अपना वखान करने का वो मृत्यु बराबर है, तो वो नहीं करना चाहिए। मगर ये सब्जेक्ट है यहाँ, तो मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ कि देखो बेटी बचाओ के लिए जब करना था तो आप सबको मालूम है पूरा सूरत जो हमारा समस्त पाटीदार आरोग्य ट्रस्ट है, तो हम लोग ने उसमें 12 लाख लोग इकट्ठो किया था। 12 लाख 1.2 मिलियन पीपल ने भोजन लिया था। और आप सबको मालूम है सूरत से कामरेज, सूरत से कड़ोदरा कोई एक भी रोड ऊपर कोई वाहन नहीं चल रहा था। 12 लाख लोग का करके हमने सौगंध दिलवाया था कि कोई भ्रूण हत्या नहीं करेंगे बेटी का। तो ये जो बेटियों का काम है, जो ये हमने मिला है कि हमारा, क्योंकि सोच है कि कुछ दूसरे के लिए कुछ करें। आपको मालूम है कि हमने वाटर रिचार्ज के लिए 2000 में 5 साल हम लोग ने जो वाटर सौराष्ट्र जलधारा ट्रस्ट में लाखों वो चैनल ऑफ द चेक डैम बनाया। और आज पूरा सौराष्ट्र जो ग्रीन हुआ उनका कारण यहाँ है, यहाँ से शुरू होता है। तो ये जो सब काम है दूसरे के लिए करने को जो आनंद है, जो वो अंदर से तो क्या है। गांधी जी का आत्मकथा मैंने पढ़ा, वो सत्य ना प्रयोग हो गुजराती में, हिंदी में सत्य का प्रयोग होगा। तो ये तो मैंने 50 साल पहले पढ़ा था। तो गांधी जी ने क्या लिखा था कि मानव जात के लिए जो भी जरूरियात है ये सब पृथ्वी की पास है। वो पृथ्वी पूरी मानव जात की सब उनकी जो भी जरूरियात है वो पूरी कर सकती है, मगर ये मानव का जो लोभ है, ये लोभ पूरा करने के लिए पृथ्वी असमर्थ है। ये गांधी जी ने लिखा है। हमको यहां से बाहर निकलने का है। क्या हमारे लिए पृथ्वी माता तो एकदम रेडी है, सब कुछ ऐसा नहीं है। हमारा जीवन, हमारा अभी जो भी जीवन चलता है पृथ्वी से ही चलता है। तो पृथ्वी के पास सब कैपेसिटी है, मगर वो कैपेसिटी हमारा जो लोभ है, ओवर जो हमारा एक्सप्रेस, वो करने के लिए नहीं, वो ही बिगाड़ते हैं। देखो सब जीवन अच्छा कर, क्योंकि हम 100 साल पहले और आज टोटली चेंज है। तो ये सही है, ऐसा नहीं कि सब हमने बिगाड़ दिया, सब सही है, करना ही पड़ेगा, हम करेंगे। मगर जो भी बिगड़ा है, बिगड़ गया है, बिगड़ा हुआ है, उसको सुधारने की भी जिम्मेदारी हमारी ही है और हम ही कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि देखो ये पृथ्वी बिगाड़ी तो कोई हाथी ने बिगाड़ी, कोई सिंह ने बिगाड़ी, कोई बिल्ली ने बिगाड़ी, कोई डॉगी ने बिगाड़ा, वो मानव जात ने बिगाड़ा कि वो सुधारा, जो कुछ किया वो मानव जात ने किया। तो ये हम मानव जात को नहीं, वो नेट जीरो कर जो है कुछ भी ये एनवायरनमेंट के लिए करना पड़ेगा। तो हम लोग सब इसलिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं। आप सब लोग के मन में ये पृथ्वी को रक्षण करने की भावना थी, पड़ी हुई है, आप कर रहे हैं, इसलिए तो आप यहाँ आए हैं। यहाँ कोई डांस का तो प्रोग्राम था नहीं, यहाँ कोई ऐसा कीर्तन, ऐसा तो कोई प्रोग्राम गायन था नहीं, हैप्पी। यहाँ तो क्या था कि हम कैसे पृथ्वी का रक्षण करें, एनवायरनमेंट को हम कैसे सुधार करें, यही आप सोच समझ के आए हैं। तो ये आपके अगर हृदय में नहीं होता तो आप क्यों यहाँ आते। तो आप सब लोग यहाँ जो पधारे हैं, तो उनकी चिंगारी यहाँ तक नहीं रहेगी, आप में भी रहेगी, हमारे में भी रहेगी, और ये आपको बढ़ाने का है और उसका प्रचार प्रचार करके ये बात पूरा विश्व को पहुंचाने की है। और ये जब लीड बिल्डिंग का अवार्ड तो मिला, ये तो अब महेश भाई वो तभी वो यूएसए ग्रीन बिल्डिंग में था, तो उनको ऐसा क्या है कि कोई इंडिया में ऐसी कौन सी बिल्डिंग है कि जिस वो फैक्ट्री बिल्डिंग में भी इतना सब ख्याल रखा है। वो खुद देखने को आए हैं और देखने के आने के बाद बोला कि ये पूरा विश्व जो समझते हैं उसके ये ऊपर का है। मैं उनको थोड़ा हाईलाइट करूंगा कि तो मेरे को आपको बॉस्टन बुलाने का है और पूरा विश्व के सामने रखने का है कि भाई इंडिया क्या है और इंडिया का लोग क्या है, वो मेरे पूरा विश्व को ये बात बताने का है। तो मेरे को बॉस्टन बुला के उसने मेरे को भी अवार्ड दिया, वो पहला भारतीय था। अभी मैं लास्ट बात बोल दूं कि इंडिया ने तय किया है कि हम 2070 तो तक में नेट जीरो में जाएंगे, पूरा हो जाएगा इंडिया का, हो ही जाएगा। क्यों नहीं, हम सब लोग हैं, हमारे साथ सब लोग जुड़े हैं, तो हो ही जाएगा। मगर हमारी जो कंपनी है वो तो अभी नेक्स्ट ईयर सबसे आगे निकल के उनका ऐसा इच्छा है कि हमारी जो कंपनी है, हमारी जो बिल्डिंग है, फैक्ट्री है, ये सब नेट जीरो में 2024 में मीन्स नेक्स्ट ईयर चली जाएंगी। तो और मेरा हृदय का ये भाव है कि 2049 में मैं 100 साल का होगा। तो ये नेट जीरो फॉर जो 2070 है, अगर हम सब लोग लग जाए काम में, तो इंडिया का आगे निकलकर ये 2049 में हो जाए, मेरा 100 साल में, ऐसा मैं अपेक्षा रखता हूँ। और मैं प्राउड फील करूँगा, क्योंकि फिर मेरे को 100 साल जीना पड़ेगा वो देखने के लिए। तो आप सब लोग प्रॉमिस करेंगे कि काका आप 100 साल रहो और हम आपको दिखाएंगे इंडिया 2049 में फिर नेट जीरो 4 हो गया। धन्यवाद। आप सब लोग हमारे वहाँ यहाँ पधारे और हमको इतना हौसला बढ़ाया, हमारा सब यंगस्टर का हौसला बढ़ाया, इससे मैं वडील तरीके प्राउड फील करता हूँ। फिर से धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, नमस्ते।
Let's give a standing ovation with a round of applause to our beloved Govind Kaka. કાકા આટલું બધું ઇન્સ્પિરેશન આપ્યું, एक बात तो बनती है, भारत माता के लिए हमारे दिल में जो इंस्पिरेशन आया है, एक बात तो बनती है, लेट्स ऑल टुगेदर से भारत माता की। Thank you so much, Govind Kaka, for this amazing trend-setting and inspirational thoughts that you have shared with us. And it truly has evoked a lot of feelings of patriotism. And of course, this entire sustainability conclave, if you're talking about, SRK has always been a trendsetter in varied ways. And of course, with this conclave, it has once again set a new trend towards responsibility. And this entire city of these gems all out here, we really appreciate that you have participated and contributed, showing so much of responsibility for the city, for the nation. Thank you so much. May I now take the privilege and the honor to invite Dhruval Dholakia to kindly come forward for further introduction. Yash, okay.
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. I am Darshil Dholakia, 4th generation from SRK family. It's my honor to be here at the Sustainability Conclave. I don't think that after a long day, there's a need to say how we need and what is the seriousness of the sustainability. Climate change, loss of biodiversity, and environmental degradation are some of the challenges that we face today, and it has a question on our survival and our future generations. This is why UN has set out 17 Sustainable Development Goals that aim to end poverty, protect planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. Though these goals are ambitious, I truly believe that they are achievable only if we all work together. As a business leader, what is exciting me is businesses have a critical role to play in achieving Sustainable Development Goals. As engines of economic growth and development, and it creates job creation, businesses have the power to drive sustainable development and create positive impact at scale. By aligning their operations, strategies, and investment with the development goals, businesses can contribute more to sustainable and equitable world. In India, we have some inspiring examples of businesses that are leading the way in sustainable development. However, we need to do more. We need to create and enable environment that incentivizes businesses to adopt sustainable practices and align their operations with the development goals. We need to build capacity and awareness among businesses to help them understand the business case for sustainability and how they impact on the business and the world. So, how can businesses in India deliver on the UN Sustainable Development Goals? It starts with leadership and commitment. Business leaders must recognize the urgency of sustainability challenge and make it priority in their business strategy. So I leave you all with two questions that you can reflect on. The first, how can Indian businesses align their operations, strategies, and investments with the Sustainable Development Goals? And how can we all come together and work on this line and deliver and take India to the next level? Thank you. And to give us more valuable insights on this, today we have with us Mr. Karthike Sarabhai, who is Director at Center of Environment Education.
A renowned environmentalist, social entrepreneur, and a recipient of several awards and recognitions, Padma Shri Karthikeya Sarabhai is the founder and director of the Center for Environment Education. CEE develops innovative programs and educational material and undertakes field projects that demonstrate and validate the role education can play in sustainability development. He is also an advocate of youth empowerment and engaging youth in environmental activism and sustainability initiatives. He has authored several books on environmental issues, including Towards a Sustainable Future, a checklist for business sustainability, and Environmental Education and Awareness. Please welcome Padma Shri Karthikeya Sarabhai, Founder Director of Center for Environment Education.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Govind Bhai and the entire SRK family, my fellow speakers and friends here. Govind Bhai's book has a subtitle that diamonds are forever and models are forever. And I think there lies a lot of the part of what he stands for and what we need to stand for. The diamond also, I will say, કે જેવી રીતે આપણે ઘણીવાર ભગવાનની નાની મૂર્તિ આપણી પાસે રાખીએ છીએ, તો એ મૂર્તિ આમ આટલી નાની છે પણ આપણું આખું બ્રહ્માંડનું આપણને યાદ અપાવે છે. આજે આપણે ઘણી કાર્બનની વાત કરી. સૌથી 100% કાર્બન આપણે રાખવું હોય આપણી પાસે તો એ છે હીરો. Diamond is 100% carbon created and captured by the earth and as a replicate. So I hope that while we talk with the inspiration, let the SRK inspiration also remind us that the beauty of carbon is if it is captured and we maintain it and we keep it in limits. We talked about zero and we talked about leadership, but I think you must remember that one of the concepts which India gave to the world is in fact zero. શૂન્યની જે વાત છે કે નંબર્સમાં જે રોમન નંબરો હતા એમાં they did not know about zero. And it is a very complicated thing. Numbers had to be written in very long forms till the zero was contributed. And that zero came from here and let therefore the leadership in net zero also come from here. And again we thank Govind Bhai and SRK to take up this challenge, not wait till 2070, but next year, Govind Bhai, we hope to come back here and celebrate SRK's net zero. I was asked today to to speak a little bit about the SDGs and that evolution. And I go back to the 1992 Earth Summit. The one before that, which was the first one, was 72, when the Indian Prime Minister was the only Prime Minister who turned up to Stockholm. And she said at that time that environment and development are two sides of the same coin. You cannot solve problems of poverty without solving environment, and you cannot protect the environment unless you solve the probability of poverty. And I think that was such a revealing thing. At that time, it was seen as completely new because people were thinking of environment and development as opposing, business and environment as opposing. But this was not the case. 20 years later, therefore, 92 Earth Summit at Rio became the landmark for this new thinking. It was there that many new things happened. UNFCCC, the Climate Change Convention, CBD, which was the Biodiversity Convention, UNCCD, desertification, all those conventions came out of that conference. Also out of the conference came certain key principles. Polluter pays. આજે જે બિઝનેસમાં આપણે જે વાત કરી છે, the whole thinking of that who is responsible for something. The polluter pays concept came out of that. CBDR, common but differentiated responsibility. Yes, we are all as a planet responsible, but are the countries which have already polluted so much, already done so much in their development, are they more responsible or not? And do they need to do more? Along with this, the India report had to be done. And we were fortunate of writing that India report in 1992. And one of the sentences there was, the challenge of development is not how to get there, but how not to. The reason for that is that the paradigm of development, what you saw as development, is something which is completely unsustainable. We have to find a paradigm which is different. And that became the challenge which India had to face. In nature, as you know, there is no waste. In nature, there is no waste. ગોવિંદભાઈએ આપણને કીધું કે એમના ગામમાં જ્યારે હતા ત્યારે કુદરતી રીતે જ એવી રીતે બધી થતી હતી કે ગમે તે કરો, બગાડ કરો તો પણ એ કુદરતમાં પીગળી જાય. પણ બગાડનો સવાલ નહોતો, વેસ્ટનો સવાલ નહોતો. આપણા ત્યાં છાણ પણ એક સોર્સ ઓફ એનર્જી ગણીએ છીએ. આપણે એને નકામી નથી દેતા બુલશીટ કે વગેરે શબ્દથી. આપણે તો ઇટ્સ એન એનર્જી સોર્સ. આજે ભાષાની વાત થઈ આજે ઘણી, એમાં ઘણું રહસ્ય છે, બીજું જાત જાતનું રહસ્ય છે. અંગ્રેજીમાં મડને મડી બનાવી દે છે, સોઇલ સોઇલ્ડ, ડર્ટ ડર્ટી. એ પૃથ્વીના જે શબ્દો છે એનાથી નેગેટિવ્સ થઈ જાય છે. આપણે ત્યાં માટી, ભૂમિ, આમાં કોઈ નેગેટિવ છે જ નહીં. ઇટ્સ અ ડિફરન્ટ વે ઓફ લુકિંગ એટ ઇટ. એટલે યુ સી ઇટ ડિફરન્ટલી. અને ઓફકોર્સ વી હેડ ટુ ટ્રાન્સલેટ. એકવાર આપણું પ્રદર્શન હતું દિલ્હીમાં, ધ વાઇઝ આઉલનું શબ્દ હતું. હવે એની હિન્દીમાં ઉલ્લુ કહીએ તો યુ કેનોટ થિંક ઓફ ઇટ. વી હેવ અ વેરી ડિફરન્ટ વે ઓફ લુકિંગ એટ ઇટ. એટલે લેંગ્વેજ ઓલ્સો હેઝ વેઝ ઓફ લુકિંગ વિચ ઇઝ દેર. But what India has to teach, આજે વાત થઈ વસુધૈવ કુટુંબકમની, કે India's whole way of thinking was environmentally sustainable. It is the way we proceeded and way we thought, and it's not to maybe 3 generations or 4 generations ago, that is exactly how we lived. But what has happened is that we've got so many new substances, like plastics. One of the biggest, most visible one is plastic, which in fact you cannot throw. Because when you throw it, it does not melt, it does not go back into nature. You can go into any village in Gujarat, let alone cities. But even when you go into the village, when you enter the village, beautiful, pristine, it's probably as nice as when Govindbhai saw it. But when you see it now, it is no longer that, because it is lined with plastic as you go in. Now, therefore, we have to live differently. In that 92 summit, the word lifestyle could not be used. the senior Bush, American Bush said, I will attend the conference provided lifestyle is not used. American lifestyle is not for negotiation. અમેરિકાની જે જીવન શ્રેણી છે એની ચર્ચા કરવાના હોય તો અમે ત્યાં સમિટમાં આવવાના જ નથી. ગોવિંદભાઈ આવું કીધું એ લોકોએ. એટલે એ શબ્દ બધેથી કાઢી નાખવો પડ્યો આપણે. અર્થ સમિટ વખતે અર્થ ચાર્ટર કરવાનું હતું, આખું તૈયાર હતું કે કયા મોરલ્સ અને વેલ્યુઝ, જે ગોવિંદભાઈ વાત કરે છે, કયા મોરલ્સ અને વેલ્યુઝ છે કે જે આપણે બધાએ પૃથ્વી તરીકે, જે ધર્મના હોય પણ પૃથ્વી તરીકે આપણે સ્વીકારવાના છે જો આ પૃથ્વીને આપણે સાચવવી હોય. અને જ્યારે આપણે પૃથ્વીની સાચવણીની વાત કરીએ છીએ ત્યારે આપણે માનવ જાતિની વાત કરીએ છીએ. પૃથ્વી તો રહેવાની છે, આપણે બધા જતા રહીએ તો પણ કદાચ વધારે સુધરશે પણ ખરી. ના એવું છે, આપણે કોવિડ વખતે જોયું કે બધાને અંદર પૂરી રાખ્યા તો સૃષ્ટિ કેવી સરસ થઈ બહાર જોવા. જલંધરમાં લોકોએ કોઈ દિવસ હિમાલય જોયા નહોતા પોતાના છાપરા ઉપરથી. કોવિડના વર્ષામાં થોડો વખત સુધી બધું બંધ રહ્યું, ટ્રાફિક બંધ રહી, ઉદ્યોગો બંધ રહ્યા, તો હવા એવી ચોખ્ખી થઈ ગઈ કે બધા ઉપરથી છાપરા ઉપર જઈને અદ્ભુતતાથી જોવા માંડ્યા કે ભાઈ દૂરથી હિમાલય પર્વત દેખાય છે. એટલે થોડા દિવસની અસર. એટલે આપણને એવું દમ ના થવો જોઈએ કે આપણે, જે રીતે ગોવિંદભાઈએ કીધું, આપણે જ આ બગાડ્યું છે ને આપણે સુધારવાની જવાબદારી છે. આપણે કોઈના ઉપર ઉપકાર નથી કરતા, આપણે પોતાની જાતને માટે જ આ સુધારવાની એક મોટી જવાબદારી છે. અને એ જવાબદારી તમે ગોવિંદભાઈની પુસ્તક વાંચો તો એમાં એમને લક્ષ્યની ખૂબ વાત કરી છે. એમણે કીધું છે પોતાના જીવનમાં કેવી રીતે જુદી જુદી વસ્તુ કરતા હતા, ખૂબ સરસ કરતા હતા, પણ પછી એમને તમારા ગુરુએ કીધું કે એ લક્ષ્ય જ્યાં સુધી ના હોય ત્યાં સુધી તમે પહોંચી નહીં શકો. આપણી પણ વાર્તામાં તમને ખબર છે કે પેલું તીર ટાંકવાનું હોય છે ત્યારે એ લક્ષ્યની જ વાત કરે છે. ખાલી અર્જુન જ કહે છે કે પેલું મારે આ ગોલ છે, દેટ ઇઝ વેર આઈ હેવ ટુ ગો. આજે નેટ ઝીરો એ આપણું એક લક્ષ્ય છે. નેટ ઝીરો એકલું નથી, બીજા પણ સાથે સાથે લક્ષ્યો છે. our prime minister has put very difficult targets, પણ એમણે એક બીડું ઝડપ્યું છે. he's taken up the challenge કે as a country India will be by 2030 50% energy will be from renewables. We will reduce our carbon emissions by 1 billion tons. By 2030 intensity of economy will be 45%. અને 2070 2070 we will be net zero. Now these are targets which are very difficult. Why? Because we are also trying to bring up the lifestyles of our people. Our poverty is going up. Our hunger has to go. So you are talking about an environment priority. At the same time, you are talking about development priority. As the largest country in the world, most populous country, and the country which is perhaps among the large economies the fastest growing, and yet taking leadership in this. But in that taking leadership, we don't forget our past. So in 2015, at the Paris Agreement Summit, પ્રાઇમ મિનિસ્ટરે આપણને કીધું કે એક આપણી પરંપરા વિશે એક પુસ્તક બનાવો, કે આપણી એવી કઈ પરંપરા છે કે જેનાથી ક્લાઇમેટ ફ્રેન્ડલી ગણાવી. આપણે એવું નામ ના આપ્યું હોય, એવું આપ્યું ને, એમાં નાની નાની પણ પરંપરા હતી. અહીંયા રોટલી વધે, રાતના સાંજે રોટલી વધે તો એને ગરમ કરીને આપણે ખાખરો બનાવી દઈએ કે પછી ફ્રીજમાં મૂકવો ના પડે. કાશ્મીરમાં જ્યારે એ લોકો ઘરો બનાવતા હતા, અમારે પેલું ધરતીકંપ પછી અમારી ટીમ મોકલી અમદાવાદથી, એ અદ્ભુતતાથી જોયે કે દરેક લિવિંગ રૂમની નીચે ઘેટા બકરા રાખવાની જગ્યા હતી. એટલે પૂછ્યું કે કેમ? તો કે એની ગરમી બગડે નહીં ને, એની ગરમીથી અમારું ઘર ગરમ રહે છે. આપણા ત્યાં બગાડ કરવાનું એ ટેવ જ નથી. એક કાચની બાટલી આપે ને, આ બાટલી આપણને આપી હોય તો આપણે ધોઈને પણ આપણી સાથે લઈ જઈશું. કારણ કે આપણે અહીંયા એકેય રસોડું એવું નહીં હોય, એક પણ રસોડું નહીં હોય કે જેમાં રીયુઝ બાટલી ના હોય. એટલે that is a part of our DNA. But that DNA alone is not going to be enough, simply because we are having materials which are such that they need to be scientifically and otherwise disposed. એટલે that what you learn from nature which is that nature is cyclical. Nature, everything which goes out becomes an input into another. That is the goal of the circular economy. The circular economy is really that idea. It is, આપણે reduce કરીએ જરૂર આપણો ઉપયોગ. But ultimately, life cannot be just by reduction. Life is something on. Nature is not reductionist only. Nature is one which is responsible. And the responsible માં આ બધું આવે છે. We are happy to partner in Surat as the Center for Environment Education. We are happy to partner with Surat on the textile industry here. Textile circularity ઉપર આપણે ઘણું કામ કર્યું છે. અહીંયા ઘણા મિત્રો છે કે જેની સાથે આપણે પાસે મળીને ટેક્સટાઇલ રિસાયકલિટી પર વાત કરી છે. પ્લાસ્ટિક રિસાયકલેબિલિટી પર ઘણું મોટા પ્રમાણમાં કામ થઈ રહ્યું છે. અને in all of that, we must understand that India also has an advantage of the informal sector. આજે કબાડીવાલા છે, બીજા લોકો છે જે આ ભેગું કરે છે એટલે આ વસ્તુ શક્ય છે. હવે એ લોકોનું જીવન પણ કેવી રીતે આમાં સુધારવું કે આ સર્ક્યુલારિટી જ્યારે કરતા હોય ત્યારે they also need to be upgraded. એ લોકોના સ્કિલ્સ અપગ્રેડ કરો, એની ડિગ્નિટી વધારો. એ જે કામ કરે છે આપણે જોતા હતા આ શું આવું કરે છે, પણ એ એટલું અગત્યનું કામ કરે છે. હાઉ ડુ વી ઇમ્પ્રૂવ that dignity of those people? We are talking about water and other things. I was once on a panel of the Gujarat Pollution Control Board, and an industry came and said કે અમારે મોટી આ ટેક્સટાઇલ ફેક્ટરી મૂકવી છે અને આમાં પ્રદૂષણ કંઈ થવાનું નથી અને કોઈ ઝાડ પાન કાપવાનું નથી, અહીંયા કોઈ જાનવર તો છે નહીં, એટલે આમાં શું વાંધો છે, આ કરવા દો અમને. તમે જોયું કે એ ઉદ્યોગમાં પાણી જે ખેંચવાનું હતું એનાથી આજુબાજુના લગભગ 80 ગામોના કૂવા સુકાઈ જવાના હતા. હવે આપણે કાં તો હા કે ના પણ પાડી શકીએ, પણ આપણી એ વૃત્તિ નથી. આપણે એમને જ કીધું કે તમે જ એક સોલ્યુશન કાઢો. 3 મહિના પછી એ લોકો આવ્યા અને they found a solution કે જેમાં 90% પાણી કે 99% પાણી gets recycled. Water gets recycled. અને એ લોકો એમ કીધું કે આમાં 80 ગામમાં એક પણ ગામમાં કૂવો સુકાય તો અમારી જવાબદારી છે કરવાની. Now that is the Gujarati spirit. That was the Indian spirit. અને એ સ્પિરિટ આપણું એટલો વધારે છે કે એ જે આવડત આવી પાણીની એ કે એનું પણ હવે કન્સલ્ટિંગ શરૂ કરી કાઢ્યું. એટલે even the ability to recycle the water, that industry has come up. Arvindની છે, they've not only brought up the industry, but now they have formed a company to consult others how to recycle water. Now therefore, environment and recycling has got tremendous job opportunities. It is an economic engine in itself. તમે વિચાર કરો કે અહીંયાથી આટલું જ કરવાનું હોય ઇકોનોમી અથવા આખી ગોળ ફરાવવાની હોય તો there is so many more jobs which are really possible. I wanted to say that there's a lot of science which we have to learn. There was this talk about global, Mr. Rajatji, about that global water level sea rise. I think I'll just make a small correction in that thermal expansion because of the heat is currently 40% responsible for the likely sea level rise. In fact, every villager knows કે પેલું પૈડા ઉપર પેલું ચડાવવાનું હોય મેટલ તો એને ગરમ કરો એટલે it expands, એ ચડાવીને પછી ઠંડુ કરો એટલે it contracts. એટલે આમાં ઘણી વૈજ્ઞાનિક રીતો પણ બધી છે કે why do things happen, and we need to do it from our school. India is the only country, or the first country in the world, where in 92 MC Mehta went to the Supreme Court to say કે ભાઈ આપણા કોન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનમાં લખ્યું છે કે તમે તમારા પર્યાવરણને સંભાળો. You should protect your environment. How can we do it if you don't give us the knowledge? So the Supreme Court of India said that each and every syllabus, each and every class, formal class in India has to have environment compulsorily in it. Today we are the only country કે જ્યાં પર્યાવરણ શિક્ષણ બહુ સારું છે કે નહીં એ જુદી વાત છે, હજુ સુધારે તો જાય છે, પણ પર્યાવરણની વાત દરેક બાળકની પાસે છે. આજે એની પહેલી પેઢી એ આજે યુવાન થઈ છે અને we have to see whether how much that has impacted us. We have finally, I wanted to say that in industry, that out of the various SDGs which we have to follow, these can be followed both in the industry and in the CSR work. The CSR work also has to develop it. પણ SDG 9 છે તેમાં ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી, ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર અને ઇનોવેશન લખ્યું છે. Innovation is a very important part of the future. કોઈ પોતે જ કેટલા બધા ઇનોવેશન કર્યા છે એ તો એમને જ ખબર છે ને બીજાને ખબર છે જે ઓળખે છે. પણ ઇનોવેશન ઇઝ અ પોસિબિલિટી. આપણે જે નોર્મ્સ છે એને સ્વીકારવાનું નથી ખાલી. એમણે પુસ્તકમાં લખ્યું છે કે પેલું 28% વોઝ ધ નોર્મ, કે ભાઈ રફ ડાયમંડમાંથી ફાઇનલ બનાવો તો 28% કરવાનું. એમણે 34% કરી બતાવ્યું. ઉપરથી એ વખતે તમે લખતા હતા કે લોકો તમને કહેતા હતા કે ભાઈ આવું ના બતાવો, બધાનું મુશ્કેલ પડી જશે. પણ he said ના, હું તો 34% તો 34% જ લખીશ. And I will show that the standards can be changed. That requires innovation, it requires guts. How to deal with large rough diamonds. This was not part of the tradition here. And many people, I think, persuaded him not to even go there. They said કે ભાઈ આમાં તમે રહેવા દો ને, આપણે નાનામાં કરીએ છીએ કરો. પણ he said ના, આપણે કરીએ. નાની બેન્ડથી શરૂ કરીને પછી મોટું કર્યું. એટલે આમાં એમના જીવનમાં પણ જે ચોપડી બહાર છે, પણ જે જીવનમાંથી પણ જે શીખવાનું છે કે હાઉ યુ કેન ઇનોવેટ yet keep your core values. You can still be very simple while you can do anything you like in the world and yet progress. And that is the legacy of this. So the sustainability which we are talking about is ultimately to do with lifestyle. Everything else follows from that lifestyle. That lifestyle is the important one. And that is what this lesson here is. Those lifestyles have to be key and so important to what we do. So thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this, and look forward to more work with Surat.
Thank you, Karthikeya sir. It was really a lot of learning. And although it's an old cliche dialogue that action speaks louder than words, but I'm sure that, with the kind of experience that he has shared with us, with the kind of contribution that he has been putting on to ensure that we could reduce the carbon footprint with the various kind of actions that he's already taking, we really appreciate the kind of work that you're doing. Also appreciate that you read the book, and it's an inspiration for all the audience sitting out here, that just one little excerpt was so inspirational that Karthikeya sir mentioned from the book itself. So please do not miss out on checking out the book. The book is already available outside. So do have a look and do have an opportunity. In that way as well, you could be contributing towards sustainability. So.
Karthikeyan Bhai, in his speech, many times referred about a book written by Govind Kaka. The book is available outside. But what is important today, Kaka said, let's give everyone a chance to contribute in our journey of going towards sustainability, making world a better place. So what is said, that book, cost of the book is about 699 rupees. Book is published by Penguin. But what is important is today, this book will be sold at 500 rupees. Against that, another 500 rupees will be given by SRK, and 1,000 rupees of the book which is collected, it will be given, we will be giving it to Karthikeyan Bhai for his NGO to give it to the sustainability cause. So that's what is very important. So it is a chance for everyone to participate in this great journey. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic. So I think that really requires a louder applause than this. Really, it's a brilliant initiative to contribute so heavily right from the doorstep itself. Brilliant. So people, I'm sure that this entire journey so far since morning has been very thought-provoking, has been really inspirational, has ignited a lot of thoughts, some creativity and some inspiration, a hope that, of course, we too as business leaders can contribute towards sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint, actually taking some initiatives towards climate action. As we move towards the end of this first session, it has been truly an extraordinary session, I want to take a moment to mention that as we mark the 6 decades of excellence of pure light and leadership here at SRK, what we are also marking today is the hopeful beginning of a new chapter. An era of new partnerships, an era of scaling and accelerating new collaborative and innovative net zero efforts. And most importantly, an era of unprecedented impact across all sectors. And we are talking about impact here. And so today we are proudly releasing a preview of SRK's soon-to-be annual report titled Pure Impact. With the preview we are releasing today and the full inaugural installment of the report that will be released in June, we are also including the highlights of SRK's corporate social responsibility achievements till date. But even more importantly, this is all unveiling what's next on the horizon. Our commitment to net zero not only represents an accelerated target for SRK, but is our sincere hope that it lays the gauntlet for everything we've discussed here today. That today is not just an informational gathering, but an inspirational call to action. By the time we hit our first accelerated target in 2024, we hope we can count everyone here as our partners, as our neighbors, and our faithful collaborators on the path to zero. I would now like to request Govind Kaka to release the Pure Impact Report preview alongside our esteemed guests here today. May I invite on the stage Govind Kaka along with His Excellency Shri Laksharaj ji, Shri Mahesh Ramanujan ji, Madam Kamila Prasan Singh ji, Shri Kartikeya Sarabhai ji, Shri Rajat Munna ji, Shri Himanshu Bhai Bodawala ji. May I request all of them to kindly come upon the stage. I also invite Shri Prashant Tiwari ji to kindly come upon the stage, Shri Anandya Chaudhary ji, Ravi Agrawal. I also request Shri Ravi Agrawal ji to kindly come upon the stage. Madam Preeti Savla to kindly come upon the stage.
Let me also invite Preeti Savla ji, Hardeep Singh ji, Arun Mishra ji, Professor Harita Saranga from IIM Bangalore, our own Mohul Bhai and Colonel Amit Verma to be on the dais just to accompany for the report launch. Please be on the, you are requested to be on the stage, please. Our Managing Director, Mr. Jayanti Narola, is also there on the stage, so I cordially inviting him. He came at the right moment, and please welcome Jayanti. Our own Radni Kaka is also there, so Shreyans Bhai, it's requested to you to bring him to the stage, please. So requesting all of you to please unveil the SRK Sustainability Report, or we called it the Impact Report. For the first time, it is also happening in the, not only the diamond industry, but the city of Surat, that we are coming up with a very unique kind of a proposition, and will surely email the soft copy of the report, and we are publishing this, the detailed report in the due course of time. You will be able to get it soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That was fantastic. Hearty congratulations and one round of a loud applause for this amazing initiative. Brilliant. So people, I'm sure that now it's time that the hunger bells are ringing. We would now open up the floor. We would be soon back again for the next round of lively interactions. There are going to be some amazing panel discussions which are going to add on a lot of learnings to our lives. Most importantly, these learnings are going to practically show us how we can contribute towards this mission of sustainability. So we would be now dispersing for lunch. It's 12:45. We shall be all back by 1:45. Looking forward to see you all back. The exit is towards my left, so you can kindly proceed. The lunch would be available from the exit door towards my left. Thank you so much. See you all soon back again in the next 1 hour. Get set and let's begin. Come on, everyone, join your hands together. And we go fast, and a little faster, and a little fastest. Come on, everyone. Can we see a little more energy in the room? Super. Super. Lovely. बैठने से पहले, it's beautifully said कि मैजिक है ना सिर्फ डायस पर नहीं होता. अगर आपको लग रहा है कि मैजिक सिर्फ यहाँ पर होता है, तो मैजिक सिर्फ डायस पर नहीं होता है. बहुत सारा मैजिक है ना नेटवर्किंग से होता है, बहुत सारा मैजिक एक दूसरे से मिलने से होता है. सो आपके पास ना पूरी 1 मिनट है. इस 1 मिनट में हम चाहते हैं कि आप जितने लोगों से जाकर बढ़िया सा हाथ मिलाकर आइए, अपने बारे में एक आध शब्द बताकर आइए. You have 1 minute, go and meet people and transfer some energy in this room so that you could actually learn about each other. And your time starts now. Come on, in the 1 minute, कितने लोगों से आप जाकर मिल सकते हैं? एक बढ़िया सा हैंडशेक कीजिए, एक दूसरे से मिलिए, गले लगिए, एक दूसरे से बातें कीजिए, अपने बारे में कुछ बताइए. You have 1 minute. So आप जैसे जैसे मिल रहे हैं, आप मिले कि नहीं मिले, we are going to have a contest out here. आप कितने लोगों से मिले? So I want you all to take a quick selfie. अभी जिनके साथ खड़े हैं, जल्दी से उनके साथ एक बढ़िया सी सेल्फी क्लिक कीजिए. Quickly take a selfie with the person you are talking to. जल्दी से अपना अपना मोबाइल फोन खोलिए, जितने लोगों से मिल रहे हैं सेल्फी खींचिए एंड सोशल मीडिया पर SRK को टैग कीजिए. You could tag it on LinkedIn, you could tag it on Insta. We want to see how many people have you met. Please tag SRK, maybe a hashtag, maybe an account tag. Please take a selfie with the people you are meeting. And you have 20 more seconds. आगे पीछे घूमिए. It's a great opportunity to connect with each other. Go and meet people, come on. Brilliant. थोड़ा inspiration लीजिए. Come on, I want people to go meet everyone, tag each other. Please tag SRK for this amazing event. It's going to be a great treasure, a great memory for all of us. I'm going to join you. Brilliant. So let's shake a hand with each other, thank them for this amazing time that they spent with you. A nice handshake with a person who actually spoke to you for a moment. Brilliant. Lovely. Now that's what's energy. Let's give a round of applause to each one of you for this amazing contribution. Thank you so much for your participation. Really appreciate that. All right. So the time is up. And we can now take our places, please. Super. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Done. હા એટલે આ બધા હશે ને આ જ છે ને મારી પાસે અને કોણ કરવાનું છે એ મને ખાલી નામ આપો. Thank you very much. We look forward to the next panel discussion. It's going to be a round of lot of thought leadership. We're going to talk a lot, we're going to learn a lot from each other. And I'm sure you're all looking forward to learning something really interesting that would contribute towards your business leadership and contribute towards sustainability and climate action. So people, request you all to kindly take your places. People, request you all to kindly take your places. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And our time for networking is up. And our time for networking is up. Request you all to kindly take your places, please. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We see a lot of energy towards the two corners of the room, right from the left to the right. So people, could you kindly take your places? Thank you so much. Would you like to settle down, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please take your places. Super. Amazing. So people, once again, a hearty warm welcome back to the next part of the session. So, I'm truly honored to be able to introduce two different panels, one after the other, of industry experts. We're all gathered here with us today. Our first panel deals with a topic that everyone Our first panel deals with a topic that every company leading in the sustainability space has had. I'm sure we have so much of urge to connect with each other. So we're going to do a quick little shout out here. Is everyone with me? Can I hear some hand raises? Is everyone with me? Can I see some hand raises? जो है मेरे साथ वो हाथ ऊपर करे, जो नहीं है फिजिकली या मेंटली वो हाथ ऊपर ना करे. Thank you. So when I say a hello, thank you. When I say a hello, I want to hear a hi. And when I say a hi, I want to hear a hello. Can we do that? Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Thank you so much for your attention. So people, our first panel deals with a topic that every company leading in the sustainability space has had to strategically prioritize and successfully execute in order to be successful. How do you integrate and demonstrate sustainability across all functions of your enterprise? And how do you deliver and show return on investment for your ESG goals and commitments? That's our first panel. With us today, to help us have this discussion in our panel, our moderator, we have with us is Shri Kamlesh Bhai Yagnik, who's the President of SRK Knowledge Foundation and the Chief Resilience Officer at Surat Climate Change Trust, and our esteemed panelists. We would like to felicitate all of them. May I request the pleasure to have Shri Kamlesh Bhai Yagnik on the dais as the moderator of the first panel discussion. A round of applause to Shri Kamlesh Bhai Yagnik. I take the pleasure, the honor to introduce to you Shri Prashant Bhai Tiwari, the Chief Sustainability Officer with Amara Raja Group. I request a quick video presentation to help us understand more about Shri Prashant Tiwari ji. Welcome, sir, to the dais. Let's all give a round of applause to Prashant ji and hear about and watch about the great work that he's been doing.
Has an immense and wide-ranging experience in planning and executing sustainability roadmaps across multiple sectors, including the automotive, FMCG, natural resource and mining industries. He is an expert on topics covering corporate sustainability, ESG strategy and reporting, carbon credits, and more. Prior to joining Amara Raja Group, Mr. Tiwari led successful project at Vedanta Resources, Coca-Cola Company, and Hindustan Unilever. Please welcome Shri Prashant Tiwari, Chief Sustainability Officer, Amara Raja Group.
It's a pleasure and honor to have you, sir. May I request Shri Neerav Bhai Narola to kindly come forward to felicitate Prashant ji. Thank you so much, sir. I now take the honor to introduce to you Shri Hardeep Singh ji. Shri Hardeep Singh ji is the President and Global Head, Sales and Marketing of Goldie Solar Private Limited. He's such an inspiration to us and has been contributing so amazingly to our entire organization and also for the well-being. Let us give a round of applause to Shri Hardeep Singh ji. May I take the honor to request Shri Utkarsh Narola to kindly come forward to present a bouquet to Hardeep ji. It's such a pleasure to have you, sir, in this panel discussion. I also take the honor to introduce to you Shri Anindya Chaudhary ji, who is a country manager of energy transitions with Shell India. May we have a quick video presentation to know more about Anindya ji.
Mr. Anindya Chaudhary is deeply committed to the energy transition and moving from fossil fuel reliance to clean energy. He is passionate about access to reliable, uninterrupted and affordable energy across different parts of the country. Mr. Chaudhary lent his experience to Reliance Industries and NTPC. Please welcome Anindya Chaudhary, Country Manager, Energy Transitions Program, Shell.
Let's all give a round of applause as we welcome Anindya ji. I request Akshay Dholakia ji to kindly come forward to present a floral bouquet to Anindya ji. Welcome, sir. I now take the pleasure and the honor to introduce to you the next panelist today. That's CA Preeti Savla ji. Preeti ji, who is a chairperson of Sustainability Reporting Standards Board and also the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Let us have a welcome, ma'am. Let's give a round of applause to Madam Preeti. And let us have a quick video presentation to learn more about her.
CA Preeti Savla, has been instrumental in developing sustainability reporting frameworks and promoting CSR best practices among businesses. Under her leadership, the Sustainable Reporting Standards Board has developed the ICAI Sustainability Reporting Framework, which provides guidance to companies on reporting their sustainability performance and impacts. CA Savla has won several awards and accolades. Please welcome CA Preeti Savla, Chairperson, Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, ICAI.
I request Prabhu Dholakia ji to kindly come forward to welcome Madam Preeti. Welcome, ma'am. It's an honor to have you here with us. So we are all set and ready for this thought-provoking discussion. And Kamleshi, this group of experts is completely with you now and your capable hands. All the best.
Thank you, Nisha. Today morning, I called up Shreyans Bhai and I asked him, have you read today's newspaper? He said, yes, I've read it. So I said, I'm sure no one will come because everyone will be running to the bank to exchange their 2,000 rupees note. Later in the lunchtime and morning we had a full house. Then during the lunchtime again, I went to Shreyans Bhai and I told him, Shreyans Bhai, I'm sure after lunch people will go because they still have to exchange their 2,000 notes. But the house is full here. What is important and what we can infer is that something more important than our 2,000 rupees note is being discussed here. And that's the value which we all have it. And I'm very, very thankful to all of you for remaining present in this. And this is a esteemed panel. And when we are talking about panel discussions, it is, like grilling them, asking, the panelists. And as we know, we have panel from varied sectors. We have professionals here. We have industrial persons here. We have people from services and manufacturing. So it's a great panel, and I'm sure next 45 to 50 minutes, what we are given, we'll have a lot to know from this panelist. So before wasting much time, I will ask one common question, and then I'll go very, very specific. So, the panelists, very, very quick answer, I want to know, because since morning we've been talking about sustainability. So what does sustainability mean to you? So if you can, very briefly introduce sustainability to our audience here.
Yeah, maybe if you have to give a personal context. So I've been working with Shell for the last 25 years. And sustainability, I find, is sort of ingrained in our blood. We don't look at sustainability as a special new thing that is being done. And we can come across various examples. In Surat, or near Surat, we have a LNG terminal, which was created at a cost of $700 million. And I think we set great examples in how the project was set up safely, without causing any harm to the environment, and looking after the communities around it. So briefly, I'll just end here.
At the outset, let me appreciate and congratulate SRK Group, Govind Kaka, for organizing such a wonderful conference on sustainability over here. And I am really amazed to see the culture what the SRK Group has built over a period of time. So my congratulations to entire SRK Group. As regards to sustainability, in 1 minute, I can say that when I have been given the charge of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, I have seen 2 minutes small video. Nature require people or people require nature? So, yes, what is the answer? Nature require people or people require nature? Yes, and people require nature, and for maintaining our next generation to have our next generation, we have to take care of nature and what we are doing. So we have to we have to do all those things by which we can take care nature to have our next generation. Otherwise, our people also nowadays, animals are becoming extinct. But if we are not taking care of nature, of environment, the governance part, the social part, we will become the extincts like animals. And that is all sustainability with this example.
Hello. Yeah, so first let me start with thanking SRK Group for inviting us here. It has been a wonderful experience since yesterday. And extending this hospitality, I must also congratulate SRK Group for taking this audacious target. We are hearing 2024 for net zero. Before I talk about what sustainability means to me as an individual, let me give a brief of where I come from. So I represent Amara Raja Group. We are an energy and mobility company. And you know us by brand names like Amaron, Power Zone, Quantas. What we realize is our role, the energy storage industry role in making this switch to renewables as well as EV is very critical. If India has to achieve its net zero target, this industry has to come up and deliver. We also are into a lot of our product offerings. If you look at it, we manufacture lead acid battery, but we also have lithium ion batteries, which are going into two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We also manufacture EV chargers, battery management system. So if you look at, when I look at Amara Raja as a business, sustainability is our business. I mean, when we perform well on financial parameters, chances are we are doing better on non-financial and energy parameters as well. So sustainability for me, if I can term it in one word, it's an opportunity. For a lot of people who are sitting here, I think this is the land of entrepreneurs, and new energy, this objective towards net zero brings in a lot of opportunities, and we should look at it.
I'd like to, talk about sustainability on behalf of the common man. If the word sustainability, net zero, they are so complex. 8 out of 10 common people would not even know what you are talking about if you talk to them, if you utter these words. So we need to make them as simple and as relatable as possible if you actually want these targets and goals to be achieved. They are very simple as leaving your, shutting your tap off while you are brushing your teeth, switching the lights off in your room while you are walking out of the room. So yeah, they are actually as simple as that. But, in such forums, we are using such jargons and, so they will not, it's not relatable to everyone. So firstly, I would like to make it, appeal to everyone to make it as simple so that it's, everyone understands that it's something which we do every day, actually. It's not something which a company has to do or a government has to do. It is something which all of us can do every day in every step of our lives. And secondly, there are 3 dimensions to sustainability. This sustainability of society, sustainability of environment, and sustainability of the economy. So unless all 3 of this happens together, hand in hand, so the net zero goal is only going to remain a goal. So we'll have to, work, as they say, walk the talk on all the 3 fronts. And when we say society, it starts from all of us sitting in this room.
Very nice. Sustainability is all about advocating a generation which is not yet born. आज हम उन लोगों के लिए बात कर रहे हैं, उन लोगों के लिए चिंता कर रहे हैं जिनका आज अभी तक जन्म नहीं हुआ है. So that is, like all about sustainability. Now, taking further, see, in businesses, there is a major challenge. And how do we actually, ensure that how are you educating your team and a larger ecosystem about both about your commitment and the progress you are making. Because in ESG, you are making a commitment as well as it is mandatory for you to report. So how you are managing this ecosystem? So if you can tell us, Mr. Chaudhary.
Thank you for the question, and I had forgotten to acknowledge and thank SRK for inviting me here. So many thanks for your hospitality. Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah? Okay. So I'm not an ESG professional, so I can only tell you what I've experienced as an employee of a company that has put sustainability ingrained in our various systems. So we have, the governance side of things has always been well established. We have financial reporting, etc., that goes on. The social side has also been well recognized. We have got how we engage with the community, how we keep our people safe, how we give safety to our people, not only physical but emotional safety in the workplace. So that has been covered. On environment also, on our emissions, pollutions, we have, it seems to go up and down. So these aspects have also been covered. What has recently changed is our GHG or carbon emissions related commitments and pledges. Now this is something that, so we have also got a 2050 pledge of being net zero business by 2050, covering scope 1, 2, and 3. And this comes from the top, and it's embedded in the tasks and targets of the people down the businesses, so everybody's aware. And not only that, senior executive pay is related to the performance in achieving the year-by-year targets associated with this pathway. So this is how we have done it.
Mr. Saula, if you can add on to this.
So at ICAI, we are the regulators, and the Sustainability Board has been pioneer in India at ICAI in the world. So nowadays, everyone in the world at international level also, everyone is talking about the sustainability. But in India, we have started talking long back, and at least in our communities, the Indians are like, sustainability is imbibed in their families, in their blood. Because as Sir has rightly said, in every day, actually, we are having the sustainability, because we have been taught in our life by our forefathers, agar aapko pankha nahi chahiye to switch off kar dijiye. So we are so careful about small things also. We all people are vegetarians and generate, emit less carbons. And these are the basic things which Indians have, and that is all are talking now at the world level. As regards to the reporting requirements, now when the tone at the top is like that, at India, our Honorable Prime Minister says in COP26 at Glasgow conference that India wants to be the net zero carbon neutral by 2070. And by 2030, he has given certain Panchamrut to be followed. And those things are coming from, and actually the regulators have started giving the reporting requirements for certain level of companies. So now what happens, since 2012, these reporting requirements have come by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. But over a period of time, I am not going into the details, but over a period of time, reporting requirements have become now mandatory. For March 22-23, it is mandatory that BRSR should be reported. So at least that has started. And from 23 onwards, 1st April 2023, this assurance has also become mandatory. So at least now, and this is at present for top 1,000 listed companies. And there are 9 principles, essential principles, and leadership principles. These are, essential principles are mandatory and leadership principles are voluntary to be followed. However, I know that this will not be applicable to majority SMEs and the companies which are not in this league of top 1,000 listed companies. But in that, the requirement is that supply chain is also included. So when agar aapke vendor se ye jo top 1,000 listed companies hai, उसमें रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट है कि आप अगर आपके वेंडर से परचेस करते हो तो वो वेंडर भी ESG कंप्लायंट होना चाहिए. So when it is a supply chain mandatory is required at this reporting level, so now these companies have started कि हम जहाँ से purchase करते हैं तो वो vendors are also ESG compliant होने चाहिए, sustainability का tag होना चाहिए. So when this level requirement is there, so over a period of next 1 to 3 years, lot of things, बहुत सारा कुछ होने वाला है, and this ESG will be, अभी जो किसको पता नहीं है sustainability, वो सारे लोगों को sustainability पता हो जाएगा. So we regularly work along with SEBI. We have developed disclosure requirements which will be mandatory. The greenhouse gas statements, that is assurance engagement, which is mandatory, required to be followed by the members who are following this. Again, we have also developed sustainability reporting maturity model. So उसमें आपको ESG, environmental, social और governance में आप क्या-क्या activity कर रहे हो, ये model website पे है. आप उसमें आपका सारा detail डाल दीजिए, उसका output आ जाएगा कि आप compliant है और अगर है तो कितने level पे है, 50% है, 60% है कि 75% है. Or you are leading by an example. So all these activities we do for all our members, the public at large, the awareness we also do. So these are the activities, the requirements, reporting requirements will change the entire world, and India is taking a leap in this.
No, it's a great information that ESG, हम ESG के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं और यदि हम काम करना चाहते हैं तो how do we do that? And जैसा मैडम ने बताया कि there are platforms available where you enter your data and you get to know where do you stand in the scale from 0 to 100, where do you stand? So that is a great information. Mr. Tiwari, if you want to add something on this.
So at Amara Raja, sustainability has been an integral part of our value system. Not everybody use the term sustainability. But what we have started doing since last year is we started looking at capability building programs. So we had some 23 programs, combination of webinars, classroom instructions. There were certification programs, and we covered all the verticals starting from supply chain, finance. And the focus of this program was how does your role interact with sustainability? Second thing which we realized is there is no better way of learning than doing it yourself. So we started a sustainability council, and the chairman of the sustainability council is the CEO, and all the line function leaders, they are the members of it, and everybody owns a responsibility. So there are the people who are driving energy and carbon projects, supply chain projects, financial disclosures. So the leaders now own a responsibility of sustainability, and they're answerable in the sustainability council. Over and above that, to take this message further down, we created cells like energy cells, water cells. We also did multiple programs in the nearby community to make them more aware about sustainability. And this year, what we are coming out with is an e-induction module. Let's say you are a supply chain manager. It becomes mandatory for you to log in. It's a 2-hour program where it takes you through basically what does your job entails, what is the interaction with sustainability, and how it is going to look like in 2030. And what are the skills you need to have mandatorily built in for you to deliver better in 2030. So these are some of the things which we are doing. One more thing which we are planning to do this year is train the trainer program. So we are developing 70 sustainability champions within the organization. So Amara Raja, I mean, you know it about the battery company, but there is a lot we do. I mean, we have infrastructure business, electronics, power, foods and beverages. So we are developing these 70 sustainability champions who would engage with the workforce of 16,000 employees during the year to talk about sustainability in the way they can understand. Not everybody needs to understand what is CDP disclosure, but they probably need to understand what they can do to conserve water, conserve electricity, about the social aspects to it. So this is how we are trying to spread this message. Quickly, I will talk about our promoters, the leaders, because end of the day, the messaging from the top decides how the organization performs. So yesterday only our chairman, Mr. Jaidev Galla, who is a parliamentarian, and he has been pretty vocal around climate change and environmental related issues. So he was in Chicago for a few days training program on climate change along with other parliamentarians. So we are making sure that leadership is also engaged in some very high quality training programs so that understanding around disclosures, CDPs, this is understood by everyone and all.
Hardeep,
Well, at Goldie Solar, I think we are all very blessed to have promoters, who are having sustainability in their DNA. And it's a day-to-day, it's a lifestyle for all of us. And our parent SRK, is going to be one of the first companies of that size to become net zero in 2024. And other than that, we are, doubly blessed because we manufacture a product which is going to help others become sustainable. So we are manufacturing solar panels, so which is helping others become sustainable. So we are not only we ourselves are doing it, but we are helping others also. Now, as far as we ourselves at Goldie Solar is concerned, so we are also partnering with our vendors, with our other stakeholders to try and bring what we was talking in the morning, reusable, to reuse, to recycle things, to make, that's how we are trying to support sustainability at our end. Just to give you a small example, there was a vendor from whom we were getting material on these wooden pallets. There are these hundreds of pallets which were coming in on a weekly basis. And it was such a waste of wood, a precious, natural resource like wood. So I'm sure there must be thousands of trees which must be, being sacrificed on a monthly basis to, bring that material into our plant. So we worked with our partner, with our vendor, and we asked him, why don't you reuse this? When your vehicle comes to deliver, he can take back the ones which have been used and again reuse them. So we started off that and we started reusing them, and so by saving a few hundred trees. Now what was happening is it was not becoming 100% practical because half were breaking, half were becoming unusable. So then we sat with him and worked out a completely, out of the box kind of a arrangement where we came up with a proposal to have steel pellets. So now we have completely done away with the use of woods, where we were using thousands of these pellets on a weekly basis. So now the material comes on steel pellets, and those steel pellets go back to the vendor, and he's using them. So there's a saving of cost, there's saving of hundreds of trees, and it's also contributing to the sustainable goal. So these are some of the small things which we are trying to do, and also we are trying to get into the sustainable production processes by trying to use more of solar power for manufacturing processes, by recycling the water, the wastewater which comes out. Although we don't use any natural water in the production process, but whatever in a normal day-to-day use, so just trying to recycle those. So these are some of the small ways which we are trying to contribute in trying to attain this net zero.
Great. That's very nice of you. And as we all know, Companies Act 2013, it brought two terms into our being. One is CSR, and second is ESG. And CSR, essentially talks about a qualitative change, a qualitative implementations, where ESG dictates, how much you are doing it. What is a quantitative analysis of that? So with that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to slightly deviate from asking questions to the panelists. I would rather, take questions, from the house. So if, any individuals, have any specific questions for the panel will be more than happy to answer. So I invite some quick questions, from the panelists, please. And next one also, just raise the hand so that mic can come to you.
So my question is kind of directed towards Madam Savla. So I represent a climate tech startup. We are based in Mumbai and we offer a carbon and ESG management software platform to help organizations across all sectors to account their greenhouse gases. So our target is to enable the MSMEs and the SMEs to go greener. But the natural roadblock that they face is that what is the incentive for them? So at a regulatory level, could there be some sort of incentive? Is there any existing incentive for them to, meet with these compliances and go greener and help, contribute towards someone else's scope 3 accounting? Because at the moment, it just seems like an additional financial burden for them where they are just trying to exist in a cutthroat competition. So is there something which can be done for them? I speak on behalf of so many diamond traders and small and medium businesses out here. So if you could help us with that. Thank you.
Ma'am, can we take a couple of questions together? Because, for the want of time, the gentleman in the back side.
I have one small question. Why the government is not forcing mobile manufacturers to manufacture common mobile charger? It is one of the ways of reducing carbon footprint.
Okay, yeah, we got the point. There.
Yeah, myself, Harshal here. I had a question with regards to like we incentivize, government incentivize like FAME 2 subsidy. Can we have something for the common people, for the industry, where industries are incentivized for doing sustainable business? Like ISO mark is there for standards. Can we have such standards, again, to ma'am, where sustainability is measured of a particular corporate and then the corporate is motivated to do sustainable business?
Okay, and then last one from here, and then we may have some more questions if time permits.
I'm having two questions right now. One thing is when the government comes with the idea of 2% of the PAT as a CSR activity, why don't we think something in those lines and make it mandatory to spend on the sustainability or the environment? So that is first question. Second thing, when we talk about carbon emissions, so we talk about carbon emissions at very different levels. So one thing is, of course, the vehicles that are polluting, and then we talk about the wastage, we talk about water waste. So there are n number of wastage that we talk about. But whether there is any matrix, how we are going to measure the individual carbon footprint. That is when we are going to, let's say I want to travel from Surat to Mumbai. I can take a train, I can take an aeroplane, I can take probably a public transport system. So in that way, whether we can capture the carbon emissions of a group company or of a company, but more at an individual level. Thank you.
Okay. So the panelists can answer. We can start with the madam, I think, and then everyone can opine.
So all the questions combinedly, I think I'll answer. So it is all about the trust and the confidence what we build and what the companies and the businesses build among their investors, their stakeholders. So whenever I just give you an example, so whenever as an investor or as a trader we invest in a company, always the people see the profitability of the company. If the company is making good profits, they invest in the shares of the company. And in the COVID times, this capital market, everyone knows how it was. And accordingly, they invest in the shares of the company. If the profits are good, they invest. But let me tell all of you, this 3P concept has becoming the change. So earlier, it was profitability, people, and then planet. But now the things are coming in the reverse order, the planet, people, and then profitability. So earlier it was regulatory compliances only the companies were looking for and only seeing from the compliance angle. But now they have already realized that They have to do something for the planets, for the next generations, and their business goals. The sustainability goals are imbibed into the business goals also. When they invest into the new plant, they take care that the building, the infrastructure is a green building, the solars now have already started, the alternate energies they are investing. They see that there is a gender equality is on their board, and the people disabled, partially disabled, physically disabled people, they take on as the employees. The governance part also, they are looking into their entire thing. They are having following the good governance. So these things have already, the people, the companies have already realized all these things. And this tone at the top is coming down, and I am sure it will come down at the lower level also. The SMEs also, even the young generation also seeing that they always prefer some sustainable goods. They see the tags now, the sustainability tags. They are not preferring the plastic bags. They always go for some sustainability material bags. So the things, the mentality of the people is changing, and I am sure that over a period of time, this also will come true across at all levels. No doubt there is a cost, but that cost is imbibed into the business cost. So that is one part. As regards to the how much carbon is emitted, so we are also planning to develop the carbon calculator. So nowadays we all have this Apple Watch, and we track how much steps we are walking. So like that, we are planning to have the carbon emission calculator. So in that, if we input something, we have used certain units of electricity, and we are traveling by, say, flight or business class or economy class. From this area we are using this vehicle, diesel or electric vehicle. How much carbon? If we input this data, automatically what is the carbon emitted? The data comes out. So this carbon calculator is already under planning. What was another question?
Just can add on to this question, can you know your carbon footprint? You can do it today also. I mean, if you go to flights.google.com and you book a ticket from one location to another, it tells you what is your carbon footprint for that sector.
Yeah, it is.
The emission factors for traveling by train per kilometer on a diesel or petrol car, they are all there. In fact, there is a website. If you just Google, I want to calculate my carbon footprint, there is a website which gives you a certificate with a very detailed analysis. It asks you some basic questions, that how big your house is, how much electricity do you consume, what do you eat, how much you travel, how far is your office. So you input that data, and you can actually understand almost 90% of accuracy your own carbon footprints. So there are tools which are already existing.
Tiwari Saab, you can answer his questions. Why these batteries are not standardized, or chargers are not standardized.
So I'll,
quick
if you
answer to that.
don't mind, I'll answer that question on the mobile, which was asked by someone. I have spent 20 years of my career in the mobile industry. So it was a big effort to get everyone on a single platform, all the manufacturers, except for Apple, which has its own norms and regulations. All the other manufacturers today have come to a understanding, and they all use a single type of charger, which they call the C type. So except for Apple, rest everyone is on a single platform as of today. And answering the second question someone raised about the vehicle, carbon offsetting in vehicles. So you see, in the morning also someone had mentioned that when just by using an EV, if you think you have offset carbon, it is not like that. If you are using electricity to charge that EV, and that electricity is being produced by using fossil fuel, so you are back to zero. It's not net zero, it is back to zero. So you also, the EV needs to be charged using green energy. So that is the next step, which is still not, which we are still far away from. Today, all the EVs are being charged by electricity, which is from conventional sources.
So Mr. Chaudhary, if you want to add anything to this.
I just wanted to comment on an individual basis. So measuring my carbon footprint, I don't know how much difference I can make, because it's not that I have choices to go non-carbon or not. I have the same fuels, I have the same electricity coming from the same grid. So I might make my lifestyle maybe 10% here and there. But the important thing is that this leads people to demand cleaner options. And that will drive society to provide the cleaner options to the individuals. That awareness is very important.
That's very, very true. And I'm sure there's a question, in everyone's mind, but no one, asks that question. And that question is, like when we organize this kind of conferences, what's going to be the footprint? And Karthikeyan Bhai is not here. He talks about, we are talking about footprint, but we should be talking about handprint, in the sense that what I can do in order to offset carbon which is emitted. So, we are coming, like nearing to the end of this panel, but there's one quick question, I want answer, from the panelists. What are the biggest hurdles, you see in going company sustainable?
It's I think, more a question of understanding what is required and why it is required. See, very often I find, and this is maybe just a period of time through which we are going in, but a lot of people are focusing on, especially on the energy transition, decarbonization. Why? Because a regulator is asking for it, or investors are asking for it. But I think that one has to internalize why we are doing this. And somebody said, or you actually pointed out, that you're actually, it's like taking out an insurance. We take out insurance for our families. In case of an untoward incident, they are looked after. So this investment is also for the future generations. So we have to approach it from that basis and therefore avoid greenwashing.
To take what Anindya ji has said further, I would say now the reporting requirements are mandatory, and that is why everyone has started doing the reporting requirements. A lot of people have set up their softwares, the companies, and also ESG rating has also been started. They have developed the softwares for ESG rating. The things are already started taking place. However, the challenge is that the data and the accuracy of the data. It is a company, for example, having some 15, 20 plants at different locations across India. So to take the data, how much carbon they are generating from different plants, what is water utilization, how the things are happening. So at present, this data, unless the company is very, very matured and having all the systems in place, it becomes very difficult to understand the accuracy of the data. No doubt it may, over a period of time, they will mature and the accuracy will come, but the accuracy of data at present is really a challenge.
Instead of calling it a hurdle, like I said, we are in the business of sustainability. So a lot of people, they would call it as a challenge, but we look at it as an opportunity. We are setting up a with the investment of 9,500 crore, India's biggest gigawatt-hour lithium-ion factory, and 5 gigawatt-hour of pack cell manufacturing in state of Telangana. We have seen the benefits, of going renewable. Today, 20% of the power that comes in Amar Raja is from renewable sources. We have some very good targets around it. Now, looking at lithium-ion, and it is going to be a critical component when we are talking about climate emissions. There are certain challenges. One is about the supply chain. So even today, there is an over-dependence on few geographies, one country in particular. The other big challenge is availability of skill. When you are setting up a lithium-ion factory, starting from the operator, the person who is going to do the research, the person who are going to run those shop floors. In India, we don't have enough experience, and attracting talent from, and this talent is in a huge demand right now. There is a huge demand and supply gap. The third thing which I can probably think of is, by the way, this lithium-ion unit which we are establishing now, we are looking at 50% renewable to start with, 1/3 women, and there are some tangible business benefits by going this way. So, yeah, I mean, hurdles, challenges, and opportunities, though, they go hand in hand.
Hardeep, if you want to say.
I think the biggest challenge that we all face today is awareness among the people, among the common masses, among our colleagues in the office and the family, society. So once our experience has been that once that awareness is created, then it is, a very easy task, because nowadays, even children are being made conscious in the schools, in the colleges about sustainability, about what they need to do. So I think the biggest challenge is creating awareness and in the simplest way, conveying that awareness to the common man.
And lastly, advice is something which no one wants to listen, but everyone wants to give. So I will ask panelists to give an advice to individuals, who are sitting in the front in 2 words, not more than 2 words. Quick advice. How do we manage sustainability? If you want to give advice to the house here in 2 words about being sustainable or net zero. Quick.
You wanted 2 words? I'll just say be aware.
Be aware. That's it.
2 words, kind of difficult, but if I have to start from scratch, benchmark, and second would be be proactive. Why I say be proactive? Because today's good to have are tomorrow's must have. We have seen the change in regulations, so it's no more a wish list, it's something which you would have to implement. So better get going on that.
I'll put it in 3 words. Be an example. Very simple.
I can say that set the targets and implement the targets. Implement for achievement.
That's great. I think we are on time, and as said earlier, it's exactly 55 minutes we took, and I'm very happy that panelists has given their best, and I'm sure you also, in agreement with what I'm saying. And if you are in agreement with me, I demand applause from all of you for the great panel. Thank you very much. So we end a panel here, and we'll have one quick group photograph of the panel here, please.
Fantastic. That was a brilliant conversation. Thank you so much, Kamleshi, and the entire panel for sharing these amazing thoughts, ideas, and the actions that you people are already taking, setting benchmarks for all of us. As we move forward, we are moving on to the next panel discussion. And this is again going to be another round of a lot of discussions with a lot of learnings and practical exposure to how we can actually contribute towards sustainability. So I want to thank once again, the previous panelists for an engaging and informative discussion. And I'm sure that we all would benefit from it. Our second panel is equally impressive, and the topic is equally critical and urgent. How do you tell the story of your ESG and corporate social responsibility in a way that both elevates your brand and avoids the devastating reputational risk of being accused of greenwashing and also greenwashing your commitments. Every single day we see stories about what happens when things go wrong. Let's talk about how we can make sure that we do it right now. With us today, to help us navigate this discussion in our panel moderator, with us we have Shri Shreyans Bhai Dholakia, the entrepreneur and brand custodian with SRK. May I request Shri Shreyans Bhai to kindly come forward on the stage as he would be moderating the event today. Welcome, sir. I would also like to welcome thank you. I would also like to welcome Shri Arun Mishraji, CEO and whole-time director of Hindustan Zinc, that's the Vedanta group. I invite him to kindly come forward on the stage. May I also take the honor to invite Professor Harita Saranga from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Madam Harita, we are honored to have you with us today. A hearty warm welcome. I also request Shri Ravi Agarwalji, who's the Managing Director of GenCrest, to kindly come forward. It's such a pleasure to have you, sir. Welcome to the panel discussion. May I take the honor to invite Shri Mohabhai, the founder and CEO of Matter Group. Welcome, sir. You would all be curious to learn more about this amazing panel who would be sharing their thoughts with us. Let us have a quick round of videos to learn more about their amazing work and the contribution that they are doing to the society and the community.
An industry veteran with over 3 decades of experience, Mr. Arun Mishra has transformed Hindustan Zinc Limited into a leading producer of zinc and lead in India. He is known for his leadership and management skills in companies including Tata Steel and Vedanta Resources and holds several prestigious awards. Please welcome Arun Mishra, CEO and whole-time director, Hindustan Zinc.
Welcome, sir.
Group.
Such a pleasure to have you. I would request Darshil Dholakia to kindly come forward and welcome our guest with a bouquet.
Several articles and
We may now play the next video.
Dr. Saranga has published several articles and co-authored Reliability and Six Sigma. Dr. Saranga is known for her engaging teaching style and has won several teaching awards. Her work in production and operations management focuses on quality, productivity, and sustainability in various supply chains, including agriculture, automotive, pharmaceuticals, and healthcare. Please welcome Professor Harita Saranga, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore.
I request Tej Dholakia to kindly come forward and felicitate Madam. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us for the panel discussion. May we now play the next video, please?
Mr. Ravi Agrawal has taken GenCrest to new heights in supply chain and logistics services under his capable leadership. He is responsible for its successful expansion of operations across India and for establishing GenCrest as a trusted partner across industries. He is passionate about promoting and mentoring new businesses such as energy, mining, biotech, and information technology. Please welcome Ravi Agrawal, Managing Director, GenCrest.
Such a pleasure to have you, sir. May I request Rahul Dholakia to kindly come forward to felicitate, sir. Welcome, sir. And may we play the next video, please.
Mr. Mohan Lalbhai is known for his acute business acumen and ability to build and manage high-performing teams. He has successfully led Matter towards greater awareness and adoption of sustainable electric technologies that includes India's first geared electric motorcycle and development of new-gen lithium-ion cell technology. Mr. Lalbhai is committed to driving innovation in the electric technology sector for a more sustainable future in India. Please welcome Mohan Lalbhai. founder and CEO of Matter Group.
I request Neerav Narola to kindly come forward and felicitate Mohal Bhai. And the floor is now yours, Shreyans Bhai. We look forward to this amazing interaction.
Hello. Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope you all had a good lunch. Hello. Are you guys listening? Good. So, welcome you all on the dais, and thank you very much for this first of its kind SRK conclave that you all, sustainability conclave that you all been here. Throughout the day, we all are together. Myself, Shreyans Dholakia, I'm a brand custodian of Sri Ram Krishna Export. What is brand custodian according to you? Anybody? What is brand custodian? Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. So if we combine two words, brand and custodian, that's what two of the executives spoke, is that, of course, what we believe in is the SRK is a brand in diamond and jewelry sector across the world. And with this brand, that also comes with responsibility and the legacy that we have. So being in a multi-generation business, it is not going to stop here, where I can call owner of the company. So I am attaching myself with the company only limited to being a custodian of the company until the period I am acting in the company. So I was given this company's charges by my elder generation, and I have to make sure that I pass on the reins of this company in a better way to the next generation of the family. So that's what brand custodian means to me. And I hope that makes sense. And now when I call myself Shreyans Dholakia, brand custodian of SRK, which means we are talking about multi-generational SRK family business into diamond, jewelry, and much more fields to come into place. Thank you. That was exactly the topic for today. I would have rather simply said to you, Shreyans Dholakia, and I have started my conversation. But I went into the depth of brand custodian was the base of my storytelling to you and to explain what storytelling means. And that is with the context of what our conversation is going to be today with all the panel members here. So thank you all that you all are here with me. How many of you believe that brainwashing is very much prevailing in this industry or in the world? And you have been at least once brainwashed by somebody in your life? How many of you believe that you have been brainwashed by somebody in your life? Right? So that's what it is. So it's both the ways of storytelling. The way I told you, what if none of the things that I told you about brand custodian and about Shreyans Dholakia's existence today was true? What would it then be? You would still believe it. Because my way of telling you was so factual and so, one statement that you believed it. That is exactly what brainwashing is. And today we are going to also touch upon what is storytelling, along with it being in a sustainability conclave. There is a lot of greenwashing that is happening, not brainwashing, but greenwashing. So I think in a previous panel also, sir touched upon the word called greenwashing. So we'll be touching upon that as well. Telling our own story is very important, of course. And storytelling can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. It can be through watching a video, seeing a YouTube video, a television show, advertisement, or it can be coming through a social media post as well. But my first question is to our most senior person here, Mr. Arunji. What does storytelling look like in your company? what kind of stories do you tell to your people, to the customers outside, and where are they told? How are they told?
Okay, so storytelling is, you have to first define what's the purpose of storytelling. My organization is some 3,000 odd executives and 25,000 workers. So as a CEO, whatever I want to do, unless I'm able to communicate to the last person in the line, the organization will not move. If I ask the same question that you asked, how many people have experienced brainwashing, I would first ask how many people are married and how many are unmarried. Next question is easy. So storytelling is a way you connect with the people so that automatically you extract response from them. The moment you get a response the way I got it now, so they have understood what I wanted to say. I don't have to explain. So in case of Hindustan Zinc, I'll just give a brief what happened. During COVID, all of us were locked up. I had just come to the organization. My family was in Bhubaneswar. I was living alone in the guest house and completely locked up, and we were all operating online. So only way we thought that let us try to imagine what will happen once. We didn't know when COVID will be over, how many days lockdown will be there. None of us knew. But we tried to do a dream kind of a thing that, okay, let's write down on a board what will happen to the world if the COVID were to be over and if there were no lockdown tomorrow. How people would go about. One conclusion that we drew after writing lot many options, that world will be more environmentally conscious and everybody would love to live in a world where there are no pollution, and people equated pollution to COVID. Because initially in the WhatsApp you saw the messages from Delhi, Himalaya is visible, from this place that is visible, because people equated. And we said that now is the time we must write down for ourselves what will be our sustainability goals for 2025, and to achieve that, what do we do from every year? And then take that story to the people. If I tell people that as a CEO, I have this vision, nobody would believe. But if I say in the COVID, we were locked down and we were spending time and discussing, and we came to this, then that story is compelling story. Then you listen to that and then you say, okay, these visions are not a handed down vision from CEO. This is something that came out of adversity. At the end of the day, the society loves rags to riches story, adversity to success story, not the opposite way. So anything that you want to communicate, if you give a touch of rags to riches, adversity to success, struggle to success, then people lap it up, because in the pyramid, most of the people are facing adversity. Less number of people who are fortunate. So more number of people will be on your side when you talk of the story of adversity, and that is how you communicate in an organization.
Right, so you mean to say we have to take people along the journey.
Absolutely.
Right, and he rightly said the different meaning of what is storytelling. Just by saying few words, everything can be communicated. Just in the today's entire session, the first session, we learned a lot about the sustainability is not just about doing yourself, but also doing for someone else, caring for people, collaborations. My father always teaches us, and as a whole group to us, as a family, that we have to work hard, do much more for the people around us, and be a responsible citizen while we are here on this Mother Earth. So SRK always takes pride itself on being a socially responsible company. And what we call in-house is that beyond diamonds, because of course you all know we are into diamond business, diamond and jewelry, but beyond diamond is something that we have to look for, and we don't call it CSR, socially responsible, because it's our service beyond diamonds. And now along with ESG as well, where it's just not the bottom line just matter, but it is a fact that we have to do ESG, social work, everything. So Ravi bhai, my next question to you is, how do you tell your brand story to the consumers, can understand why you are making certain efforts and how it impacts them in a positive way, your customers? Have you discovered any positive collaborations, correlations between your ESG and your corporate social responsibility stories?
So as a group, sustainability has been the bedrock, it has been the basis of our formation. And so whether it is our solar power, biotech, nanotech, bioinformatics, so everywhere we first think about sustainability, that whether this business would be contributing positively, and then we have decided to enter the business, including our mining venture. So we are in initial stages, but the thought process which went in was similar. We have a large foundation, and I'm very proud to say that our foundation team is the biggest team right now, which works in the entire tribal areas of Maharashtra. And whenever we go out, interact with people, interact with our customers, our thought process has always been that we talk about our achievements, what we are doing. So in our biotech project, we are basically taking the banana waste, banana stem from the farmers. We extract fiber out of that. We take the sap. We make biofertilizers. With pulp, we are making solid fertilizers, animal feed. And ultimately, nothing goes out of the plant. So, so our actual solid discharge is zero. When we go to our clients, this is really a conversation starter and a door opener, for sure. The response has been very, very positive. Over the last 2 years, we have gone through many iterations in the product. We have launched the product. It has been taken up very successfully. At this point of time, we are interacting with the biggest textile brands in the country who are taking trials on banana fiber. And this project is going to be the largest project which is going to be vertically integrated. The impact of this when we convince is that currently the farmer spends 15,000 to 20,000 rupees per acre to cut the stems and dump it in one part of the farm. We actually pay the farmer about 20 rupees per stem and collect the stems and process it. So instead of losing 15,000 rupees, we are in fact paying them money, which goes directly in their pocket. These kind of stories are very effective when we go and interact with our customers, and the response has been very positive. And I also echo Arunji's thought process that first we have to convince our team members. So this story has to be told to our team members, and they have to be convinced to be able to go and talk to other people. So we do ensure that all our team members participate in this. We train them. We also ask them to go on a field visit to our foundation to understand each and every aspect that we do, and ensure that they have understood what is the thought process at the top, and ensure that when they are on the field, they are humble enough to know that what is the ground reality, and then they go and approach, so that the mindset is not of one up, but as a partner, and to understand that you're there for the environment and for the people, and be with the farmer.
Ravi bhai rightly mentioned, we also follow similar at SRK, where, of course, after doing so much in ESG and corporate social responsibility side, our sales team, we send them to our foundation, SRK Knowledge Foundation's office. For 2 days of training, we have done that, and we taught them, we make them set on the field. Various activities we do throughout the year, be it a medical camp, any other activities, various awards, any educational trips. We take our sales team there as well, so they can learn what exactly on ground our other part of the companies, because it's all one family. And as Ravi bhai was mentioning, believe me, even customers have bigger faith in your company if you attach both the stories together. So you rightly mentioned, Ravi bhai. And today, so one of the other biggest issue is about greenwashing, as we are talking about. And with the greenwashing, many companies are trying to take positive benefit out of for their product, for their service, for their company. So my next question is to you, Mohal bhai. Your organization has been recognized for the sustainability achievements and respected. You are one of the leaders in the green motorbikes that you recently launched. First of all, congratulations for the India's first e-bike that you launched. And and you being from that space, you communicating all your strategies, your approach towards ESG and sustainability. What message do you try to communicate when you tell your brand story?
Okay. So I think the first thing about communicating a brand story is to really have a purpose that makes sense all across. And going green is not necessarily cheap. Let me make that very clear to everyone here today that it is not necessarily cheap. And everyone has some part to play in the journey, be it at an individual level, at an organization level, at a societal level. And one of the means, I wouldn't say the only means, is how do we introduce products and technologies which actually save money for the consumers? And again, electric vehicles, not necessarily cars or larger vehicles, but for two-wheelers and commercial applications, it does make sense today. So once you're looking at electric vehicles and you're really bringing down the cost of ownership significantly, this newfound available pool of capital is something that can really be repurposed back to environmental targets. And that's how you're really looking at societal and environmental benefits coming at the same time. When you have more disposable income available in the country and you have now that opportunity to tap into the environmental side. But coming back to the idea of greenwashing is that when we're communicating to the end consumer, the most important piece, and again, when you're talking about climate and you're talking about the environment, is to show real action. The consumer is supposed to be in the center of the story and not the organization. Whatever we are doing is we are providing a product or a service for them. So once the consumer is at the center of the story and the consumer has tried it out, whatever marketing a single company can do, word of mouth is always going to do better. So if the consumers start talking about your product and the change it's created, I think everything else that as an organization we do is secondary. I mean, as they say, the proof of the pudding's in the first piece you take. So what we at Matter strongly believe is while we have set our targets, while we have set our goals, while we believe we are doing things right, we do falter sometimes as well. I mean, there are business constraints which come in. But at the end of the day, we are honest in our communication. So the idea of greenwashing is something which is always going to hurt industries as a whole. I mean, it's going to become a reputational problem if greenwashing is allowed. And that's where people need to come up and speak out, be honest, be clear, keep the message simple. So that's what we have to say on that.
Right, Mohal bhai. So he very specifically said have to be customer in center and it has to be very simple. So I want to relate one of my personal stories where, because in our family, it's a rule where when we start post our graduation, when we start our training in diamond business, we have to undergo 2 years of training in the factory. Just our rough diamond flows through the floor. We also goes to all the departments. So while I was working in a diamond polishing department, my guru, he was teaching me. He was one of the good teacher even in those days. I'm talking about 18 years ago. And he was chewing tobacco at that time, tamaku and gutka. So because I was there with him for a month, so we also discussed a lot of personal stories and family background and all. And while my training was about to end, I just told him that why do you chew all this tobacco and stuff like that? Because you one day gonna get cancer and probably you lose your life and you have a daughter at your home. don't you think like going back to her, playing with her, and even she respecting you in a different way? This was my very innocent words. I would not have meant what I mean today about these words. Uh, these words just came out of me because at home also we have this environment where my father and brothers and all discussing about how to not to chew tobacco and how to make our company tobacco free. In fact, today our company is tobacco free, and we tell them people that if you want to chew tobacco, then you have two options: either you continue chewing this, or you be in the company. So that's where our culture and philosophy is, and that's how I just told him this. And just recently, 3 years back, we made one of the largest stones, beautifully crafted and high value, high carat stone. And I was very fascinating to know who was actually crafting this stone. So I asked my cousins that, can you take me to this person? I want to meet him. I met him, and I completely forgot that even he was my guru that time. So I just randomly asked him a question, that how can you, patiently polish such a high diamond? And he told me, it's all because of you. I said, how? He said, 15 years back, you told me to leave this tobacco. I did that. And today I am working very patiently, and I have no pressure, no time, nothing. So he said that today I can, and he was working this because when we have a performance-based system and we only allot a stone to somebody when his performance is like that. So his performance was a zero breakage in our stones while he is polishing a stone. So that was my question, that why you were zero breakage in, and he was like that it's because of no tobacco. So this is related to, being in storytelling. It is often that we have to be people-centric. Whenever you're telling a story, there should be a person in center, as you mentioned, a customer in center, or a people working for us. It helps others to even relate better with our story. Can you think of, this is open to all, anybody can answer. Can you think of any example of stories about the work you do that can be told from the angle of how it impacted an employee or the stakeholder directly, or with the person at the center? Just like my story. Anybody can.
Hello. A couple of stories that I can think of. At IIM Bangalore, when we started our sustainability journey, of course, we started way back around 2010. But we started taking it very seriously after COVID because of, all the reasons that we have been talking about since morning. So one of the things, we kind of did a recce of our institute, try to identify places where there is a lot of energy wastage that is happening. And one of the low-hanging fruit that we identified was getting people to switch off lights and switch off taps so that we can immediately reduce the energy while we are switching them over to motion sensor lights, because that itself was like a 3-month old project. So I said, as the Sustainability Task Force chairperson, I said, the easiest thing that I can do immediately instead of waiting for 3 months is create a poster where, I wrote some 5 bullet points talking about why you need to switch off lights, please switch off lights. Think of your home when you are, leaving the bathroom, because, at home we don't leave the switches on, right? Similarly, please switch off taps. Think of all the water that, poor people have to buy when it goes dry. And don't litter, don't waste paper, because think of all the trees that are being cut to make this paper. Things like that I wrote down. And we stuck it in all our restrooms. And then, I forgot all about it. I'm hoping that people are following it and there is some impact. Then one day, one person bumped into me and she told me how guilty she feels every time she goes to the bathroom now, because, she says that the bullet points are there and I read it and then I feel like all this while, how much energy I wasted. And she says, I got so inspired that I went home and I took a picture of it, I replicated it, and now I'm using it in all our building societies. And my son is working with his kids in the building society to kind of make them take stairs instead of lift, go on bikes rather than asking parents to take cars out, things like that. So this was one story. I realized that when we start, it's a small step, but you don't know how it is going to impact others. That's what I learned from this story. The second thing that someone else came to me, we started actually, we recycle everything, people, we of course reduce, reuse, recycle. I take a lot of sessions for our students to kind of create this awareness, make them reduce, reuse. But definitely recycle is something I can do at home in our campus. So we actually started doing the recycling, and not just recycle, but also bring the products that are made out of the recycled waste that we generate into the campus. And I realized that also made a lot of impact, because we started using tissue paper, which is recycled tissue paper, on our dining tables. And somebody came and told me that, look, last week we were in Europe, maybe Sweden, and we saw this kind of recycled tissue paper there, and we were admiring them. And then we come back to campus and we see the same tissue paper here, and then we realize that, right here at home, a lot of things are happening and we are not able to recognize. So this is something like, this is also a recycled, notepad made out of our own waste that we generate on our campus. So these kind of things, I think, create stories that people can talk about, and then when they go back, they try to emulate. That is how powerful stories are.
Good. Arun Sir.
I'll just go to another aspect of ESG. Normally people are more on environment, energy and all that. Is a very important part is the social part of it. In that social part, we wanted to increase our span of diversity. Typically, organizations go for diversity in gender terms. We wanted to include LGBTQ community, and also we wanted to get as many transgenders to get jobs as possible. Saying that, I started this journey in 2020 in a conservative society like in places in Udaipur, to prepare the society to accept LGBTQ community, to prepare the society in the office where you will have transgender executives. You will have a male body who is a female from inside. You will have a male executive who would come with lipstick and nail polishes to office, or a female who is a male inside. So she would be dressing up as a male and coming to office. For that, you need a lot of preparation, emotional preparation of the people around, and to give them dwellings in the family quarters. You have to prepare the families. What does your neighbor explain to the children, that whether she is an uncle or an auntie? So that, journey I have seen last 3 years. Today, I am happy in a situation. We have about 4 or 5 executives who are transgenders. We have got workers now, especially drivers, forklift operators who are transgenders. We have got security guards, like security guard in my house is a transgender. And we are happy that we have created an opening for them under this platform of sustainable development goals, because that is also an important part we should not be underscoring in the journey of ESG.
Good. Any personal stories that you want to share?
So, in our foundation, again on the social side, we work with all the prisons in Maharashtra. So there are about 45 central and state prisons. And so we started with cataract operations outside. And then one day in our hometown of Aurangabad, we came in contact with the jail superintendent there. They invited us to visit the prisons. And they told us to start working in the prisons, doing eye camps, doing skin camps. The initial thought process was of resistance, because obviously the mental thought process is that these are criminals. And there was a resistance. I think even I was party to it when my family was discussing. But then it was my dad who told us that even they are human beings. And yes, if there is a problem there, we need to address that because generally nobody is addressing it. So I think since last 7 years, we started expanding. We work in all prisons of Maharashtra. We provide skin care, including treatment. We provide eye care, including giving spectacles. We have, we try and take them out for surgeries, but there is a long process. It's, we don't get involved in transporting of the prisoners. We can't. But we try and arrange everything, facilitate so that they get treated. We have provided sporting equipment. We have provided libraries. We have provided first computer lab in Nasik Central Prison. And the curriculum has been designed with IIT Mumbai. And curriculum has been designed with a way that they need to learn. So as soon as they step out, they need to have job opportunities. Also, they need to learn so that, or they need to keep engaged so that the internal tension what is there, whatever they may be going through, whatever crime they may have committed, obviously they are repenting. So that needs to be reduced. So based on that, we have consulted and we have designed the curriculum. And after clearing certain exams, they do get certificate from IIT Mumbai as well. So this was very different approach that we have taken to the social side because we've realized that this is missing completely in prisons. The benefits, what we have seen is that few people, the first batch or few prisoners who got released, they now have jobs. What we understand from the prison authorities is that the number of incidents of infighting between prisoners has reduced because they have got many activities to do within. I don't know if you're aware that if there is a fight between prisoners or prisoners and guards, the sentence gets increased. So first instance, it could be 1 month extra. Second instance could be 3 months extra. So that cycle continues. So what we are effectively trying to do is cut that down. And our prisons are severely overcrowded. So unless we bring that burden down, we realize that that cycle is going to continue. As taxpayers, all of us, each month we are paying 5,000 rupees for a prisoner to be inside. And it doesn't make sense because if for petty things they are inside, it is us who are losing. So with a small help, we are trying to change the social structure.
Wow, amazing. So by this, from a personal storytelling, being a person in the center, what Ravi Bhai was mentioning is about a corporate experience where if you have done any corporate social responsibility and you through that CSR activity, you have faced any good story, that also then you can share along, just not being a person, but even a company story. All by.
Sure. I mean, we are a startup. We have not reached that maturity yet. But talking about, so couple of things which we faced early on in our journey when we started was most people did not believe you could do core technology in India. That is it's a concept which is very well entrenched. I mean, if you need toasters and ovens, you go to the Japanese or you go European. That's been historically the idea. And when we started Matter back in 2019, India is one of the largest hubs for automotive engineering in the world. I mean, engineers sitting in India are doing work for people in Germany or in the US or Japan or wherever. And we realized that the talent is available here. It's just that there's nobody to bring them together, give them the confidence and give that opportunity to run. Because everyone's a domain expert in their own field, but maybe they've never come together and put things together to make a single product. And I think at that point in time, we realized that it doesn't matter where you sit in the hierarchy. If your final objective, and at least for us it is one product, was very clear, it is very easy to get alignment of people done on that. And I mean, today at Matter, we actually do not have cabins. It is one large open floor space, and that's where we all sit. So, and sometimes you might not even get your seat because somebody is busy working on a different project with somebody. But what that has done is that in the span of 3-4 months, you're actually ending up meeting everyone you're working with. That empathy which is there to your fellow worker is so important to the success of an organization, which is most times overlooked. I mean, we all sit in silos, I mean, in offices and cabins, and it's all paperwork. But when empathy is not there, you know, the organization is never able to achieve its targets with the energy and the vigor that it should. So that's something that we've seen, that once you open up the floor spaces, when you break down that concepts of hierarchy, I mean, yes, there are responsibilities which are assigned to people, but that does not necessarily mean your idea or conversation is superior. That is participatory, yes, you're responsible. So that's the, I believe, the modern way of now looking at how hierarchies and office structures are going to be evolving as well.
Want to share any corporate story?
On the CSR side?
Yeah.
So on the CSR side, in the corporate, you see, when I was in Tata Steel, we were setting up a mega steel plant in a place called Kalinganagar. And I was sent, that time Cyrus Mistry had taken over as a chairman, and the project, steel plant project, was not moving. There were huge protests and work was not happening, everyday stoppage. That time I was sent there to resolve the disputes and sort it out. So first thing was, most of them were tribals, and I had to sit down with them almost every day evening, 4 or 5 hours. I used to go to their village and sit down with them, understand. And I found they taught me a lot of things about sustainability, which we don't learn in our traditional upper caste homes. Like they said, our way of living is we take from the nature only that much what we need. We don't kill animals in the forest or cut wood in the forest for making selling. Those who cut trees and sell, they are paid money by outsiders. Those who are businessmen, they pay the tribals money. You go there and cut tree for us so that we will sell outside. But they say for our living, we don't do beyond what we consume. Second, I learned from them, in our kind of castes, typically a higher caste culture and all that, Hinduism, when somebody dies, we cremate and the memory goes away. Or you have other cultures where people bury, but they bury in a different place. In the tribal culture, your person relation is buried in the house where you live. Because they say that after death also we live with them. We don't forget them. So every day morning when we eat, we offer food to them. Every day we remember them. We are not afraid of their ghosts. In our culture, we are afraid. Yes. Even if my father dies, my brother dies, I'm afraid of the ghost. That after that, the same person whom I loved, I am now afraid of him. But in their culture, they are not afraid. They say, he is my brother living with me below the ground, I am above the ground. I say, what a teaching, and this something will remain with me forever. And I discovered that their societies had huge amount of sustainability built in. Perhaps it got spoiled when we brought so-called civilization from outside.
Right. Really new story. So I would also like to share one story on the corporate side, CSR. So my father, Govind Kaka, is very much passionate about helping people. I wouldn't say giving, but helping people. So 40 years, or roughly 40 years back, he started a center called Relief Center. Relief Center, the word itself means giving relief to somebody for whatever the problem is, be it education-related fees issue, medical issue, healthcare issues, or even family issues where husband and wife have some issues. Even he would solve that, give a relief to the mind. And maybe family issues where kids are not listening to the parents. So any this kind of counseling and relief he would give to people. In last 30, 40 years, more than 1.3 million people would have come and visited him. We have a team there. One fine experience that we had was we were free, and Rahul Bhai is also sitting here. Rahul Bhai and we all went with him that what do you do there? So we just went there to see what he does in the relief center. And as we were sitting there, one lady came and just tried to fell on his legs and started to call my father, you are a God and God figure and everything. So later we couldn't consume all this what was happening. Why would somebody call my father a God? Of course, helping is one thing, but not God. Nobody would consider as God. So then my father explained to us while we were in a car going to office that few months back she had come to the relief center, and she couldn't come because her husband has already died. She had two kids. They were, under 12 years of age. They couldn't do anything. So she was a vegetable seller. With that, her trolley, she would just walk 10 minutes, take a rest, walk 10 minutes, take a rest. And she traveled for almost 2.5 hours in the morning to reach the school at 10 a.m. And then she spoke about her health, that I'm undergoing some treatment, I don't have money, and I need that money. And so we have a team, so we investigated the issue. We also have a medical team, so we consulted them. My father did all things that were needed, and his one rule was that we don't pay all the money. If 2 lakh were required, we don't pay all 2 lakh because there are many people who want to do it, but they don't have this homework to be done. So we do the homework, and once we give them, even out of 2 lakh requirement, if we give just 10,000 rupees, there are many other friendly foundations from our family, friends, and people we know. They are then ready to pay 2 lakh rupees because the homework is already done. They are authentic. They are true in need. So with all this, after the story, the operation was done, and she lived her life. She was back to the life. She was very healthy, and that's why she had come there to feel that give respect to my father. So that one moment touched our heart, and it was like, until now what you have worked and given your time, because charity can be done in two ways. One is you write a check and it's done, whether it's millions or billions can be given in 1 minute. But when you want to give few million over a period of 40 years, it means you have to give billions worth of your time to that cause. And that is what my father has given. And that is what even we are learning from him. So when he has given so much time behind all this cause, now we feel it's all worth. Just with that one successful case, we feel our life is successful already. So that's what we all are discussing now. So that is what we were talking about CSR. Now, we all believe that we all have strategies, and we all want to be related with what we are, who we are. As a marketeer, SRK definitely would be known when we communicate that we follow our words, we are always, our events are on time. This is probably those who know us for the past few years have built that brand around SRK. That happens, so I have a personal definition of brand, of course, brand custodian, so I have to define it. Any brand, what is brand is that any consistent work done for a longer period of time is your own brand. So everybody, individuals, every company would have that brand of their own self. So, ma'am, my question to you is that as we are on a concluding side of the forum or the panel, what advice would you give to marketers looking to elevate their brand when communicating their sustainability achievements and ESG strategies? What practice should they implement? What should they avoid? What strategies can they leverage to ensure the brand is known for transparency or authenticity? Because the background that you have is teaching students, then implementation, counseling. So I think you're the right person to do it.
Yeah, I mean, when we are talking about sustainability and in the world of greenwashing, it's It's a very pertinent question. How to do it? I will tell you based on my own experience, I think transparency is the most important bit here. Actually, understate, overperform, that's what I would say on the sustainability front. Just to give you an example, for example, we have solar rooftop installations in IIM Bangalore, which contributes to about, it used to about 15% of our total electricity use. So we don't say we are sustainable or we are so much negative in the carbon footprint, etc., etc. We state that 15% of our electricity comes from solar. Even though we have other installations, for example, water heating, right? We have about 2,000 odd inmates in the campus, including all the students, faculty, staff, etc. And most of their water gets heated by our solar water heater. This is in addition to the rooftop installations. But we don't measure it, how much energy we are saving through the solar water heating. So we don't include it. Because we want to be very clear, if you want data on what we are claiming, the data should be there. I think that is the most important part. You need to have the figures, you need to have the numbers. When you are claiming something, then somebody want to come and understand how you are saying what you are saying. Is it true? You should be able to prove that. So understate, overperform. That would be my advice. And also, you need to do your carbon footprinting. There is no two ways about it. I think all of us need to compute what our carbon footprint is. Today, we have all the information. We have the carbon calculators. I would say don't stay with scope 2, go to scope 3, because that's where the devil is, right? So you not only do your own emissions, but also you look at your supply chain and you compute to the extent possible. Right? For example, we obviously at educational institutions, service organizations, it's actually scope 3 is the biggest. So otherwise scope 2, scope 1 are only electricity and whatever, we are consuming. We don't create any emissions on the, on our campus other than the refrigerants. For example, this hotel I can see they're creating a lot of carbon footprint through this air conditioning right now, but they don't understand. That is where the challenge is. How do you make people understand? How do you tell them to be honest about what we are doing? And how do you together create data, collect data, and make it available to everybody in the organization so that nobody is going and overselling what you are doing. And everybody needs to be on the same page, I would say. And that's the best way to stay honest. And once you stay honest, once you are able to prove what you're doing, then automatically people will understand that, you mean what you say, and the brand that you are talking about automatically will get built.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. And from the other three panelists, do you have any concluding statements?
I will add two more things. You can have a brand for a product. You can have a brand for an organization. To give you example, when you say Colgate, you primarily mean toothpaste. But when you say Gucci, you don't mean Gucci bag only. It means Gucci perfume, a lot of products. So be very careful in this. So when you say I am communicating on a brand which is primarily product, then you talk about the carbon footprint of the product. But when you are communicating on a brand which is primarily organization, then you talk about the ESG strategies of the organization. So the moment I say I am buying Gucci product, then I need to know what are the ESG strategies of Gucci. Do they take care of environment? But when I buy Colgate as a oral hygiene product, I will say for making this toothpaste 100 grams, how much CO2 emission has been there. So this difference is to be understood while communicating.
Right. Very well. Good definition.
One thing I could add is that everyone has to believe that it is their responsibility and not just use this as a marketing tool. Because if you believe it is your responsibility, then you will be truthful and not just overstate the facts just so that you are making short-term gain.
Not making the floor green.
Small way.
And just one thing here, that the message needs to be kept very simple. If the messaging is complicated, because most ESG solutions are, it will get lost on the audience completely. So it is the job of the people communicating this to keep it very simple, very understandable, very tangible as a message. And once that is done, I think the rest of it is, going to be falling into place anyway.
Right. So with this, we conclude this panel discussion, and thank you, Arunji, Haritaji, Ravi Bhai, and Mohal Bhai. In the discussion, we also learned from all four of you that we have to take people along the journey. And Ravi also mentioned about having bigger foundation team than many other admin teams. With his experience, what we learned is that we have to be on the ground while we are giving back and helping people. Sustainability doesn't come cheap. That's what you mentioned. It has to be, your storytelling has to be simple and louder. Ma'am, you also mentioned about kids with your story and with convincing them. Kids started to climb up the stairs rather than using the lifts. And your story on transgender occupying the office space was very inspirational for all the next generation of businesses that is going to come up. And thank you again very much for being here on the dais with me for the panel. Thank you all. Please, ma'am. We'll take one group picture.
Wow, in fact, I think a lot of us have had goosebumps with such an emotional connect during all these stories. And before we conclude this panel discussion, I have a quick question for people. So people, were you all listening? Were you all listening? Yes. So does anyone recall any one of the stories that has stayed with you? Anyone? Any story that has stayed with you? I mean, we've had a pleasure of listening to such amazing inspirational stories. Would anybody want to share one of the story that they can quickly recall? Yes, please. Can we have a mic quickly passed on? Yes, please. Do introduce yourself, please. Yeah, it's working.
Hello. Jairamji ki everyone. Once again, thank you for the SRK family to organizing such a wonderful event. And my name is Priyal, and one of the stories you said was, as mentioned by Arunji just a while back, that how, just to tell that how they were transitioning to a greener or sustainable way. They started with the story of having a thought while in the pollution, while in COVID times, they had asked the team to come up with an idea, and what do we do after the pandemic is done? And greener way, the way of seeing mountains from Italy, they thought of a pollution-free environment.
Yeah.
That's how they went towards it. So, brilliant story.
So before you sit down, I have a quick question for you. So how does that make you think about the organization and about him as a person?
Exactly. That speaks volumes about the thought behind it.
Yeah.
No doubt, when he came up with it, he didn't have an intention to say it in a marketing way. When the message would have come, that's when he would have thought how to go about it.
Brilliant. Yeah.
That action that he took on that message speaks a lot about him and the company and the culture he's building in that.
True. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for his amazing insights, his inputs. So people, you would all relate that all of these stories, when we talk about stories, they don't just talk about what we did. It also relates directly to the brand, and it helps us build the brand. So while we are contributing towards ESG, while we are contributing towards CSR, while we are contributing towards maybe taking some climate action, and of course towards sustainability initiatives, it's also helping us build our brand, because people do relate, do connect with stories. So one round of applause for these amazing emotional connects and those goosebumps throughout the panel discussion. It was truly, truly brilliant. So it's time that we move forward towards the last leg of the session. And I'm sure that you've all had a pleasure, a treat for all of us as we learned so many things. Also we really appreciate that so many people have been glued to their seats towards the end as well. So moving forward, we take this session towards the end of the discussion now, and to be able to relate well, to be able to understand well about what did we actually discuss today. So there were so many thought-provoking discussions, there were so many presentations, there were so many panel discussions with so many learnings. We also would want to consolidate this in a single epilogue. So I'm going to take an opportunity to present to you a wonderful speaker who's going to share with us an entire epilogue about what did we really discuss today. We're going to have with us professor from IIM. We have with us Colonel Amit, who would be sharing with us an epilogue, who would also be talking about the kind of discussions that we had. It is definitely a complete honor to provide, this entire epilogue via him. He would be encapsulating the essence of our discussions on various of these sustainability initiatives. To share with you about Colonel Amit Verma, who's going to share this epilogue, he's a professional thought leader who's a versatile, high-energy, innovative thinker and a master strategist. Colonel Amit Verma, after having proven his excellence in Indian Army, he's now serving as the Chief Administrative Officer of IIM Ahmedabad, one of the most respectable management education institute that we all know. He's a thorough gentleman who's always on the move and a go-getter to achieve higher performance of the people he leads. So let us take this opportunity to welcome Colonel Amit Verma as he beautifully consolidates today's event and inspires us to embark on this collective journey towards a greener and a more prosperous future. A round of applause to Colonel Amit Verma, please.
Jai Hind, everyone. It's been a very long day. I will not take much of your time more, but it's been a day of great learning. And when we had such a diverse set of speakers who came in, we had corporate leaders, we had senior functionaries of the IPS, we had academic leaders here, and we learned a lot from them. Some spoke with passion, some spoke with facts, but everyone spoke with a single mind. This is a battle in which all of us are already in. We cannot ignore it. Do we have enough data? Yes, we have. Did we talk about commitments and targets? Yes, we did. What we need now is passion. Unbridled, pure passion that can only come when we go back to our roots. I share a kavita by Shri Piyush Mishra with you. Arambh hai prachand. Uski chand panktiyan aapke liye. मन करे सो प्राण दे, मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है. मन करे सो प्राण दे, मन करे सो प्राण ले, वही तो एक सर्वशक्तिमान है. कृष्ण की पुकार है, ये भागवत का सार है कि युद्ध ही तो वीर का प्रमाण है. कौरवों की भीड़ हो या पांडवों का नीड़ हो, जो लड़ सका वही तो महान है. Unless we fight, unless we get ready for the fight, sustainability we cannot win. बोलते हैं डेयरिंग करना पड़ेगा. We'll have to think like soldiers here, Fauji. And when it comes to fighting together as a Fauji, you have to be first a family. And that is what we learned from Kaka today. What is true about SRK, what is true about the Indian culture, and what is true about everyone sitting in this room, the future generation of SRK. The only way ahead is together. The young leaders in this room, the future leaders, everyone who's here, Kaka gave us a target of 2049. I hope that is the takeaway all of us will take from here. India net zero in 2049. One thing which did come out, sustainability cannot be stopped by borders. We listened to someone telling that Indian talent is now coming back and creating sustainable EV infrastructure in India. The business is booming. And that is because it is going to benefit everyone. Neither the challenges that are posed by sustainability nor the opportunities can be stopped by man-made borders. Nature does not recognize them, neither should our solutions. And that is because Purush और प्रकृति ये परस्पर भाव में रहते हैं. There's a quote from Gita that I'll end my short talk with. Dharma, karma or maya, we cannot wish them away. हम त्याग से नहीं जीत सकते. That is not the way humans are built. We will consume. The only thing is to consume with responsibility. Dharma, protecting the environment, is a part of our dharma. The law that maintains the cosmic order as well as individual and social order. Karma, something that I have felt and lived as an army officer. It holds each of our actions, and it holds that each action has a consequence. Arjun could not fight because he was afraid of killing his brethren in Mahabharata, but he had to. That was the action, that was the consequence. The moral behavior that we will choose today in sustainability will decide whether greenwashing is acceptable or we do true sustainability. Maya, the pursuit of Lakshmi, is continuous and unending. It will never cease. That is why Gujarat is a successful state. This is about generating wealth for the people who need it. Economic prosperity is a part of sustainability. Please do not forget that. The problem is we are living in a house which is on fire. We have taken too much resources, we have taken too much from Mother Earth. And now that the house is on fire, we are afraid. And in that fear, we will take actions which may be good and some of them not so. We'll have to take our chances. We do not know what the future holds. We will have to set out in a direction and hope that we find the solutions as we go ahead. The future is going to be a good future. I can at least start with that premise. Because we are in this room together, we are talking about it, and that is the beginning of a journey. This future will not arrive without some tough decisions and many sacrifices. I'm not a stranger to sacrifice. I lost a man, I cried for days. But through those tears, the team never stopped working. Which means even through pain, even through sacrifice, even through troubled times, we can work if we believe that the future holds something good, not just for us, but for our children. That is what I learned from my father. That is what I'm going to teach my sons or daughters. Live for your future. Live for your future generations and leave them a planet better than what you found it in. The quote is, Devanna bhayaneta tana te dava bhayuantavaha paraspara bhavanta shrehe paramavapastyahata. This means God blesses every living thing, not just humans, every living thing on the planet because of the virtue that he or she is God. And in turn, the living beings return that love as faith and bhakti back to the God. And in this paraspar bhav, Lord Krishna says, we get ultimate prosperity. Thank you and Vande Mataram.
Colonel Amit, please be on stage with us. We would like to felicitate you with a token of love and respect. May I request Shri Shreyansbhai Dholakia to kindly come over on the stage and felicitate Colonel Amit Verma. Thank you so much, Colonel, for this amazing insights and this epilogue presented to us. Brilliant. So people, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. We are moving towards the conclusion of the event, and I, your host, Nisha Anand, take it as an honor, a privilege for sharing this platform with you and presenting to you this amazing event that is SRK Sustainability Conclave 2023. Being a training consultant myself, I have been looking for learnings every moment, and this conclave has added so much to my knowledge. As we move ahead and would like to genuinely appreciate right from our heart for your active participation and the enriching discussions that we've all had, which made this conclave such a thought-enriching, provoking experience. The diverse perspectives that we discussed today and the insights that we shared have inspired each one of us to reimagine corporate climate action and also embrace sustainability in all its dimensions. It is my honor to once again invite Sri Raj Narola, the third generation of SRK, to kindly come up and share a vote of thanks and extend our collective appreciation for this inspiring conclave. Let's give a round of applause to Sri Raj Narola.
नमस्ते, थैंक यू सो मच। अभी आप सब थोड़े ऐसे खुलना चाहेंगे, हिलना चाहेंगे, इसलिए ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा, पर आई थैंक ईच एंड एवरी गेस्ट प्रेजेंट हियर, traveling from different cities only for this conclave. Thank you so much, and we hope you had a really great time. And thank you so much for the SRK leaders like Shreyans Bhai and Akshay Bhai and all who guided us that there should be an event like this. Especially our events team and our marketing team who combined day and night to make this happen. And this was for the very first time, and they did it very well. So thank you guys. And I hope such events, I hope such events keep happening and we learn together and grow towards more greener world. मैं ज़्यादा आपका टाइम नहीं लूँगा, पर दादाजी हमेशा कहते हैं कि जब भी ऐसा सब ऐसा इकट्ठा होता है तब कोई अदृश्य शक्ति, जिसे आप भगवान कह सकते हो, उनकी अगर कृपा है तो ही हम सब एक साथ ऐसे यहाँ पे मिले हैं। और आज के इवेंट में अगर कोई भी गलती हो गई है, कुछ ना कहने का किसी ने कह दिया है, तो पूरी SRK और उनकी टीम से मैं क्षमा याचना, और हम सब जल्दी मिलेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच। Now, I'd like all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Now we'll all go for the high tea, so please everyone have some snacks, relax yourself, and then we can continue.